Chapter 526. Older brother, younger brother, and oldest sister. The charge leader of Aspen released several trump cards, starting with poisoned sand, poisoned darts, throwing knives, and cleverly scattered caltrops all followed. A caltrop made of sharp iron spikes rolled under Fell's feet, just as he was about to plant them on the ground. Fell managed to avoid it by stepping only on the ground with his toes, not the soles of his feet. He had to dodge the poisoned sand, darts, throwing knives, and caltrops, causing him to lose his balance. The moment his feet touched the ground, he wobbled and tilted slightly to the left. Got him! Seizing that moment, the charge leader pulled out a short sword and aimed the blade at Fell. It was a single strike, but one that could still catch even a knight-level warrior. It was a magic sword, inscribed with a spell. The incantation hidden in the pommel activated, causing the short sword's blade, as long as a forearm, to shoot out from the handle, tearing through the air with a loud whoosh. Boom! The deafening saund rang out. Just as the blade was about to mark Fell's body, he suddenly became horizontal, with the ground leaping into the air. Had Jackson been there, he would have realized that the thundering sound that came from the sword had been slightly slower than the sound of Fell's feet hitting the ground. But no one present had that kind of keen hearing. Crack! The magic blade shot from the handle, grazed Fell's side, but it didn't touch his skin. Instead, it ripped through his beige gambeson, sending the stuffing of fabric and cotton scattering onto the ground. Ironically, the cotton and fabric remnants from Fell's gambeson covered the intestines of semi-knight from Aspen, who had just been killed in the earlier fight. Grayish fur from the gambeson served as a blanket for the deceased semi-knight. Thud. Phew! Fell landed, immediately standing up and bringing his sword in front of his face. Had he been pretending to lose balance all along? Seeing his secret move blocked, the charge leader thought that the opponent was far superior. Why did that thought occur to him? I couldn't have avoided that. Whether it was from reflex or calculation, the enemy could do what he couldn't. Of course, in a fight where life was on the line, skill was just one factor, not the entirety of the outcome. The charge leader lowered his stance and reached for the axe, tied at his waist. Ha! Meanwhile, Fell sighed and gazed at the sky. His eyes weren't on the charge leader. He looked at the sky once, then the ground, and sighed again. The charge leader had planned to attack when his opponent would charge, but the sudden sigh and the words that followed were unexpected. Did you know? What could I possibly know? I understand everything, but breaking the past one's shell is not as enjoyable as one might think. As Fell spoke, his gaze returned to the sky. He had come this far and made up his mind about how he would live from now on. He had been born in the wilderness and raised as a shepherd, but why was he here? What had brought him to this battlefield? These were the questions that he had been answering on this journey. I have to move forward. He saw someone moving forward stubbornly without thought. There's a saying that if you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Fell had looked at Encrid, and beyond despair and frustration, he had reached this point. There had been times when he believed he would quickly catch up with talent alone. The world has many things in it, and as we live, we often face things we never expected. There was no moonlight. The sun was blazing hot. And it wasn't dawn, but sometimes people become intoxicated by something. Though he had found the answer, Fell became somewhat lost in reflection. He had resolved to forget his past and welcome his future. His mind was set, but he knew it wouldn't be an easy path. Did you eat something wrong? The charge leader muttered as he subtly shifted his steps. He couldn't help but think that Fell was mad. Fell, having been struck by the words earlier, lowered his head and looked at the charge leader. It seemed so. He agreed. What? Well, it's the air. I think it's the air that's wrong. Damn! What are you talking about? The charge leader, feeling fear at the unexpected situation, was thrown off. He would rather be struck by a blade than hear such crazy words from someone who was skilled in battle. Fel thought about this place, about what was different here compared to others. The atmosphere here is different. How? Encrid had an aura that permeated the air around him. What had changed the atmosphere? The air. Ah. Perani. Yun. Dini. Envoys. Fel exclaimed in realization. Stop your nonsense. I won't die by your hand. The charge leader threw the axe he had been holding. It was his weapon of choice for many years. Fel sidestepped and caught the axe. He pondered. Was it really the air? The realization quickly faded. It didn't feel right. In the end, the opponent in a panic ran off, as if his backside were on fire. He ran towards his horse, throwing away some secondary weapons mounted on the saddle, and fled. Clop! 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 The sound of hooves hitting the ground kicked up dust, clouding the vision. Fel had no intention of chasing him, so he didn't even draw his sword. His actions were observed by the soldiers of both Border Guard and the Aspen. You're not even drawing your sword. The soldiers at the front lines of both armies muttered the same thing, but of course it wasn't something they could hear from each other. After defeating the charge leader, Fel returned to the road, where Krais, having rushed from behind, asked, "Wouldn't it be better to kill him? Was that intentional? It just happened that way." Fel's demeanor had changed. His earlier lost expression was replaced with something different. He had shed his old self and was reborn, now with a playful glint in his eyes, just like when he first met Encrid. There was a pure, shining brightness in his gaze. That playful glint moved Fel's tongue. "Rupert, if you die out there, you can call me Big Brother for the rest of your life. I'd rather die on the battlefield." Rupert, a rival with whom Fel had a bitter relationship, responded, and with that he prepared to leave. "Anyone, step forward. I'm Rupert of the Madmen." Krais, observing this, felt reassured. He knew that while it matched Abnaya's prediction, it was more of an attempt to relieve the anxiety than anything else. Krais had two paths to choose from. One was relatively safe with fewer threats and variables, but would require sacrifices. The other was far more dangerous, full of uncertainty and risk. If it went wrong, everything he has built might fall apart. But still, Krais chose the second path. "General, will this be all right?" Krais wondered to himself. The choice was not his to make. If it were up to him, he would have chosen the third path. He wouldn't fight. He would give up the city, go into exile, and leave only with his people. Well, that's what he would say. But Nurat had seen it clearly. Krais had no place to retreat anymore. He had many familiar faces, people he had grown attached to. Could he abandon them all? Krais couldn't answer easily. Before Encrid left, Krais had offered two paths and asked him, "Is it okay to act like a greedy man?" Krais asked, "Hasn't it been always the case?" Encrid replied. In a situation where no one could laugh, Krais spoke with a forced grin. "Not something I should say to the general, but bring everyone back alive." Encrid smiled faintly and responded with a playful face. Yes, it was with a joke, the usual military formality. Krais trusted his commander so much that he left Odin, Teresa, Rupert, and Fel behind here. If it weren't for that trust, he would have chosen the first path. He would have sent them all down the path where the main enemy was coming. No, not just them. He would have thrown in all the remaining ranger forces to drain the enemy's strength, and then started the fight that way. That would have been the best choice. That was probably the strategy the enemy would have chosen. Beyond Krais' thoughts, he saw Rupert knocking down an opponent. "Call me the older brother," Rupert roared after winning. "You crazy bastard, just because you won doesn't mean I'm the younger brother," Fel yelled from their side. Krais wondered why these madmen were acting this way. After Rupert, it was Teresa's turn. "Brothers, now it's my turn." There was a desire for combat flowing in the half-giant's veins. She had bound it with faith, but when such an opportunity came, Teresa still found it hard to resist. Moreover, she had been inspired by Encrid recently, so it was even more difficult to hold back. When a warrior as large as Odin emerged, the Aspen forces became restless. Was everyone who was supposed to come out is finally here? But that wasn't the case. If they kept going like this, it wouldn't just affect the army's morale, it would seem like they were losing before the fight even started. To prevent that, an elite from Aspen stepped forward. A true fighter who was ready in case the battlefield twisted. Teresa was facing a much stronger opponent than what Odin had faced. Are you a mercenary? Bound by a contract? How pathetic it seems like you have giant's blood. Yeah, dying here is better. He was known within Aspen as Emil, the one who sentences fates. He declares the fate of his opponents. It wasn't something he did all the time, but only when he was sure of victory. Odin started first, and Teresa was the fourth to face off. This fourth battle was the second shortest, followed by Odin's. Teresa took the brunt of Emil's sword with her body and struck his body with her shield. Teresa, using the technique of blade avoidance she learned from Odin, suffered a severe wound as her opponent's sword was quite sharp. Blood splattered on the ground. Her flesh was cut, and it wasn't a small wound. Still, Teresa didn't stop. Red blood splattered into the air. Amid their clashes, Teresa was the only one bleeding, but because of that, she seized the opportunity to strike with her shield. Emil reacted quickly, stepping back with his foot to break free and create distance. As this wasn't the distance he was comfortable with. As Emil retreated, Teresa timed her move and let go of her shield. She had never secured it tightly around her arm, only holding it with her hands so it was possible. It was a strange thing to fight with only one hand holding this heavy shield, so it was not something that one could be easily predict. Of course, Emil didn't expect that either. Ah! The shield's rebound force weakened, and Emil's attack fell short. He barely managed to take 2 steps back. Teresa moved forward without a smile on her face. Their bodies collided in mid-air, and the sound of bones cracking were heard throughout the battlefield. Although only a few heard it, it was enough to inspire loud cheers. Victory! Fight on! The Aspen soldiers, thinking their guy was overpowering Teresa, shouted louder. Meanwhile, the border guard troops maintained disciplined cheer. The flags moved as they shouted in unison. Bear siblings, Teresa. Giant goddess, Teresa. If Teresa had heard it, she would have smiled and asked which person came up with that cheer, but she couldn't afford to roam around her own ranks during a fight. Teresa closed the distance and performed the Valor-style martial art, spine-breaking. This technique required great strength and could only be performed by someone like her, and it flourished in her hands. It wasn't a complex technique, simply grabbing the head with one hand and hitting the shoulder with the other to break the neck. Emil didn't give in easily. As his head was grabbed, he tried to stab Teresa's neck with his sword. Teresa twisted her neck to avoid it, but blood still gushed out. Instead, she captured a broken vertebra as a trophy. The sight of her own blood, the heat of battle, everything fueled her. It gave her the strength to unleash the giant's primal nature, and she let out a roar. I'm the oldest sister. Though influenced by Fell and Ropud, her cry resonated through the battlefield. The armies watched in silence. Aspen soldiers, seeing that their side was being overpowered, became more aggressive in their shouting, but the border guards' disciplined ranks remained composed. Krais nodded inwardly. Look at this. These guys usually fought against knights like Remen and Ragna. Did the Aspen soldiers face knights daily? Not a chance. This was a foreseen outcome. Even though he had been uneasy, seeing the results before him relieved some of his worry about the battle. Above all, this had been the backup force prepared in case of unexpected events. By showing strength in formation, they would demoralize the enemy before an all-out war. Now, the enemy couldn't risk a full-on confrontation. This was what Krais had aimed for. That bastard! Abnaya, having been thoroughly outplayed, couldn't help but think of the strategist on the opposing side. He must have been an experienced, middle-aged man. The way he acted, it seemed so. But that wasn't the case. The enemy was a young man, youthful with large eyes. But that didn't matter. It was just a natural association. Damn bastard. Abnaya couldn't suppress his admiration. But this was just the beginning. He had to remember that even though they won the duels, and sacrifices had been made, Abnaya focused on the true battlefield, where the real battle would unfold. There, the glory-filled warriors would be. Everything was for the sake of victory. And Abnaya's plan had been effective. Everything had fallen into place at the exact time and place he had prepared. Encrid had left after the forces were advancing, but his pace wasn't fast. On the other hand, the wolf beastman general, Barnas Hurrier, had already been traveling through the Pen Hanel Mountains when Aspen had announced their declaration of war. He had familiarized himself with the terrain. And then, before the troops formed, he had preemptively left. He had seized the advantageous terrain and planned to fight on his terms, perhaps giving the enemy a taste of confusion. Even using decoys to keep the enemy's spies occupied, Barnas worked in the shadows. Abnaya had prepared for everything. Then, it hit him. Could preparation be considered strategy? It could be. Victory would make it so. If they lost, he would be a traitor. But if they won, he would be a hero. Such was the nature of bold strategies. Chapter 527. The ordinary Fin had discovered traces of the enemy and realized they had split into 3 groups. She decided to pursue the one that seemed the largest. The distance from Encrid's madmen unit was more than half a day's travel. It was an ambiguous distance, and neither too close nor too far. If she really pushed herself, she could probably close the distance in less than half a day. But that is if this weren't the Penhano Mountains. Unfortunately, this place was not unlike the beast's lair, a cradle full of monsters. Unless she were a human who could hide her presence like a ghost and sprint at full speed, half a day's distance would remain half a day's distance. This is bad, really bad. Had she been unlucky, or perhaps had she let her guard down? It seemed that way. She could imagine Captain Shanaar would tell her to go die if he saw her now. But Fin couldn't help it. Once she spotted the traces, she had to watch and follow them. The enemy couldn't be allowed to diverge on a different route and miss the chance to cross paths with their allies. That was her mission, to ensure the enemy met their forces here. She had stayed true to that mission. Now thinking back, she wondered if the enemy had deliberately left the traces for her to find, to lure her in. I've been played. She didn't want to admit it, but given the situation, it seemed to be the case. The enemy had left traces just faintly enough that she thought she could slip past the enemy scouts without being detected. We're trained by the fairies, after all. And that training was hellish. The fairies didn't let you laugh, telling you to keep running or rolling, with no room for confidence to grow. Most importantly, Fin and the other scouts had passed through Auden's grueling physical training. Auden. Died. Ugh. There had been a time when just hearing those 3 syllables could make you jump out of bed. Having survived that, they were now trotting around the Penhanil Mountains, not exactly treating it as a playground, but managing to stay mostly unharmed. Surviving was impressive enough. She wondered if this confidence had affected her judgment. It might have, but whatever the case, she didn't want to think of this as a mistake. This was her duty, and if she lacked the skill to carry it out, then that was all there was to it. She hadn't truly lost due to lack of skill. The enemy had overrun them with sheer numbers, and unless you were one of the chosen few, numbers usually guaranteed victory. Just being beside Encrid didn't mean surpassing one's limits. Fin was, in that sense, an ordinary person. At least, that's how she saw herself. Of course, from a broader perspective, She was a skilled warrior, an excellent soldier, and a fearsome ranger. I thought I was being cautious. She was tempted to sigh. Knowing her own limits, she wasn't about to rush into reckless actions like Encrid. Being an ordinary person, she wouldn't rush headlong into battle, armed with just a sword, trying to protect her back. The terrain ahead wasn't in her favor either. A slight slope behind her, a small clearing ahead, tall trees to each side, and coniferous forest overhead. Some trees with broad leaves stood above the needle-like ones. The sunlight filtered through, casting light across the clearing and the surrounding area. It was early morning. The blue dawn was giving way to the rising sun, revealing the landscape. Despite the Penhannel Mountains being cursed, life thrived here, with trees growing, insects buzzing, and birds chirping. As she walked here, she often heard the sounds of insects and birds. But then, suddenly, the sounds stopped. That was when Finn realized the situation had grown perilous, and she crouched low under the shadow of the trees, her posture alert. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to detect her. Is this where I die? Finn wondered as she tucked her chin and took slow, deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling. She hadn't started running yet, so she wasn't gasping for breath. Through training, she had learned to walk fast without tiring. Her breaths, though warm, should have been unnoticed, unless an enemy with heat-sensing eyes was nearby. She wore boots lined with cotton, muffling the sound of footsteps. The group was small, too, so there was no unnecessary noise. There were only 10 of them, 3 of which had been left behind. 3 were at the front, 4 in the middle, and 3 at the rear. The column was long, but only the 3 at the front were truly in position. Finn, at the head of the line, clenched her fist, and the 2 soldiers who saw her hand signal also paused and focused on controlling their breathing. That was the situation just moments ago, when the soldiers stopped and she fell into thought. Finn had 2 scenarios in mind. The first was to stay put and let the enemy pass without engaging. If the enemy didn't want to risk drawing attention from their main forces following behind, it could work. The second scenario involved combat, unexpectedly meeting face to face, testing the waters before attacking. But both assumptions were wrong. The enemy was already prepared. Abnaya hadn't sent just knights. His policy of integrating different races had yielded not only genius beastmen, but also others. Krais had predicted many things, but like any other commander, he couldn't foresee everything. Not even he could have anticipated an unknown enemy unit. Predicting everything on the battlefield was impossible. When something unexpected happened, it was up to the field commander to make decisions in the moment. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke through the air. The tall grass, which had been hiding their forces, now swayed as the enemy began to move through the field. The rustling shook Finn's concentration. They're numerous. It was hard to estimate their numbers, but there were definitely more than she expected. I'm being surrounded. She had to make another decision. If she delayed, the remaining 7 in her group would survive, but she would die. There was no question about it. If she charged, they would all die. As a soldier who lived by the sword, she had always known this kind of death could come. Hadn't people died during her time as a scout under the crossguard? Of course, they had. This time, it was just her turn. Finn signaled. She would buy time, so the others could fall back. But then, an enemy signal sounded. It was a bird-like whistle, one she knew the deputy would use. The deputy was capable of mimicking the sound of birds to perfection. The answer came from behind, followed by a series of horn blasts. Are you insane? Finn muttered under her breath. The horn had already given their position away. The approaching enemy also raised their heads from the grass. Finn frowned, but quickly composed herself. She recalled something Shinar had once said. Anyone can fight anyone. But if you meet a fairy squad in the woods, don't fight them. It's a losing battle. That memory flashed in her mind. She had suspected something was off, but now she knew for sure. "It's a losing battle, huh?" she said, her eyes scanning the enemy's numbers. There were at least 20. 25? Perhaps? "Isn't there any choice?" Her deputy muttered behind her, probably wondering why Finn wasn't running. "Shut up. Disobedience means execution. Anyway, we're dead." Her two cheerful subordinates kept their light-hearted attitude, even in such a dire situation. "We won't go down easily," Finn said, letting her left hand drop. The other scouts did the same, mirroring her actions. "If they're going all out, we should too." Maybe they should have brought the entire force. But that was just a passing thought. Dead men couldn't eat bread. What was done was done. Regretting having entered the water while the waves were approaching was an idiotic move. The fairy's skin, which emerged from the grass, was blue, and a bluish hue also shimmered in her hair. Just as humans have white or black skin, fairies too had different types. This one belonged to the Moonlight Fairy tribe. "Can you understand me?" "No." The voice came from slightly above. Looking up just a bit, a human appeared. A woman crouching on a tree with a quiver of leather arrows strapped to her back. Her balance was so good that sitting on a tree seemed as stable as standing on the ground. Her build was small, and she held a long bow that seemed out of place for her body, making it clear she was no ordinary person. As they exchanged a few words, one by one, fairies holding crescent-shaped swords began to rise and approach. Though Finn and her subordinates would laugh in the face of ghouls, these fairies were a different matter. The fairies' eyes were devoid of emotion, and their steps made no sound. They seemed like ghosts approaching. Although she couldn't afford to show fear or die without fighting, even Finn found them unsettling. "I've left a mark behind." At least she had done what she needed to do. Even if she died, the enemy's location was marked. She exhaled deeply and sighed. Finn knew well the importance of striking first. It was an age-old truth. Whoever strikes first has the advantage, whether facing ghosts or any other threat. "You understand me, huh?" Finn spoke, extending her left hand. Seeing the gesture, the entire scouting party followed suit, extending their left hands in unison. "You've come too close. All of you." As Finn spoke, a sound echoed from inside the armor, covering her left hand. Whoosh! It was the gear issued to every member of the scouting party. It was something Krais had modified, originally obtained from a thief they had encountered. A small crossbow mounted on the back of her hand. An arrow flew through the air, striking 6 fairies who had been sneaking up like ghosts. Though there were 10 arrows in total, Finn aimed at overlapping targets since no specific instruction had been given. The fairies died without a scream. Only a faint groan was heard. That too was unsettling. But the battle had begun. "Struggle all you want." Just as the words reached her from above, the group of fairies started charging. The sound of footsteps filled the air. The blue ghost-like figures swung their swords. Above them, crescent-shaped blades fell like the full moon. The sharply curved blades aimed at Finn's head, and although she wore a helmet that could hold, there was no reason to test the durability of her helmet against the enemy's weapons. Finn fell backward and rolled away. "Survive! Each one of you! Ah!" Her subordinates responded with a rally cry they had learned during basic training. In the ensuing fight, Finn didn't hesitate to risk her life. She had told them to survive on their own. But when her subordinates were in danger, she rushed in without a second thought. "I'm just an ordinary person." This was beyond her. "I'm not Encrid." Still, her body moved instinctively. Thud! She deflected a blade with her short sword and thrust it forward with strength. Her physical strength was superior, but the problem was the curved swords of the fairies. Most attacks were absorbed and deflected by their structure. Encrid might be behind her, but he was at least half a day's travel away. Even if he were to come, it wouldn't be now. They were in the Penhannel Mountains. Even Shannara couldn't reduce the distance that quickly in this area. If her subordinates had backed off earlier, they might have survived. So, are you giving up? It seemed like Encrid was asking. Damn no. Finn silently answered as she closed in on the owner of the blade that had just swung past her and thrust her sword into his belly, pulling it back. Crunch. But, though the fairies looked slightly different, they all wore armor made of wood. The wooden armor was stiff, making it difficult to pull the sword out after thrusting it in. But she had certainly created a hole in the fairy's belly. It was a fatal blow. As blood poured from the wound, the fairy's eyes lost focus. Seeing the fallen body, Finn raised her sword once more. Having killed one fairy, Finn's shoulder took a hit, and she felt a burning sensation there. Was it a deep cut? She moved her left arm and felt a sharp pain. Still, her arm moved. Well, that's enough. Finn took another stance. The sword she wielded was a guard's sword, a weapon with a wide blade and a somewhat shorter length. With this sword, she had barely killed one fairy. They were no pushovers. Come on, come at me. She took 2 steps backward, guarding herself, and as she was about to lean against the tree, she suddenly rolled forward to dodge a thrust aimed at her back. Whoosh! These crazy fairies. The blue light flickered between the trees. Even if she fought head-on, her chances of winning were slim. These fairies, one by one, hid their bodies and moved like true ghosts. If she lost track of them, the blades seemed to come out of nowhere. I told you no. A small voice came from above. Wait your turn. After these, it's your turn. Finn threw herself into the fray, but no one believed that statement. Fine then. The woman above spoke, and the fairy's ambush, Finn's defense, and her subordinate's struggle continued. Thud! She swung her sword, deflecting blows, throwing daggers at those who left an opening. Then she tumbled on the ground, and through her blurry vision, she saw that none of her subordinates had fallen. They all looked exhausted and covered in blood, but they were all alive. Then she realized how bright the sunlight was. The sky was so clear, and the warmth of the sun felt soothing. Was this the perfect day to die? We won't die. Finn spoke again, though no one believed her. Of course not. The response came, but it was not from her subordinate. There was no presence, no sound. Finn looked up. The voice came from above her head, but the owner of the voice had already appeared behind Finn. A man with reddish-brown hair stood there, holding 2 short swords dripping with blood. Blood, whether from humans or fairies, is always red, and the blood dripping from those swords was a deep crimson. The reason Finn and her subordinate survived wasn't just luck. While Finn was struggling, someone had silently attacked the fairies from behind, without sound or warning. To fight fairies, you need to be at least an elite-level assassin to have a chance. Shannara spoke and added one more thing. But there are those who disregard everything I say. Jackson Ben Shino, Master of the Morning Dew, the Master of Geogher's Dagger, the best assassin in the continent, unmatched by anyone. He had been ordered to join Finn and had carried out the pre-mission instructions. No one dies on this battlefield. Encrid had said that, and Jackson intended to make sure it was true. Chapter 528, Sacrifice. Damn it, this is a scam. Sacrifice in war is inevitable. It is something beyond one's control. It's like playing chess, sacrificing the knight to capture the bishop, sacrificing the bishop to capture the rook, and sacrificing the rook to capture the queen. A victory without sacrifice was always a distant dream. Therefore, Finn had entered the mission with her own sacrifice in mind. That's what her role was in this battle. No, she believed that's what it was, and she thought it was only natural. If a wandering bard were to turn this into a story, what would I become? There would be many fallen soldiers, but the victory of the battle belonged to their side. Would she be one of the dead in the sentence? The fallen soldiers were many, but the victory was ours. A storyteller skilled enough might have drawn a more detailed picture of the Ranger unit's achievements, but one thing was clear. Finn had accepted her death. Sacrifice was unavoidable, and someone had to take on that role. And this time was simply her turn. Having made this resolve, she recognized the inevitability of her situation. That was when it happened. Huh? Suddenly she was left speechless. Finn blinked her eyes. If any attack had come, she would have reacted. Her training was ingrained in her body, but her mind was frozen. What was this? Something impossible had occurred within her understanding. Was it a dream? No, it wasn't a dream. The pain from the wounds scattered across her body confirmed that she was in reality. The blade that had cut across her shoulder caused blood to stream down her arm, stinging and burning with sharp sensation. The sense of reality was undeniable. So, what was this? Naturally, her gaze turned to Jackson. Her subordinates also looked the same way. At some point, the group of fairies they were fighting had disappeared, and in their place stood a lone, madman-like soldier. Reinforcements? It didn't seem like just one person. But this didn't make sense. They were on Penhannel Mountains. To travel half a day's distance at full speed would have caused a great disturbance. Monsters and beasts would have been following relentlessly, like chasing after someone suffering from paranoia. But it didn't end there. The subtle malice that the fairies had been emitting had vanished entirely. If they hadn't suddenly fallen in love with peace and love, or if they hadn't reconciled and left quietly, it was clear they were now meeting with the god of death, having a chat. Did he kill all of them in such a short time? The very enemies that they struggled to handle. Finn didn't even realize when it had happened. It wasn't just the ability to kill the fairies. This quiet, efficient handling of everything was impossible to believe. It should have been loud, chaotic, and messy. That was her calculation, based on her abilities. But this person, whether they had fallen from the sky or emerged from the earth, had suddenly appeared and quietly cleaned everything up. They appeared out of nowhere and swiftly cleared the area. Finn stopped swinging her sword. Exhausted, her limbs were trembling. If she had kept moving, she wouldn't have had time to think. But now that she wasn't moving, her eyes started to absorb visual information, and her mind began processing it. She felt a sense of cognitive dissonance. But Finn overcame it. A well-trained soldier always does their job, no matter the situation. If that wasn't the case, how could they charge to the front line, knowing they would likely die? After years of training, particularly the hellish training, under Audin and Shinar, Finn's mind accepted reality as it was, and she immediately deduced what was needed in this situation. So, is this bad? That couldn't be right. The enemy commander had a bow, and the fairies fought in an unfamiliar way. I believe this group is not all there is. Finn spoke the necessary words. Jackson remained silent. He stood quietly, his breath so soft that it was barely audible even to her, his gaze fixed forward. But strangely, it felt as though he was looking at her, even though from Finn's position, she could only see the back of his head. I hope no one on our side dies, Encrid had said, and Jackson didn't find it hard to accept that request. If it was impossible, there was nothing that could be done, but they could at least try. If a small elite force could win without a full-scale battle, it would be possible. If they fought at the right time in the right way, they could minimize their side's casualties. Calculating that way, it made sense. Of course, saying they wouldn't lose a single person was probably a bit excessive. It's war after all. Jackson couldn't help but respond with a retort to such an unrealistic goal. Well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, Encrid replied in a light tone. Though his voice was light, the determination behind it wasn't. In other words, he wanted no one on their side to die in war. How absurd was that? And yet, he intended to make it happen. Even if it wasn't him, Encrid would still try to make it happen. There was resolve in his words. He's always has been reckless, so it's not surprising he'd come this far. For Encrid, this would be no different. Jackson, however, found it strange that he, an expert in killing, would one day be the one trying to save others. But then again, hadn't he already changed his mind when he had to modify Geogre's dagger? Can't we just act like greedy bastards? Win without killing anyone? Why? Why can't we do that? This was something Encrid had said before heading out. Teasing? Encrid asked repeatedly, and Jackson didn't answer with words, merely shaking his head. Deep inside, he had already given his answer. The Mad-Headed Knight? What do you think? It seems like a fitting nickname. Ha! Rarely, the barbarian next to him said something he actually liked. At any rate, Jackson was acting according to Encrid's wishes. He had killed the moonlight fairies that had been seen trailing them, and was now searching for the archer who had disappeared as soon as Jackson began his work. The enemy was good at hiding their presence. No sound, no trace. Jackson had purposefully revealed himself. He hadn't done things like this before, but that didn't mean he was sloppy. It was a new experience, but it wasn't something he couldn't handle. He had once used himself as bait to kill a target, but this was different. While all of this happened, Finn spoke up, and although Jackson heard her, he didn't react. He had already assessed the situation and made his own decisions. He wasn't the type to fight recklessly or to rush blindly into battle. He was calm and deliberate, and that's how he prepared for his next move. Don't move. Jackson spoke again. Finn and the reconnaissance team held their breath. If necessary, they could even stop breathing. But there was no need for that. The archer wasn't a knight, but a tricky opponent. Jackson had a strange feeling, as though he had encountered this archer before. Falcon's Claw? The name popped into Jackson's mind. When was it? Back when their captain had been kicked by that frog in the battlefield? Could it be that archer? No, it seemed like someone higher up. His instincts told him. Jackson didn't know it, but the archer known as Falcon's Claw had already met his end at Remsax, crossing over the Black River long ago. The one hiding now was the master of Falcon's Claw. Her blood was half fairy, half human. By activating the talent embedded in her blood and instincts, she had hidden herself. None of this was something Jackson needed to know. No matter how it happened, the opponent was hiding, and he just needed to find them. That's how assassination works. All you had to do was stick a metal stick into a person's body, but finding the target is the tricky part. Well, if the target were a frog, one strike with a knife wouldn't end it. They are safety-first species who wear their armor on their heart, even while sleeping. In fact, the frogs are sensitive to the word heart from the start, so that's normal for them. If it weren't a frog, what's the most troublesome part of an assassination? It's finding those who hide. Some would burrow like moles, and others would sleep in different rooms of their mansion every night. Geogre's dagger were skilled in gathering intelligence, and there were times when he used the information to locate a target. But to Jackson, when such a situation occurred, he would make up for the lack of information with his own abilities. He used the talent he had to do so, and once a former master, who had once taught him, said this. Damn, that's cheating. It wasn't cheating, though. Cheating was something you say when you see someone like the captain. Endless will? That's what makes a fight unfair. Was it just Fell who was shocked when he saw Encrid awakened? Jackson was also stimulated by it. Because of this stimulation, he might have agreed to the unreasonable demand to save everyone on his side. Even if the sky turns its back on you and talent is nowhere to be found, one can still become a knight. Why can't I say that I won't let a single one of my comrades die on the battlefield? Encrid's words lingered in his ears. Small thoughts overlapped, and concepts merge to form will, and that is will. To Jackson, who had sensitive senses from a young age, will was also something that could be felt. While the fairy Shannara discussed will through vital energy, and Ram accepted it as part of his magical power, to Jackson it was simply something he sensed. Just because it's invisible doesn't mean it's not there. Jackson visualized his senses and embedded his will within it. He shrank the large circle he had spread around him and deepened its color. Some used will to cut through anything with a blade. Others moved will to send invisible blades flying. Jackson didn't have such skills. Instead, his talent taught him how to put will onto his 5 senses. The sharp leaves of a tree shading his head through the sunlight, the dark shade, a shadow lighter than the shade, the scent in the air, the direction of the wind. The 5 senses combined, opening the door to 6th sense intuition. With will layered over his sensory techniques, Jackson could perceive everything within the visualized circle. The anxiety of his comrades behind him, the presence of an archer who had already knocked an arrow on the bough atop a tree. Whipping despite the distance, the sound of the string being pulled was heard first. Then, the arrow transformed into a beam of light and flew toward them. The arrow was aimed at Finn, not Jackson. In the meantime, the archer had used his mind to target Finn, hoping to exploit a gap in defense. Jackson grabbed Finn's wrist and pulled her to the side. With a thud, the arrow embedded itself in the dirt, and a nearby stone bounced away. The stone landed with a light thump on the ground, and Finn, who was pulled away by Jackson's grip, felt the force on her wrist vanish for a moment, which was when Jackson disappeared again. Like smoke vanishing, he was outside of Finn's field of perception. At the same time, the archer also lost track of Jackson. Ataros's mother was a fairy, and her father was human. Her father had abandoned both Ataros and her mother, but Ataros was fortunately accepted by fairy society. Around that time, a transformation was needed in fairy society, and she was fortunate enough to contribute to the formation of the Moonlight Fairy Combat Squad. After going through various experiences and gaining power, she set a goal. Let's kill my father. Every man who recklessly spread his seed was her enemy. After killing her own father, she set an even greater goal. She would kill those who fathered bastards. To achieve this, she sought the power of Aspen and killed her father. In the process, she made several oaths and formed a combat squad with some of the Moonlight Fairies. When part of the fairy squad was attacked, Ataros immediately hid and took up her bow. Then she shot an arrow at the woman who seemed to be the commander among the survivors. The gap! What she hoped for was a chance to see a terrifying monster suddenly appear. But no such thing appeared. When the arrow flew and missed its target, Ataros hid her presence again. Since childhood, she had entrusted herself to the shade and shadows that had protected her. But now she felt the touch of a blade on her back. Instinctively, she tried to swing her bow to strike, but the blade first sank deep between her shoulder blades. Her opponent was someone specialized in killing. Every death has a story. The hybrid fairy who had sided with Aspen also had a story. But death is the end. Thus, one of the hybrid fairy who had once been obsessed with killing the men who fathered bastards was now dead. It wasn't the time for sentimental thoughts. Was she the bait? As soon as he killed the archer, Jackson could feel a gaze directed at him. His senses told him that this wasn't the end. Beyond that, he felt a presence similar to the hybrid fairy he had just killed. This presence was 3 times stronger than the previous opponents. Dozens of fairy sword fighters. She must have been the bait. By seeing their allies fall, the enemy had altered their tactics, making the archer the bait. Jackson revealed his position again to kill the archer and also demonstrated some of his abilities. He twisted his wrist and loosened his joints. Earlier, it had been a warm-up, but now he intended to use real strength. The fairy sword fighters didn't rush in. Instead, they began to disperse into groups, which Jackson recognized as a tactical formation. Even if the archer had been bait, who was it that made him into bait just now? The movements of the fairy sword fighters indicated that there was a proper commander among them. Jackson recognized the existence of this commander and located their position, but he judged that charging in directly would be difficult. The fairy sword fighters formed a barrier in front of the commander. This meant that the time had truly come to show his full strength. The enemy had likely underestimated Jackson as someone who just sneaks around and makes a few cuts. Naturally, that was a misjudgment. A big misjudgment. Chapter 529. Because peace lasted too long, the Moonlight Fairy Corps is quite a reliable force, remarked Barnas Hurrier abruptly. His adjutant turned his gaze toward him, curious about the sudden comment. I was just thinking it's a bit of a waste to use them like this, Barnas added, smacking his lips. The so-called final weapon of Aspen spoke casually, yet the undertone was clear. Still, we managed to show the enemy's scouts only what we wanted them to see. This implied that even the enemy's movements were being manipulated as part of their plan. Well, even if it's a shame you use what you must. Hoard something for too long, and it becomes worthless. Barnas chuckled. Why was he bringing this up? The adjutant had no idea. As he stared blankly at Barnas, the man grinned, twisting his large mouth upward, then casually struck a sharp-leafed branch, blocking his path with the edge of his hand. The solid living branch of the tree cracked sharply and broke. It was an incredible skill, one the adjutant could never hope to mimic. He wasn't even close to the level of a junior knight, so it wasn't surprising. His talents lay not in physical strength, but in commanding troops against unconventional forces. In essence, he was skilled in withstanding knights, not defeating or killing them, but surviving. Facing knights was akin to surviving a disaster, not truly countering it. I hope they make it back alive, Barnas murmured again, almost to himself. According to his calculations, the Moonlight Fairy Corps faced high odds of perishing, either clashing with the enemy or bypassing them only to engage with their knights. Even so, Barnas had sent them fully aware of this. The commander leading the Moonlight Fairies didn't know this truth. After all, not everyone on the battlefield was driven by a sense of duty. The Moonlight Fairies, being closer to allies than subordinates, were treated with little regard for their value. The adjutant, carefully watching his step, replied, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Of course, they would survive. The Moonlight Fairy Corps wasn't a mere scouting unit, but a valuable military asset. If they were wiped out, it would be a significant loss for Aspen, not to mention damaging their relationship with the Moonlight Fairies, who had lent their aid. As he pondered, the adjutant trudged forward, almost shoving the ground away with his steps. Traversing this untouched wilderness was arduous. While Narilia had cleared away magical beasts to allow passage, the path was temporary and far from well-trodden. This wasn't a path for hunters traveling through the Penhanil mountain range. There were no small trails to follow, only the occasional signs of magical beasts or animals passing through. The terrain consisted of jagged rocks and steep slopes, draining their energy even before combat. The adjutant silently thanked the daylight. Even the best-trained troops would struggle to march these paths at night. A sprained ankle in such conditions wouldn't just be inconvenient, it could jeopardize the entire unit. Gradually, the rough terrain began to ease. The jagged stones and sharp inclines diminished, signaling they were nearing their destination. It's just a thought, Barnas commented offhandedly, breaking the silence. The adjutant glanced at him. Barnas Hurrier was a man of contradictions, sometimes cruel and heartless, but other times strangely gentle. People, after all, couldn't be defined by a single trait. Perspective mattered. Barnas Hurrier was such a man, and so was Abnia. A benefactor to refugees, a supporter of orphanages for children who lost their parents to war, and even a figure who respected monks and prayed devoutly. He would work tirelessly, sacrificing his health for the kingdom's benefit. Yet for this war, Abnir had devised a strategy that demanded victory built upon sacrifice. Aspen wasn't moving with a small elite force alone. Wasn't this originally a force prepared to challenge the Empire? Barnas had dispatched Aspen's knights, the kingdom's core strength, to where they were most needed. Now, only the adjutant, the commanding officer, and a small fraction of their allied troops remained with him. "So I've heard," the adjutant replied flatly, devoid of emotion. Barnas clicked his tongue, displeased, but not enough to press further. Abnaya had outlined the plan, and Barnos agreed to it. They would be sacrifices, charging recklessly to inflict any wound on the enemy. How many knights would Narilia send? Abnaya wanted an assured victory, and for that they prepared sheer numbers, entire armies to accompany the knights. These forces would die, and Barnas would carve the word victory over their deaths. This was Abnaya's strategy. "Don't you trust me?" Barnas suddenly asked. "I only hope you can ease my unease," the adjutant replied, shaking his head. The battlefield Abnaya envisioned promised a decisive victory. He had brought forth all the forces and prepared even before Aspen's prior defeat at Green Pearl. A hidden trump card meant for later conflicts. This time, no traps or schemes to weaken Encrid existed. It would be a pure clash of strength. Abnaya's stance was clear: he would sap their strength before engaging head-on. This wasn't an ordinary fight. It was a gambit of fate, an audacious investment. Deceiving their own allies and sending them to die on the battlefield? It was madness, a strategy most wouldn't dare imagine, let alone execute. But Abnaya wasn't just anyone. Heroes who earned praise and fools condemned for defeat were often separated by a razor's edge. If victorious, no one would question his audacity. "Nice weather today," Barnas remarked, as if shaking off the heavy thoughts while reaching the destination Abnaya had chosen. 50 heavily armored infantrymen stood ready, armed with solid steel spears. They busied themselves preparing for battle as Barnas casually ate dried meat and bread, ignoring the tension. Armor clinked as they geared up, chainmail, plates, and reinforced arming doublets secured with chain-reinforced joints. Could a knight endure if struck repeatedly by these soldiers empowered with will? Barnas doubted it. He was confident he could fell one knight per strike if necessary, slicing through them with ease. But if a veteran wolf-beast knight suddenly attacked them from behind? "Wow, I'm pretty petty," Barnas muttered to himself with a grin. He didn't see this as dishonorable. It was strategy, plain and simple, and he embraced it with unshakable resolve. "Don't you ever wonder why we fight like this?" Barnas asked, dragging the adjutant back into conversation. The adjutant wasn't oblivious. He understood the events unfolding but lacked insight into just how coldly pragmatic Abnaya could be. Or perhaps he did and followed anyway. Barnas didn't press further. Knowledge or ignorance changed nothing now. At the rear, their troops stood ready. For now, Barnas indulged his curiosity as the adjutant spoke, answering for his stubborn yet respected superior. Because border guard grew too big. It sounded ridiculous, yet wasn't entirely wrong. Of course, border guard was a city and had no voice to object, though. If anyone would dispute it, it would be Krais. While skirmishes persisted across the continent, large-scale wars had long been rare. Decades of peace, or what passed for it, had stretched on. In the meantime, nations like Narilia had grown complacent, their internal divisions worsening. Count Mosan's achievements had showcased the kingdom's strength, but cracks were beginning to show. For decades they prepared, waiting for the storm that would inevitably ignite the continent in flames. No one knew whether the beginning would be a demonic realm or some other country, or perhaps nothing would happen at all. Nevertheless, preparations had been made. The nations have stockpiled their power. By power, I mean, right? I'm not the only one raising knights, am I? Barnas served as an excellent listener, nodding in agreement. His adjutant also nodded, a helmet with a metal visor that could conceal his face hanging at his side. Of course, the major southern nations and even Krais and the Holy State would have advanced to the center of the continent if Narilia had fallen. That was the commander's prediction. Neither Barnas nor the commander were prophets who could divine the future. They merely perceived the facts with clarity. And yet Narilia, expected to be ransacked, fragmented and ruined at the hands of Count Mulsanne, had turned the tables repeatedly. Its beginning was the border guard. Its finale, the demon slayer. They had displayed power without reservation, and through that Narilia birthed an exceptional king. Sure, there were schemes and meddling from other nations in between, but regardless, Narilia endured and survived it all. Those who had wished for Mulsanne's success now placed their next move with regret. Had they remained idle, Border Guard would have taken Green Pearl as well, and their momentum would have been lost. Thus, there was inevitably a weakened nation. Who else could it be but Aspen? It was only natural that Aspen acted now. Those who had fervently prayed, whether through spells, faith, or sheer will, for Narilia's downfall, were still united in a single cause. As such, it was almost certain that the South would provoke their yearly conflicts again, ensuring that the Crimson Cloak Order couldn't withdraw. Kairos, in the northwest of Narilia, would likely make similar moves, while the Holy State might lodge some protests as well. Some threats would be minor nuisances or mere verbal challenges, but even these were enough for Barnas to consider himself to have gained another advantage, especially now that all their forces are exposed. The forces that Narilia had supposedly kept hidden, at least from an outsider's perspective, had proven their worth. Their capabilities were made clear through their achievements. Yes, they fought well. That much was obvious. But they had revealed themselves too clearly. From Aspen's standpoint, their enemy lost their mystery while they themselves had learned much about their foe. This was why Aspen's strategy shifted, from gradual probing strikes meant to chip away to an all-out strategy. Admittedly, Aspen had been dealt a heavy blow and lost Green Pearl, which also played a role. Here's the question. What happens after they crush Border Guard? Narilia would then hastily dispatch the Crimson Cloak Order. By that time, Aspen would have claimed Green Pearl entirely, patting their full bellies in satisfaction. Struggles, wars, and chaos would follow. We've been far too peaceful for too long. Barnas casually uttered a remark that would provoke curses from anyone who had lost family, friends, or lovers to war. Still, from a continental perspective, he wasn't entirely wrong. After all, the skirmishes between Aspen and the Border Guard weren't considered large-scale wars. As they bantered and filled their bellies, a rustling sound of wind slicing through foliage arose from the opposite thicket. Leaves and twigs fell to the ground with a rustle, creating a gap in the forest. Light seeped through the opening, penetrating the eyes of those watching. The light refracted through the lenses of their eyes, allowing them to discern the figures before them. "Just the two of you?" Barnas asked upon noticing the newcomers. Their destination was clearly a battlefield. It wasn't exactly an open area, but it was a space cleared enough for combat with trimmed vegetation, creating a makeshift arena. Two figures entered, a fairy and a human. The human was a blond man wielding a black greatsword. His appearance seemed vaguely familiar. "It's you, isn't it? That crazed murderer?" The human turned his head slightly toward the fairy beside him. "Have you been killing indiscriminately? He's not talking about me. He means you. How dense can you be? Deserve to be scorned by the barbarian. Me. Shinar ignored Ragna's light jab and turned her gaze forward. Before them stood a middle-aged beastkin who resembled a dog. Beastkin youth was known to last a long time, so he might have been old rather than middle-aged. "An old mutt? Quick with your tongue, I see." Barnas dusted off his rear as he stood up, retrieving his weapon and slipping it over his hand. 3 sharp claws adorned the back of his hand, attached to his wrist by straps, and extending to elbow-length gauntlets. "I damaged my claws fighting as a child. Although he used to fight barehanded, he had lost 2 fingers to Cypress of the Crimson Cloak Order 10 years ago. Since then, Barnas had adopted the claw as his weapon of choice. Embarrassed by the switch, Barnas muttered this explanation, though no one present paid attention to his bashfulness.
Not that it mattered. Full squad, to arms.
Barnas's adjutant shouted. The human and the fairy both snapped their heads forward, their gazes fixed firmly on Barnas. Their joking demeanor vanished, replaced by sharp, unwavering stares. Before them stood a heavily armed enemy unit, their spears aimed skyward, led by a wolf beastkin who appeared to be a knight. "A knight, is it?" Barnas asked, thinking fortune was on his side. If there were only two here, the rest would be an easier fight. The crazed murderer gave no reply, raising his sword instead. Had this guy ever answered any of his questions from the beginning? No, he hadn't. "This bastard," Barnas muttered with a grin, feeling the rising irritation that came with facing such a character. Chapter 530. Uncertainty and conviction. Barnas Hurrier, contrary to his savage appearance, was a man capable of meticulous calculation. Though he might look like a dog salivating at the sight of a battlefield, and being a wolf beastkin didn't help with that impression. But inside he was a serpent keeper, harboring dozens of cunning snakes. When he saw the two knights standing against him, he swiftly made his calculations. Victory is mine. Why such certainty? Because Barnas already had a rough estimate of the number of troops Narilia would send into the Penhanel mountain range. Even if every soldier who entered the mountains was a knight, the numbers worked in his favor. It wasn't that hard to gauge their forces. His side commanded a fairy unit adept at navigating the terrain, and they had already employed lures to test their enemies' reactions. If their foes had blindly charged into the Penhanel mountain range en masse, Barnes would have judged them to be led by a cowardly commander with few knights at their disposal. But the enemy had split their forces, almost as if they'd seen through his intent, and 2 knights had been sent to this position. Still, Barnas was confident even if he had to face the pair alone. Why? Even if he had 50 heavily armored soldiers as a shield, wouldn't he still outnumbered them in a 1 versus 2 situation? That perspective was naive. People who thought that way understood only half the equation. Barnas, alongside Abnaya, had been relentless, scattering bait through every diplomatic and political channel they could reach, including the Ekans family, renowned for their administrative influence. They had scurried around like dogs to ensure that none of the knights from Narilia's Red Cloak Order would make it here. Not all knights are equal. Those who saw all knights and thought that they were the same were clueless. That was as absurd as believing all soldiers were identical. Even among knights, the gap between their abilities was vast. This disparity wasn't visible to the untrained eye. But for someone who had reached the level of a knight, it was undeniable. The differences were apparent in judgment, spatial awareness, and how they wielded their strength. This was why Barnas was confident, so long as Cyprus, the strongest of the Red Cloak Knights, wasn't among his opponents. Had another knight joined the 2 before him, Barnas still wouldn't have been worried. Even if an equally skilled knight were added to the mix, Barnas would still have predicted his victory. In the end, only 2 knights had come. From that fact alone, Barnas could deduce the broader situation on the battlefield. So, this is how the game is set up. The battlefield was divided into 3 fronts, a strategy designed by Abnaya, but executed by Barnas himself. Why 3 fronts? The obvious reason was to divide the enemy forces. But there was a deeper purpose: to maximize the performance of their own troops. Knights aren't suited for fighting in close formations. Barnas had learned this from experience. Knights didn't become stronger when grouped together. More often, they got in each other's way. Unless their enemies overwhelmed them with sheer numbers, it was better to deploy superior, smaller units. Cooperation among knights didn't multiply their strength, it often diminished it. Of course, if they've trained together for years, that's a different story. Like twin knights, for example. But that was rare. Most knights with overflowing talent were too busy honing their individual skills to waste time practicing joint techniques. The same was true for the eccentric junior knight under his command, who had openly declared his ambition to surpass Barnes within the next decade. Barnes didn't see this as a flaw. Quite the opposite. He believed that fostering a competitive environment would continuously push his subordinates. He deliberately set up rivalries among those who had the potential to become knights. But Barnes always remained at the top, standing firm like an immovable pillar. This was how he trained his protégés. Given this dynamic, spreading his forces out was the optimal choice, especially since Abnaya had allocated troops to wear down the enemy on other fronts. Full-scale battle? It wasn't necessary. Barnes knew his other fronts would hold. That guy won't lose. Among his subordinates was a warrior who excelled in one-on-one combat, a man whose blade Barnes trusted second only to his own. Barnes considered every angle. What if the enemy abandoned one of the fronts or tried to retreat? Oh, please do. If they lost control of just one front, this battle would be over. Even if the enemy forces converged and became a larger unit, it wouldn't matter so long as that wasn't happening here. The enemy wouldn't abandon any of the three routes. Barnes knew this because he wouldn't if he were them. Letting one path fall would expose their rear, and while Barnes had ruled out a full frontal clash, losing their rear meant losing everything. A strategist would never take their opponent's words at face value. Barnes held one front. A vain subordinate and a newly rising knight held another. The third, led by a knight bound by a vow, was supported by General Frog, an adept commander who knew how to synchronize perfectly with a knight in combat. That third front will be the toughest. But it didn't matter. Barnes, moments before the battle, muttered to himself, "This is going to be fun. There will be many knights." Krais' voice boomed with certainty. "I estimate there could be 5. In such a battle, is it right to be so greedy? Even if luck is on our side and our numbers match theirs, how will we handle the other unpredictable factors?" Krais spoke with conviction, cutting off Encrid just as he was about to express his ambition. His warning carried weight, emphasizing the potential dangers of their situation. Krais knew the inherent variability of knights, how some could far surpass others in strength and skill. Even among knights, not all were created equal. Encrid knew this too, not just through observation, but through personal experience. Through battles fought alongside Ragna and Shinar. Against the Eastern King, the demon fragment of the Grey Forest, and Acher. Time and time again, he had pushed past his limits and grown. Victory was never a certainty in battle. That was the rule. "I see. Hardened. Iron. Though." Yet, Encrid's simple response was frustrating. Even with his wealth of experience, he seemed unmoved by Krais' argument. This left Krais deeply uneased. But Barnes calculated, and Krais nervously shook his legs. Elsewhere on the battlefield, others destined to meet finally encountered each other. Why do humans hate one another? Rem listened to the brat blocking his way and scanned his surroundings, tilting his head from side to side. There were a lot. Through the dense undergrowth, a sinister killing intent pricked his skin. It was intimidating enough, though not strong enough to cause even a scratch. It's not as bad as when Ayul gets mad. The one blocking the path was a knight of Aspen. The figure, resembling an indigo-maned beast, kept his gaze down as he continued to speak, regardless of what Rem might be thinking. With melancholy eyes and a deep composed voice, he seemed intent on appearing profound. His head tilted at an angle, chin raised just enough to aim his gaze toward the sky. Rem wondered, what the hell is this idiot looking at? Doesn't it hurt his eyes? That is likely the trial the world has given us, the knight declared. And we must overcome it. Rem placed a hand on his axe handle and shifted his weight onto one leg. He felt like yawning but wasn't particularly sleepy. After all, he had rushed here upon hearing Encrid's words, only to meet these clowns. To an outsider, neither side seemed particularly eager to fight. "What about the ones hiding nearby?" Rem asked in his usual slouched posture. "The swamp of Monter." The answer came from behind. There were two blocking Rem's path, and the second one, standing in the rear behind the first knight, had crimson eyes like rubies embedded in his eye sockets. They didn't look like ordinary human eyes. Pupils split vertically. They resembled those of a beast, and the savage aura emanating from his entire body reinforced that impression. There was even the faint scent of sorcery. Rem was now certain, thought back to his suspicions. There was someone in Aspen who was tampering with sorcery. Judging from its origin, it didn't seem to follow the typical paths of Western sorcery, but rather something branching into different territory. The unsettling mist of annihilation in the previous battle had hinted at it, and now this peculiar figure had appeared. Who could be responsible for such sorcery? Rem scratched his head with his thumb as he mused. The madman of immortality is dead. That guy was a brawler by nature, not one to delve deeply into sorcery. Yet he had claimed he would achieve immortality, a pursuit as ridiculous as it was impossible. The strange aura surrounding this red-eyed fellow, however, wasn't likely a relic of that lunatic's experiments. Then what was it? As the fool in front spewed poetic nonsense, Rem quickly sized up the situation and the enemy's tricks. Possession? It was a type of sorcery that used the body as a medium. It resembled Rem's own talents, but what would happen if someone without natural aptitude attempted such a thing? Beyond shaving years off their lifespan, they'd likely fall deathly ill after every use. That's if they were lucky. No, there must be some sort of safeguard in place. The aura was more disciplined than expected. It wasn't an undeveloped technique. They were using it while managing its side effects or drawbacks. The whole thing piqued Rem's curiosity. The source and origin of that sorcery in particular. After all, he had a vested interest in the subject. Still, it's more refined than that idiot Molson's crap. Compared to crafting knights through chimera research, this approach seemed far more sophisticated. That was as far as Rem's assessment of the enemy's strength went. The front man, pretending to recite poetry, was a barking knight. The red-eyed one who had risen to knights through sorcery, and about 100 bugs. Surrounding him was the swamp of Monter, an assassination guild. If the dagger of Geogher had a reputation spanning the entire continent, the swamp of Monter's was restricted to Aspen's sphere of influence. Formed from assassins funded by Aspen's king and nobles, they could be seen as illegitimate offspring of the monarchy. Neither naturally formed nor fully integrated into the kingdom's forces, they remained a hybrid force. Like bastards being accepted into a household during dire circumstances, they had been absorbed into the kingdom and restructured over time. Each assassin was armed with poisoned daggers, darts, toxic sand, nets and grappling spears, all eyes trained on Rem with menacing gazes. Even without seeing them individually, Rem could feel their presence. Though assassins didn't necessarily fight with emotionless precision, the tension in the air was palpable. But as usual, Rem couldn't care less. "I'm sad, deeply sad, to think I must kill another chosen by the gods born with such talent." And the bastard in front of him was equally indifferent. It was clear from his arrogance that he was certain of victory, looking down on Rem and possibly high on something. His ramblings were annoying. When something annoyed Rem, he spoke his mind. "Have you been dining with ghouls? What the hell did you eat to mess yourself up like this?" Trained under Encrid, Rem's sharp tongue lashed out. Chapter 531. Not all knights are the same. To kill or not to kill, that is the question. The man hesitated for a moment, but then spoke again in the same tone as before. The poetic knight of Aspen had wavy, deep indigo hair, a high nose bridge, and deep-set eyes framed by slightly recessed cheekbones. Overall, he was reasonably handsome. Not as much as Encrid or Krais, of course. Regardless of his looks, Rem decided to mock this idiot. Huh? What did you say? Hard to hear a guy who's been fooling around with ghouls. The term fooling around is typically used for animals mating and ghouls. Being sexless creatures couldn't engage in such acts. Even if they could, no one in their right mind would do such a thing. Thus, this was a step beyond asking if someone's mother was a ghoul, a sharp jab meant to provoke. What did you say? Quite the peculiar taste you've got there. What nonsense are you spouting, huh? Can't hear me. What? Got bad ears? Ghoul, fool, hooked up, ate each other. You freak. Rem kindly broke the words down syllable by syllable, and the man, dumbfounded, listened silently. What the hell did that lunatic barbarian just say? It didn't take long for the words to travel from his ears to his brain. The man, confident in his appearance, prided himself on his soulful eyes and poetic flair. It was all pretension. Rem's words made veins bulge visibly on the forehead of the Knight of Aspen's Royal Knight's Order, who aspired to be nicknamed the Poet Knight. The veins were so thick and pronounced it was surprising they didn't burst. His bare head, devoid of a helmet, made them even more noticeable. "Do not be swayed by a madman's words," a red-eyed figure said from the knight's rear. "Oh, he did get hooked up with ghouls, you say? Hooked up?" Rem, childishly sticking out his tongue, spat nonsense. The Aspen Knight knew this was immature. He also knew he should ignore it. The problem was that the man taunting him radiated a presence that couldn't be dismissed. Worse, he seemed genuinely relaxed. Even as he stood surrounded by the assassins from Monta's Swamp, he showed no tension, even picking his nose. His words, demeanor, and appearance, none of it sat well with the knight. "You like that?" Rem chuckled, asking with a smirk. The indigo-haired knight decided then and there to tear apart this barbarian's foul mouth with his own hands. "Your tongue is vile, barbarian." Had anyone ever treated him with such disdain before? Perhaps not. No one had ever mocked him this thoroughly, at least. This mockery awakened the devil within him, or so he thought. The knight, a new recruit to Aspen's elite order, lacked true mental discipline. And why wouldn't he? He had never once been outdone or left behind in his entire life. He was born with talent, honed it with effort, and was supported by a favorable environment. The genius of the Ekins family, Corwin Ekins was his name. Corwin placed his hand on his sword. Ting! The blade shimmered as it caught the light. He had named his sword Fate. If spoken in full, it meant predestined fate. "You, barbarian devoid of rhythm and romance, I shall claim your life." A natural-born genius, Corwin had the ability to glimpse the future from a young age. He could always see his opponent's attack trajectory and predict their next move. Thus, his sword Fate became the weapon that decided the destiny of his enemies. And since he had never lost a life-or-death battle, he had unshakable confidence in his blade and his skills. Corwin spoke once more as if reciting poetry, but Rem responded nonchalantly, picking his ear. "Sure, go ahead, you ghoul-loving freak. Give it a try. I told you not to engage him," the red-eyed figure added from behind. In terms of verbal sparring, Rem had already won. Corwin's veins thickened further, his sword pointed forward, emanating an imposing aura. As the tension built, Rem shrugged it off, but the red-eyed man, 2 steps behind Corwin, suddenly dug his toes into the ground and kicked forward. Thud! A mound of dirt flew toward Rem with a loud noise. Rem lowered his chin, raised both arms, and blocked the dirt. The motion was swift, taking place in the span of a single breath. In that fleeting moment, one of the assassins from Monta's Swamp fired a silent dart gun. The sound of earth scattering, the distraction of overwhelming pressure, these were all calculated tactics. A nearly silent needle flew through the air toward Rem. With a casual wave of his left hand, Rem swatted it away. To the untrained eye, his hand seemed to move in a blur, flicking up and down twice in rapid succession. Whoosh! A gust of wind followed, and the needle veered off course and fell to the ground. At the same time, a net with attached weights fell toward Rem's head, and blades shot up from beneath his feet. The assassins from Monter's swamp thought they had spotted an opening in their target's defenses. Of course, it was an intentional trap. Rem stood still for a moment, then suddenly grinned, swinging an axe he had somehow drawn unnoticed. To Corwin Ekins, all of this played out in slow motion, burning into his mind. Whack! The axe moved. Whack! 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 It moved continuously, demonstrating its purpose with every swing. Each motion drew a line in the air, crushing the assassins like overripe fruits. Without even using the axe's blade, he had smashed and pulverized their heads. 7 assassins who had charged him met the same fate: skulls split, crushed, and shattered. The net, too, was torn into 6 pieces mid-air. All of this happened in the span of a single exhalation. "May your spirit dwell within me," murmured the red-eyed man as he began chanting a spell. It was a possession ritual, summoning the spirit of a high-ranking demon. His body trembled, drooled, and transformed as the demon's essence merged with his own. When his eyes opened again, his entire aura had changed, exuding a menacing presence. This was the forbidden art of embodying the spirit of a demon, a practice feared even among sorcery. Meanwhile, Rem leaned casually on a nearby tree, with one hand speaking nonchalantly. The big-eyed guy who set up this ambush seemed pretty worried. I couldn't figure out why, honestly. Looks like this is an easy fight for me. Even as he spoke, 3 more assassins lunged at him, using the same tactics as before. This time, darts and poison sand rained down. Rem leapt aside, leaving the tree he had been leaning on. The tree, now severed, began to tilt and fall. The assassins hiding near or on the tree scattered like ants hit by raindrops. Rem briefly scanned the chaos, then kicked a rock into the air and smashed it with the flat side of his axe. Clang! By adjusting his strength at the moment of impact, the rock flew faster than an arrow, striking an assassin's head and causing it to explode. Pop! Blood and brain matter sprayed in all directions. Rem, unaffected, continued speaking, resting his axe on his shoulder. "And the leader, you said you wouldn't sacrifice your allies? Then just do it, right? What's the point of talking? Just kill anyone who attacks. Simple, no?" The Knights of Aspen briefly exchanged glances, then spread out to reposition. Their combat styles were different. But Corwin Ekin's fate allowed him to foresee the future. Thus, Corwin could coordinate effortlessly with his allies, even if he despised it. Rem watched them adjust their positions around him. The red-eyed man's body briefly dissolved into red mist before reforming. This was the work of the demon he had summoned, a vampire lord. But Rem, unfazed, muttered to his axe still on his shoulder, "Are you feeling good today?" The question wasn't directed at an enemy. It was my axe asking me that, echoing its own sentiments back to me. My descending weapon had just conveyed that it was in a good mood today, eager to play. Assassins regrouped, surrounding us in a formation. Having faced Jackson before, Rem didn't even find Monster's swamp remotely impressive. Neither did the other 2. Amateurs, cripples even. As Barna's Hurrier had confidently declared, not all knights are created equal. Have you ever fought someone whose will never runs dry? Fell had been provoked, spewing nonsense about the air feeling different as Encrid ascended to another level, consumed by madness. Jackson, too, seemed shaken, stealing glances at Encrid, and Rem was no exception. A knight was not the endgame. Encrid communicated this with his actions and presence, and it resonated deeply with Rem. "Do you know how hard I pushed myself, training like crazy, all because of that guy?" As Rem spoke, he let his left hand hang loose. It was time to show his true combat style, something he'd never revealed to allies. His hand brushed against his waist, soon gripping the end of a thick leather strap. At the end of the strap was a leather pouch, just the right size to hold something in his palm. A sling. The strap was crafted from tiger sinew and twisted owlbear leather, all handmade. The pouch was reinforced with scales dismantled from a drake's armor, a modification that once made Krais smack his forehead. Do you have any idea how much that's worth? Should I care? No, just live in ignorance. Krais never intended to convince Rem. He spoke out of sheer exasperation, unable to let it go. Even if he were beaten within an inch of his life, Krais couldn't have held his tongue. It was similar to how Encrid couldn't sleep a single night without training. Rem had scoured riverbanks, collecting dozens of rounded stones, and even had the blacksmith forge metal projectiles of a similar shape. The sling, now unwound, trailed down to Rem's feet. Its length was absurdly long, but it suited him perfectly. In his right hand, the axe. In his left, the sling. This was Rem's ultimate combat form, the same he had used to kill the cannibal warrior long ago. Man, it's been ages since I used this. Consider yourselves honored, you ghoul-loving bastards. Rem sneered at his foes as he spoke. Corwin no longer reacted to his words. He discarded any pretense of pride or vanity. As an Aspen knight who had survived countless battles, his instincts whispered a terrifying truth. The gray-haired beast before him was more dangerous than anyone he'd ever faced. For a fleeting moment, Corwin even thought this opponent seemed greater than his master Barna's Harriet. Nonsense. He quickly dismissed the thought. Allowing an enemy to take root in his mind was the fastest path to defeat. A knight must sharpen the blade of their resolve. I will win. Corwin reaffirmed his determination. Opposite to him, the red-eyed man coldly assessed the situation. He, too, recognized the need to fortify his resolve. Through sorcery that infused intent into his body, he had become a knight. Unconventional, yes, but not dishonorable. Even Barna's Harriet had acknowledged it. That's an interesting technique. So what if people mock you for it? Why should you care? As long as you're confident, that's all that matters. Besides, in the end you'll meet everyone on the same path. It's just a matter of method. With Aspen's greatest knight validating him, the red-eyed man steeled his mind for the one he believed in. Hoo-hung, hoo-hung, hoo-hung. Rem began spinning his sling. A circular blur soon formed above his head. Whee! The sound alone was enough to overwhelm the surroundings. Without hesitation, Rem extended his left arm and released the sling, proving that the sound wasn't just for show. Bang! The projectile struck an assassin's skull, scattering blood and brain matter in a radial spray across the ground. The remains splattered against a large tree trunk nearby, leaving marks akin to smashed ripe tomatoes. The dead assassin and the tree stood more than 10 paces apart. Cream, huang, wee. As soon as one projectile was launched, the sling spun again. Next one's coming. Without missing a beat, Rem prepared his second shot. Corwin, sensing the trajectory of the projectile, activated his ability, a vision of fleeting futures. Seeing no point to remain passive, Corwin slashed through the air with his sword surging forward and bringing his blade down in a vertical arc. As the sword neared Rem's back, an axe appeared, deflecting the blade with a loud clang. At that moment, the red-eyed man descended from above, clawed fingers outstretched, aiming for Umma's head. But Rem's axe wasn't just for show. It battered away all 10 of the incoming claws as well. Clang! 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 Sparks flew, and for a moment the air grew hot. Hoo-on! With a swift motion, Rem swung his axe and released his second sling projectile at an angle before it reached full speed. Ping! Pow! Bang! Another assassin fell, killed instantly. It was an unpredictable attack timing, momentarily freezing the group of assassins. Attack all at once! Those who hesitate will face a punishment far worse than death." The red-eyed man's shout spurred the assassins back into action. Still, none of this registered as a threat to Rem. Even against two knights, he felt no pressure. These guys are easier to deal with than that directionally challenged idiot or the stray cat. More than anything, sparring with Encrid was far more fun. That was Rem's honest opinion. Chapter 532. The pressing sword. "Though I expected you to mount to something big, are you really the demon slayer?" The speaker was Knight Jamal, a name even Barna's Hurrier wouldn't easily overcome in a duel. Jamal, however, had a history with the blue-eyed man with black hair standing before him. Once under a pact with Abnaya, Jamal had tried and failed to strike down this man. That failure left a deep impression on him. How could it not? It was heavy. Jamal's blade had trembled as it parried the man's blow, which was far from light. That moment etched itself into Jamal's memory. He hadn't anticipated his opponent would withstand the strike. In fact, unexpected would be a better word for it. Even their brief exchange afterward left a mark. The man had spoken of honor, calling it a rare privilege to face a knight's blade in battle. Jamal muttered, clicking his tongue. There was a tinge of regret. Meeting under such circumstances dampened the memory of their encounter. "Do you know him?" The question came from General Frog, standing beside him. Jamal nodded lightly, and Frog scrutinized the man closely. Certain faces stick in memory forever, and Frog prided himself on remembering faces, especially those of striking humans. "Ah, that's where I know him from," Frog murmured. He recalled the man, now a soldier-killer, the one who had slain one of his men in a battlefield skirmish where Frog had intervened for sport, but failed to kill his target. And this man turned out to be the demon slayer? Frog, too, possessed a knack for appraising potential. Back then, this one hadn't even seemed noteworthy compared to the gray-haired axe-wielder whom Frog found far more threatening. Frog had withdrawn from that field, unable to guarantee victory. He remembered now kicking this man aside, certain he would die in battle, sooner rather than later. But here he was not only surviving Jamal's blade, but now was also Aspen's most dangerous enemy. Something doesn't add up, Frog muttered, raising 3 stubby white-tipped fingers. Some frogs might attempt artistry with such fingers pursuing impossible dreams, but Frog had mastered his practical talents. As a frontline commander, he hadn't reached a knight's rank, but was recognized as a sub-knight capable of leading troops effectively. At his signal, the soldiers around him moved. 20 crossbows were aimed, forming a half-circle around Encrid, each bolt loaded and ready. It was a sight to behold. 20 crossbows targeting a single man who stood there seemingly unfazed. The scene played out in an artificial clearing, carved from the forest of the Penhanel Mountains. Frog had orchestrated this advantage, clearing the terrain to fight on favorable ground. The enemy wouldn't have seen it coming. The general had scouted tirelessly, sending patrols in teams of 5 to survey the surroundings. His conclusion: their commander is an idiot. The jab, of course, was directed at Krais. Encrid stood alone, his right hand resting on his waist, his left hanging loosely. He glanced around casually. "You're serious about this?" he asked suddenly. "Serious? What kind of question is that for a battlefield?" Frog replied smoothly, skilled in psychological warfare. Meanwhile, 2 more squads moved behind Encrid, assembling long spears to aim at him. Now, 20 crossbows faced him from the front, 20 spears from the rear, and 20 soldiers with swords and shields held the front line. Each was a well-trained soldier personally prepared by Frog himself. Teeth were gritted audibly as some soldiers clenched their jaws. This was a perilous operation, yet they volunteered for it, driven by hatred. Hatred for Encrid, the man from Border Guard. "I am Encrid of Border Guard," the man introduced himself. "We know," Frog answered, placing his hands on the 2 loop swords at his waist. Thick-bladed, heavy weapons. They were his weapons of choice. "Are you really serious?" Encrid asked again. "Is pointless chatter your specialty? Or are you scared? If so, I understand." Frog replied, his calm voice exuding confidence. A leader, assured of victory. He knew his tone would bolster his troops' morale. "Fire!" he commanded. The 20 crossbowmen made as if to release their bolts, but Encrid remained unmoved. "Really?" he asked again, this time almost mockingly. "That bastard!" One soldier growled through gritted teeth, but the crossbows didn't fire. Instead, the 20 spearmen behind Encrid lunged. Their thrusts were unnervingly fast, precise, and lethal. This was a hallmark of Frog's rigorous training regimen. Behind, Frog anticipated that Encrid would dodge sideways. Predicting this, the crossbowmen adjusted their aim in advance. When facing a knight-level opponent, reacting too late spelled death. But Encrid didn't dodge. Instead, he swung his sword downward, pressing against 3 spear shafts at once. It was not a swift movement, but a crushing on as though a massive boulder had slammed into them. The sheer weight of the strike drove the spearheads into the ground, while Encrid deflected others with a leather wrist guard or sidestepped their trajectories. It was a display of mastery, reading every attack and responding with overwhelming power and precision. Not a single soldier died, but 3 spearmen collapsed, trembling from the shock. Frog's cheeks puffed out in frustration. Even the spear shafts Encrid struck had not shattered, merely driven into the earth. Yet the men who held them were quaking on their knees. "Ha! Jamal let out a sound of pure admiration as he witnessed the scene. Among those present, only he grasped what had just occurred. "Again!" General Frog shouted, though the command was for a different formation this time. "Waha!" A group of soldiers armed with swords and shields charged forward with loud cries, while crossbowmen split to the sides, firing their bolts. "Thududong!" Neither Abnaya, nor Barnas, Haria, nor General Frog expected their current forces to defeat a knight, or even inflict serious harm. The strategy was merely to scratch, distract, or cause some minor inconvenience enough to tip the scales in favor of their allied knights. These soldiers were effectively sacrificial pawns. But they hadn't anticipated this level of futility. "Was I arrogant?" thought Frog. "What is a knight? A calamity." The man before them embodied that truth. He brought his sword down 3 times, each stroke carving an afterimage into the air. Though his movements appeared slower than the arrows that flew toward him, every one of those arrows fell harmlessly to the ground. Clink, clatter. The sound echoed as the arrows broke or bounced away. "How?" the Frog General muttered, unable to comprehend the sheer impossibility of it all. When the spear phalanx made its move, Encrid countered with another downward strike of his sword, snapping 4 spear shafts cleanly in 2. The sturdy shafts, crafted from heavily treated birch wood, broke like brittle reeds. The jagged edges resembled the fangs of a wild beast. With a casual swing, Encrid swept the splintered remains aside as another volley of bolts came for him. He brought his blade down once more, scattering them like dust. Then came the squad of desperate soldiers armed with swords and shields, their faces contorted with grim resolve. Their clenched jaws, visible beneath their helmets, betrayed their desperation. These men were prepared to die if it meant so much as tearing the hem of their enemy's clothes, or at the very least forcing him to expend his secondary weapon. Yet Encrid's sword fell upon them. The soldiers in its path raised their shields, as if the swing had been slow enough to meet them on their terms. The result was the same as before, a crushing blow that broke through shields, sent blood spraying from arms, and left many soldiers staggering to the ground, unable to recover from the sheer force of the impact. "Ark! Ha!" The unfortunate few whose arms snapped under the blow screamed in pain. "A crushing sword," Jamal murmured to himself. Encrid nodded, acknowledging the observation. "Ha! Jamal let out another cry of admiration. This confirmed everything he had suspected. The young man he once knew hadn't just become a knight. He had returned as someone far greater. You've become an interesting one. If Encrid had been a rookie knight drunk on his sense of omnipotence, perhaps the reckless tactics employed by the sacrificial units might have worked. Even a single scratch would have been advantageous. A well-trained unit, after all, was intimidating by mere presence. The physical toll of a prolonged battle could leave even a victorious knight vulnerable to a final bolt fired at an exhausted opponent. But Encrid was no ordinary knight. Though newly appointed, he carried the experience and cunning of a seasoned warrior. He responded to provocations not with words but with decisive actions. From the start, Encrid had dismissed General Frog's provocation as insignificant. As evidence, General Frog had swung his two heavy looped swords at Encrid, but he had shattered Frog's twin swords with a single strike and kicked him aside. The sacrificial charges, spear thrusts, and relentless volleys of crossbow bolts were meaningless. They were fighting a true force of nature, a disaster, a knight. Good, very good, Jamal muttered aloud, unable to contain his excitement. There was something about Encrid that stirred the blood. The crushing sword, a technique Jamal remembered vividly. Years ago, he had asked Encrid how he had managed to block his attack. A crushing sword had been the answer. It was now clear why Encrid had chosen to face the entire formation on his own. He was calling out to him. Jamal resolved himself and stepped forward. The refined will emanating from him weighed heavily upon the battlefield, pressing down on Encrid. Yet Encrid rejected the pressure as naturally as he breathed. "I never liked Abnaya's methods," Jamal said. "In a knight's duel, there are things more important than victory principles and honor. Why should a knight bear even the slightest shame to his honor? The purity of their resolve is what gives their strength its true form." "Sir Jamal," General Frog called, retrieving his broken sword. "Step back. If you stay too close and you'll die," Jamal warned, his gaze fixed on Encrid. At last, Encrid gave a faint smile. Recognition flashed in his eyes as he regarded his opponent. Memories surfaced of battles fought, of comrades lost. The image of Ragna, slain by his blade, burned brightly in his mind. "Are you ready to die?" Encrid asked. "Ha! Arrogant brat," Jamal smirked. Both men grinned, their mutual anticipation palpable. Was this a contest of equals? Perhaps not. Jamal, a knight of many years, was polished and well-versed in his craft. By all accounts, he should triumph. Yet Encrid had long abandoned thoughts of victory or defeat. The sheer exhilaration coursing through him was enough to ignite his very being. "Fun, isn't it?" Encrid asked, his voice carrying the manic edge of a man fully immersed in the thrill of battle. Jamal, too, had once burned with that wild fervor. Now, faced with Encrid's raw, unrestrained energy, he felt that fire rekindle within him. "It will be," Jamal replied firmly. In an instant, the space between them collapsed as their swords met. Boom! Jamal swung his vibrating blade in a wide arc. Encrid intercepted the strike with his gladius, the two swords clashing with a resounding metallic clang. Sparks flew as the two warriors traded a single strike, crossed paths, and turned to face each other once more. "Not bad," Jamal remarked, unfazed despite his opening strike being deflected. Of course, this was not his true specialty. Chapter 533. Plunder Knight Jamal wielded his will, making the sword in his right hand hum. Whoom! The sword vibrated again, resonating with intensity. Encrid saw the trembling blade create afterimages. It seemed as if the sword had multiplied into dozens, perhaps hundreds of blades, resembling the rapid wing beats of a bee. Unless that sword was a chatterbox like Akka, this had to be Knight Jamal's swordsmanship. "Try taking this one." Jamal swung his sword. There was no sound of his feet striking the ground, nor the blade cutting through the air. When a knight at his level swung a sword with intent, it moved beyond ordinary perception. The speed surpassing limits silenced even the sound. This phenomenon was called the moment sound dies, a term coined by a bard attempting to describe it. In reality, it was nothing more than a sword swung faster than sound. To the average person, the motion seemed to mismatch the sound entirely. But for those who dwelled in this realm, within the space where sound itself died, it was all the same. Using foresight, Encrid anticipated Jamal's attack a step ahead, yet simultaneously realized it was nearly impossible to evade. The trajectory was difficult to avoid. No, it was a strike aimed not to be dodged, but to demand a block. It seemed like a move to settle the duel in a single blow, rather than through successive strikes. Dodging would concede the initiative to his opponent. Encrid decided to intercept the incoming trajectory, pouring all his strength into an upward slash. Deflect it. The moment his will took form, it solidified into a weighty force coursing strength through his legs, abdomen, and then right arm. The heart of the beast naturally came into play. Boom! The clash of their weapons produced a thunderous explosion. This time, neither moved past the other. Their blades struck and both were forced 2 steps back. "You're crude?" Encrid responded with a slight tilt of his chin, signaling, "You're cruder." Woo-wong. Jamal's sword continued to hum, the vibrations creating consistent waves, which in turn enhanced the power within his strikes. Knights harnessed will to exceed the limits of physical strength. With waves incorporated into his strikes, Jamal's blade could cleave even refined steel effortlessly. That was the nature of the strength imbued in Jamal's sword. On the other hand, Encrid had blocked purely with brute force. The isolation technique had tempered his body like never before, while the heart of the beast amplified the strength within it. This ensured that the force of their clashing blows was nearly equal. That was why Jamal had called him crude. Though Jamal employed technique, his opponent seemed to rely entirely on raw will, like a blunt instrument. Was it wasteful recklessness? Or was it simply overwhelming natural strength, taking on waves with sheer force? As Jamal observed, Encrid switched his sword to his other hand and shook his right hand to disperse the impact. Seeing this, Jamal immediately thrust his sword forward. Though his tone was casual, the stabbing motion streaked toward Encrid's heart like a bolt of light. Blocking a slash with raw power was one thing, but how would he handle a precise thrust? Ting! Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta! Encrid deflected the thrusts with his sword, parrying each one. But he didn't just stop there. As he deflected, his sword twisted and flew toward Jamal's neck like a noose. Jamal leaned backward, pulling his extended sword back while bending at the waist. The blade narrowly skimmed his chin too fast for even a drop of blood to spill. The sword, now aimed downward, fell toward his abdomen. Jamal, still bending backward, pulled his weapon with greater force. The length of Jamal's weapon gave him an advantage. He judged that instead of retreating, a slash would give him the upper hand. The instantaneous decision was effective. Encrid had to hurl himself sideways to avoid exposing his neck, while dodging the thrust aimed at his abdomen. Whoosh! Jamal's sword sliced through the air where Encrid had been moments ago. By then, Encrid had already shifted a step and a half to the side. Jamal quickly regained his stance and smiled. "So you're not just about brute strength, huh?" Realizing his opponent's skills were formidable, Jamal felt a flicker of envy. How many years had it been since he became a knight? The man standing before him, who had survived his sword, had only recently reached the level of a knight. Barely a year, if even that. Yet both his strength and technique were comparable to Jamal's. Would Cowan despair if he saw this? That guy had always been intoxicated by his own talent since childhood. His arrogance and enjoyment of that talent were also part of his genius. But judging by raw talent alone, The man before Jamal seemed equally exceptional. A refined blade, Encrid resembled a sword forged through countless strikes of the hammer, molded and tempered with relentless effort, satisfied with talent alone, or carving a path through sheer effort. Jamal was mistaken, though it wasn't his fault. It wasn't mere effort. Encrid had broken through limitations again and again, but Jamal couldn't have known that. Having reached the level of a knight, who would dare question Encrid's potential now? Mistake or not, the reality remained unchanged. Jamal raised his blade, once more scrutinizing his opponent. Waves won't work, huh? Then, what should he try next? Jamal transitioned to his next move. Though he excelled at waves, it wasn't his specialty. No matter who his opponent was, Jamal never revealed his full hand immediately. He enjoyed unveiling his techniques one by one. Barnes disliked this aspect of Jamal's personality, yet this approach aligned perfectly with Jamal's abilities. Thus, this was Jamal's best effort. The next move was orthodox blade techniques, and in this situation Jamal felt exhilarated. How long had it been since he experienced such a thrill? From the moment he first picked up a sword, there were few who could rival him. The first time he truly felt his life was in danger was when he faced the monster known as Barnes Hurrier. That man was, in every sense, a beast. Since then, few opponents had managed to give Jamal even a fraction of that tension. In recent years, such moments had become rare. Knights weren't free to roam as they pleased, meaning opportunities to face enemies in combat were limited. And now, of all things, the opponent giving him this long-forgotten sense of exhilaration was a fellow knight. Jamal outwardly expressed his delight, while Encrid, the source of his excitement, remained calm, his face unreadable. "I'll be serious now," Jamal said. With that, he swung his sword once more. It was a straightforward, honest attack, devoid of the hesitation of a novice. The speed was relentless, leaving no time to think. Fast, and then even faster. The moment Encrid perceived the motion of Jamal's blade, he was forced to react. When Jamal's sword abandoned its subtle tremors for sheer speed, it moved like a streak of light. Encrid responded. He had no choice. Failure to react meant death. When Jamal's blade surged upward and descended, Encrid parried the strike, twisting his sword into a counterthrust. Jamal evaded, retaliating with a horizontal slash. Clang! Ting! Clatter! Sparks flew between the two, the air between them ablaze. Anyone capable of following the fight could see that it was impossible to determine who held the upper hand. Jamal appeared to falter at times, but always extended his blade. Stabbing and slashing, he made sure their swords collided repeatedly. Even the trajectory and speed of Jamal's sword, far beyond the threat posed by the ghouls in the grey forest, were harrowing. A blade no ordinary swordsman could hope to evade. Countless strikes rained down on Encrid, but he received them all. Gradually, as Encrid adapted to Jamal's speed, he began to mix his defense with counterattacks. It was then that Jamal spoke. "I'll tell you my specialty." Catching his breath, he continued. "It's better for you to know and die than to look at me with those resentful, clueless eyes." Clang! Hi! Their swords collided again, sparks flying in brilliant bursts of blue and red, illuminating the space between them. A searing heat pushed against the sunlight, and the will coursing between them became an invisible force, repelling their surroundings. The soldiers watching were awestruck, their mouths agape. One unlucky onlooker was struck by a pebble flung by the combat's ferocity, crying out in pain. From an outsider's perspective, it was as if a storm had erupted between the two combatants. None could discern how the blades moved or in what way they collided. It was beyond comprehension. Amidst it all, Jamal's voice rang out. "The name of my sword is Plunder." Jamal's engraved weapon lacked the overwhelming strength of Aura's blade, or the feather-light swiftness of another's. It was a long sword, unremarkable in appearance. However, the will imbued within it absorbed and dispersed the will of his opponents. In essence, with plunder, I don't tire. When one grasps will and ascends to knighthood, the first lesson is understanding one's limits. Jamal had learned and pondered those limits, eventually arriving at a single question. What if I could take from others? The reason for this ability's manifestation? Perhaps it stemmed from a life spent taking what belonged to others. Jamal had stolen his sibling's position, usurped his father's house, and claimed ownership of a noble family, despite being born an illegitimate child. Had he misstepped, he might have been nothing more than a skilled bandit with a knife. But he had become a knight, accustomed to a life of taking. That was Jamal. At its core, plunder wasn't a weapon designed to absorb will entirely. It scattered it instead. The will taken from his opponent didn't become his own. Will didn't function that way. But it gave the illusion of doing so. Wave sword techniques, orthodox forms, and blinding speed, all of it was a means to this end. Clashing with his blade drained his opponent. For every unit of will his enemy expended, they would need 3 to match his. How long can you endure? Jamal grinned confidently. Encrid, however, hadn't been listening to Jamal's words for a while now. He had taken the insights gained from his consciousness world with Acker and embedded them into his physical training, turning knowledge into instinct. Now he simply unleashed it all in real combat, repeatedly showing what he had learned. Why? This is maddening. It was exhilarating, a type of excitement Encrid had never felt before. That joy set his spirit ablaze. Chapter 534. Walking the path without walls, Jamal judged time to be on his side. He saw no need to exhaust himself by swinging his sword with full force. His engraved weapon, plunder, would steadily drain the strength of his opponent. The first time this happened to anyone, their expression always changed dramatically. At first, they wouldn't notice anything. Plunder worked like a mouse gnawing away at cheese, bit by bit. Then, at some point, their legs would give out all at once. That was the moment their face would turn pale. Watching that expression wasn't a source of joy for Jamal, but he couldn't deny the satisfaction. After all, seeing that face meant victory was at hand, and it was only natural to feel relief, mingled with a tinge of delight. And when the opponent was strong enough to send chills down his spine and make his heart race, yet the battle's outcome was already set in his favor. How could that not be thrilling? Now, it begins, Jamal muttered, preparing himself while explaining his weapon plunder. It was obvious. Once the opponent realized their strength was waning, they would have only one choice: kill before being drained. Moreover, Jamal wasn't alone. Around him were soldiers armed with crossbows, and a frog who was as skilled as a squire. The burden of the fight wouldn't fall solely on Jamal. In anticipation, Jamal adopted a defensive stance, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to hurl the short sword at his waist if an opportunity presented itself. His strategy was simple: endure the opponent's fierce attacks without giving them room to breathe, pushing them further into desperation. The harder they pushed themselves, the faster they would reach the limits of their will. They would feel their strength wane much earlier than they expected. Fierce attacks required greater will, making it inevitable. Even explaining his weapon plunder had been part of the strategy. Jamal had deliberately poisoned his opponent's mind with the urgency of despair. He lowered his center of gravity, planting his feet firmly on the ground, and raised his sword. From within his armor he activated a palm-sized scroll, a protection spell that would block a single attack that is strong enough to reach his armor. There was no harm in being cautious. Jamal employed every resource he had, doing what his survival instincts had taught him over the years. In his mind's eye, he imagined shackles binding his opponent's feet, growing heavier and heavier, until lifting a foot from the ground would become unbearable. Fully prepared, he moved forward, but the situation that unfolded was far from his expectations. Encrid didn't unleash a furious assault. His swordplay, compared to moments earlier, had slowed significantly. His strikes were deliberate, descending straight from above in a controlled arc. While the speed had lessened, the oppressive aura around his sword made the air thick and stifling, crushing Jamal from all sides. What's he playing at? Jamal used his will to shake off the oppressive force, and deflected Encrid's descending blade with a smooth motion of his own sword, avoiding any sparks from the collision. Ring! It was a graceful deflection, a masterful use of the flowing sword technique. This was Jamal's ultimate weapon, redirecting an opponent's frenzied strikes. The technique caused his opponents to gradually fall victim to plunder, crumbling under the poison of desperation. It was both his greatest tactic and his most effective weapon. Even Barnaz had considered him a troublesome opponent for this reason. To defeat you, it's absolutely necessary to end it quickly, Barnaz had once grumbled. Failing to achieve a quick victory meant their strength would be drained. And Jamal's flowing sword technique was exceptional, even among knights. Combined with his variety of defensive tools, like the scroll, Jamal's defenses were practically impenetrable. If needed, he could even throw daggers or circle his opponent endlessly to buy time. He was fast on his feet, knew assassin-like tactics, and exploited his opponent's impatience. But this was different. What the hell is this guy? Jamal didn't show it outwardly, but he was deeply perturbed. Encrid wasn't panicking, gasping for air, or showing any signs of distress. Since earlier, he had been striking with an unchanging expression. His only noticeable change, his face. It wasn't exactly a smile, but to Jamal, Encrid seemed utterly focused, almost as if enjoying himself. Upon closer observation, it became undeniable. What's so enjoyable? It reminded Jamal of a boy wielding a real sword for the first time, completely absorbed in play. Watching that face made the thrill Jamal felt earlier seem petty and hollow. Though his victory seemed certain, Jamal couldn't help but feel his elation cheapened in contrast to Encrid's purer enjoyment of the moment. The thought angered him. "Are you insane?" Jamal roared, swinging his sword furiously. His weapon, plunder, collided once more with Encrid's Valerian steel blade. Bang! The sound was quieter than before. The air didn't tremble, nor did it split with violent force. Instead, Encrid's sword, faintly glowing blue, moved like a snake, coiling around plunder and slipping through Jamal's defenses to pierce his shoulder. Thunk! Realizing he had been struck, Jamal quickly retreated. The wound wasn't deep, just a shallow stab to his shoulder blade and skin, but the sense of defeat stung deeply. Damn it! Jamal knew he had fallen for a psychological trick. Encrid had seized the upper hand in that moment, and Jamal had shown an opening. Though the wound was minor, it was a symbolic loss that tipped the scales against him. Bracing himself for Encrid to press the attack, Jamal was again surprised. Encrid didn't rush forward. Instead, he slashed at the air a few times before calmly sheathing his sword, and drawing another weapon, a sharp, needle-like blade. From a gladius to Valerian steel, and now to a fairy-forged blade called Spark. Holding Spark in front of his face, Encrid thrust it forward with a motion faster than sound. Jamal reacted with superhuman reflexes. For even with all his faults, he was still a knight. He twisted plunder upward to block, all the while retrieving a wide defensive short sword imbued with magic from his back. It resembled a cooking pan, broad and flat, but in the hands of a knight, it was a shield fortified by enchantments. Jamal was determined to endure. And endure he did, as Spark struck pillage, delivering a rapid barrage of precise and relentless thrusts. The assault demanded all of Jamal's concentration. His flowing sword technique, designed to conserve his will, was now being pushed to its limits just to fend off Encrid's relentless attack. The fight escalated into a storm. Bang! Clang! Clang! Their clash sent shockwaves through the air, splitting it apart and creating unnatural currents that radiated outward. The ground cracked, trees splintered, and rocks shattered as the battle raged on. "Fall back!" The frog general barked the order with wisdom born of experience. Staying too close to the duel meant courting death. At this point, survival required retreat. He didn't even entertain the thought of firing a bolt from his crossbow to intervene. What would he aim at to shoot? Should he trust his luck and shoot blindly? And what if it hit an ally's back? Honestly, neither option seemed likely to succeed. As the soldier retreated at Frog's command, the two combatants' weapons clashed relentlessly, colliding and probing each other's bodies. Amidst the sharp sounds of repeated strikes, a resounding metallic clang echoed, followed by a deafening explosion. Fragments flew over the soldiers' heads along with the explosion, pieces of armor. No matter how Frog looked at it, those fragments didn't seem to belong to the enemy. Encrid showcased his gladius with overwhelming pressure, then utilized spark for quick thrusts and concentrated strikes. He also demonstrated techniques emphasizing force and suppression, using his Valerian steel sword. That wasn't all. He gripped the blade and swung the sword like a bludgeon, incorporating unorthodox moves. Additionally, he introduced the Valan mercenary sword techniques. Mixing in irregular breathing, he sowed confusion in his opponent's rhythm and revealed the feint technique known as deceptive breath. Feigning exhaustion caused Jamal's eyes to glimmer momentarily. Encrid spotted it, immediately returning his breathing to normal. Jamal's eyes widened, filled with wild confusion. His gaze conveyed what words could not. "You bastard." With no time to speak, Jamal busied himself blocking the flurry of attacks. Encrid intensified the pressure by wielding the Valan mercenary sword, triad style. Feigning with spark in hand, he suddenly dropped the sword, hurling a whistle dagger instead. Jamal flinched in surprise, twisting his body like a startled worm. Encrid followed this by throwing a second whistle dagger at Jamal's waist. The knife-throwing technique he learned from Jackson exploded into action. Whiz! Just before the dagger could strike Jamal's waist, a sudden flash of light burst forth, deflecting it away. A protective spell imbued in a scroll had done its job. This fact remained unknown to Encrid, and he had no need to know. He was simply reveling in the moment. Encrid unleashed additional techniques, such as shadow thrust and double draw. Thud. Clang. Jamal managed to block the double draw, but he noticed that Encrid now held a sword in each hand. It was the Valan mercenary sword dual rhythm. The two blades moved with different tempos and patterns. The Valerian steel sword in Encrid's right hand bore down heavily, employing slow, deliberate strokes. Meanwhile, Spark in his left hand darted forward with swift, piercing thrusts. Jamal, holding his breath, blocked blow after blow with his makeshift shield. A sword. "I'm losing ground." Jamal realized this grim truth. Meanwhile, Encrid was still enjoying himself. Why wouldn't he? Everything is going as I planned. Every strike, every move, every insight born of his honed instincts, it all aligned perfectly. His opponent could do nothing but defend, every reaction falling within Encrid's expectations. There was no reason for his hands and feet to falter when everything unfolded as envisioned. This was a first for him. In the world of swordsmanship, Encrid had experienced stumbling, falling and clawing forward were the norm. The swords he learned and trained with were forged in the crucible of suffering and relentless progress, no matter the odds. But this time, it was different. Everything he'd learned and practiced flowed effortlessly, every move executed as he initially intended. For the first time in his life, Encrid walked a path unblocked by walls, a path free of brambles, a path unscorched by the blazing sun, a path unassailed by biting winds. How could he not enjoy this? As a knight, Jamal was not a master of any single art. Rather, he possessed a broad but shallow grasp of techniques, making him a perfect sparring partner. Unleashing all he had learned, Encrid lost himself in the moment, wholly immersed. Starting from what he'd gained in the ritual world created by Aker, he reversed through his experiences one by one, leaving wounds on Jamal's body. Jamal's armor fractured and burst under the strikes he couldn't block. Amidst the storm of pressure the two created, fragments of Jamal's armor scattered outward. The blade he used as a makeshift shield chipped at the edge, cracks forming a long stronghold. These cracks symbolized the faltering of Jamal's resolve. "You damn monster! Why don't you ever run dry?" For Jamal, this was an unprecedented experience. His voice brimmed with frustration. An unyielding will. Wasn't that the stuff of legends? Yet the man before him embodied that very legend. Encrid used his will relentlessly. Even when plunder drained it, his reserves remained unexhausted. It was as if he'd only just begun. No, he seemed even more invigorated. Jamal foresaw the end. Encrid saw it too. Both had the same insight into the inevitable outcome, leaving no room for uncertainty. Encrid ended his dual rhythm, setting aside the two swords he had retrieved. In their place, he gripped Spark. Jamal discarded his shattered guard sword, gripping plunder tightly with both hands. Encrid extended his left foot, boldly stepping into Jamal's range. His feet crossed as his body shot forward like an arrow. It was a lunge step, an arrow step, a modified foundational move in swordsmanship. Just as plunder came within inches of splitting Encrid's head, the blade in Encrid's hand pierced Jamal's neck. Whack! The tip of Spark tore through flesh and bone, protruding from the back of Jamal's neck. The red-stained blade retracted as swiftly as it struck. Whump! Jamal's sword fell from his powerless hands, dropping feebly to the ground. By then, Encrid had already sidestepped, evading Jamal's final attack completely. The knight known as Jamal toppled forward, collapsing with a heavy thud. Until the body hit the ground, no one among the onlookers could find words. Was this an overwhelming difference in power? More likely, it was a matter of poor compatibility. But who among the witnesses could understand that? All they knew was the suffocating pressure that radiated from the man called Encrid. Chapter 535. If it seems possible, do it. Retreat, everyone. The frog general struggled to overcome the overwhelming pressure and finally gave the order. Knight Jamal was dead. Could they kill that monster with the remaining forces? The reason knights were often referred to as calamities was etched deeply into General Frog's being. Within her breastplate, it thrashed violently. What? Want to go for more? Encrid withdrew the pressure he had unconsciously released in his excitement and spoke. Before him, the frog gripped her weapon tightly, standing frozen. If he attacked, she would be cut down. But he didn't look like he would. It wasn't just her five senses. Her heightened intuition and gut feeling told her as much. Encrid relished the moment, believing that his fight with Jamal had allowed him to grow further. He was elated. The duel with Knight Jamal had been decisive, and there was no need to kill the rest of these soldiers. A knight who could slay thousands single-handedly wasn't meant to chase down every soldier and slaughter them one by one. Such a knight would simply be a blood-crazed lunatic. They say the blood-drinking knight will take you, a phrase often used by parents to frighten unruly children, similar to warnings about monsters or ghouls snatching them away. Aker once mentioned in passing that the blood-drinking knight was real, a madman who had indulged in bloodshed, slaughter, and killing for sport. Giants have a satisfying crunch. Humans are tender and soft, and frogs are tough, making it interesting. That's what the madman supposedly said. Encrid had no intention of becoming like that. Was the fight born of necessity, or was it for the thrill of bloodshed? The distinction mattered. Behind the frog, who was sweating profusely with tension, Encrid sheathed his sword and picked up Jamal's weapon as well. "I didn't even use the throwing spear," he mused as he retrieved the spear he'd leaned against a tree before entering the clearing. "Not bad." Training with Acker had made handling will much more comfortable for him. Jamal's inability to use his ability to its full potential was understandable. The will contained within Encrid was comparable to the legendary Aska, an inexhaustible lake and an ever-flowing wellspring. Thinking he could win by wearing it down with his ability was madness. If Jamal had known Encrid better, he wouldn't have fought this way. He would have aimed for a single decisive strike instead. Was the lack of information his downfall? Encrid habitually began analyzing the battle in hindsight. If you grow stronger and faster, you must also learn to use that power more efficiently, no? It was advice given by Luagarn. Encrid's sparring partners weren't limited to Ragna and Rem. He remembered the moment she had lightly jabbed his stomach, despite his superior strength and vision. Was it her tactical skill? Or did he underestimate her because she wasn't a knight? Neither. She knew how to fight. She knew how to make the most of her abilities. A frog's body could regenerate, so losing an arm or two didn't matter much to her. Luagarn had shown him frog's fighting style, sacrificing flesh to take bones. It wasn't a fatal blow, but the fact that she landed a hit mattered. Efficient combat meant utilizing terrain, revisiting the essence of battle, and refining personal tactics. Encrid hadn't stopped learning just because he'd become a knight. He was doing so even now. He likened his current thought process to the unit-level tactics he had just faced. Frog strategy, perhaps? Sacrificing bones to take flesh, determined to claim even the smallest advantage. "Go on." Encrid spoke to Forg, who was still glaring at him warily. "Just go. Is there a reason you must die here? If not, wasn't leaving the better option?" The frog hesitated, suspicion evident in her rolling eyes. Could she really leave? Doubt filled her mind. Encrid allowed her to go. Killing the frog wouldn't change the outcome of this battle. If this was part of Krais' plan, keeping the sharp ones alive might be better. Krais, that peculiar big-eyed bastard, had even prepared for what came next, despite his anxieties. Was it right to kill the frog from that perspective? I'd rather not. Encrid appreciated the frog's decision to stay behind alone after sending her men away. That, coupled with her demeanor, didn't suit someone who should die here. So, I'll let her go. Half of it was impulsive. The other half was a calculated decision to support Krais' plan. To be honest, though, it was mainly because the frog's actions had softened Encrid's resolve. With a knight already dead, Aspen had suffered a heavy blow. The frogs surviving wouldn't suddenly rally an army against them. Waging an all-out war now would only result in pointless losses. It was a decision made through a mix of intuition and analysis. If Krais had been there, he might have asked, "Aren't you just doing whatever you feel like?" Encrid had once been kicked in the ribs by the frog, but he'd long since forgotten that. There was no lingering grudge. With his weapons in hand, Encrid began walking towards the other units. But someone moved before him. From the shadows of the clearing emerged a man with dark red hair, exuding an ominous presence. To Rem, the man seemed shady and sinister, though others might see him as a strikingly handsome figure. "Is it over?" the man asked. "On my end. Normally, he might have suggested moving on to Rem or Ragna, but Jackson, wiping blood off his dagger, said nothing. Encrid offered him an encouraging remark. "Let's go. Let's see how much of a beating Rem and Ragna have taken." "Sure." As they moved, Encrid listened to Jackson recount his encounter. "Moonlight fairies, yes. They're adepts at ambushes. The scouting unit is unharmed." Before long, Finn and the scouting party approached. "That was a close call," Finn remarked, her gaze flitting to Jackson. The memory of his fight was fresh in her mind. The moonlight fairies specialized in silent assassinations, plunging daggers into unsuspecting backs. Despite their agility and training, they had fallen one after another when facing Jackson. Finn had witnessed many battles, even those fought by junior knights, but this was a first. Was it incredible? She wasn't sure. All she knew was that enemies dropped like flies. The scouting unit had done nothing but retreat and watch in awe. At some point during the chaos, the fairy commander fell with a dagger lodged in his forehead, thrown so silently no one had noticed when it had been released. The ground where he lay became his coffin, as if by natural order. Just as the silent dagger seemed to vanish into the air, so too did the reaper who wielded it, disappearing without a sound. The fairies, no matter how emboldened they had initially been, couldn't ignore the shift, especially after their commander fell. The battle ended sooner than expected. The fairies scattered and disappeared like a receding tide. And then the man returned to the scene. Finn, to be honest, was a little afraid. Was she supposed to feel relieved that this man was on their side? He looked like someone who could slit her throat at any moment without a second thought. No words of reassurance came from this dangerous man either. "We're moving," he said, taking a step forward. "Are you sure he's one of us?" one of her subordinates asked from behind. Finn nodded, realizing only then that she and her scouting unit had unconsciously taken a few steps back. Why did it feel more terrifying than reassuring when he killed their enemies? His overwhelming strength was part of it, but it was more about the sheer lack of emotion in his blade work. It wasn't rage, nor vengeance, just cold, mechanical precision, as if he killed because it was something that needed to be done. That was what scared Finn. Right. Finn struggled to find the right words as her thoughts lingered on what had just happened. Encrid nonchalantly jabbed Jackson in the side with his elbow. "You've got blood on you." "What was that?" Jackson asked, his brows furrowing. He had a right to ask. Encrid had just outmaneuvered Jackson's keen instincts to jab him in the ribs. It was akin to slipping noise into sound. By creating a mix of distractions, a feint toward his neck, a subtle foot sweep, Encrid had concealed his real move. Jackson could have stopped it if he wanted to, but he let it happen, as if playing along. It was their peculiar form of banter. "Won't your lover in the city complain about the smell of blood?" Encrid teased. "Unlike some people, I keep myself clean," Jackson shot back. "Well, some people might end up in an unmarked grave in the east. That beastskin woman isn't likely to die so easily. You're giving Dunbakel a lot of credit. Not just anyone could survive under a savage like Rem." So was he praising Dunbakel for surviving Rem? Did that mean everyone under Rem had to die? Encrid dismissed the idle thoughts and turned his attention to Finn. She was a ranger, someone who had practically lived in the Penhanel Mountains for the sake of this battle. She should have been better at navigating than he was. But why was she just standing there? Finn's mind was in turmoil. Watching Encrid casually joke around with Jackson, the same man who seemed like death incarnate just moments ago, unsettled her. On top of that, she couldn't ignore the fact that it was Encrid who had sent Jackson here in the first place. With his abilities, wouldn't it have made more sense to deploy him somewhere else? Perhaps alongside Encrid himself? Good results didn't justify everything. War always demanded sacrifices. Finn knew that all too well. And this time, it had been her turn. Was she happy to be alive? Yes. But that happiness was mixed with fear, relief, and an overwhelming sense of confusion. Her complex emotions finally found their way into words. "Why did you do it?" Her voice was tinged with frustration as she asked the question without even realizing it. "What do you mean?" Encrid replied. "This is like sending an entire infantry battalion to kill a single ghoul. No one summons a knightly order to deal with a single beast. Surely, There were others on another battlefield who had to fight under worse conditions because Jackson had been sent here to save them. Finn's argument was logical. By all conventional reasoning, she was right. Krais himself had once said there was no such thing as a battle without sacrifice. Encrid's response was simple, though laced with an honesty he hadn't even shared with Krais. Because I thought I could. What? I thought I could win without losing anyone from our side. To someone unfamiliar with Encrid, it might have sounded like nonsense. But Finn had seen him in action. She had seen the signs of battle and the destruction Jackson had wrought under his command. You thought you could. Yeah, I did. It wasn't arrogance. It was confidence. Not recklessness, but calculated assurance. Since his training with Acker, Encrid had been pushing both Rem and Ragna relentlessly. Savage, if you stay where you are, you'll fall behind. Me? Fall behind who? The captain? No. Then who? Ragna. His blades grown heavier. Shit. Pick up your sword. That provocation was just the push I needed. And to Ragna, Encrid had said, getting lost is fine, but seeing you cry after getting beaten by Rem wouldn't be enjoyable. Cry? Who's getting beaten by who? Though Encrid mentioned Rem, Ragna didn't hear it. Instead, his somewhat relaxed aura sharpened like a freshly honed blade. Wanna try me? Better be ready. You might get hurt. It wasn't hard to motivate them. Before, even passive training had been enough to stir their spirits. But this time, Encrid had gone out of his way to stoke their ambition. Why? Keep fighting. Keep testing yourselves. It was advice from Acker. Through relentless battles with Acker, Encrid had gained something irreplaceable. It wasn't a gift Acker had prepared for him. It was something Encrid had seized for himself. First, he had learned how to wield will. Moving an immovable boulder by leveraging its weight, gathering flowing water into cupped hands. Such things weren't achieved through brute force, but through a knack for balance. This will was something unique to him, something no one else could teach. Encrid instinctively understood that this was where he needed to focus. And so he had. He also gained experience through sparring with knights, not as a student, but as an equal. Fighting 100 weaker opponents isn't as valuable as one match against someone on your level, Acker had told him. Encrid took that to heart and felt the truth of it with every strike. Until the eve of the war with Aspen, Encrid trained with Odin in Valaf martial arts, practiced Valan-style mercenary swordsmanship on his own, sparred with Rem and Ragna, and played knife-throwing games with Jackson. The confidence he carried now came from all of that. The ability to calculate their forces, their chances. We can do this. Sure, sacrifices might be necessary in some battles, but not this time. Above all, his comrades weren't the type to fall easily. Would Rem risk his life to kill an Aspen knight and die in the process? Not a chance. They would hold the line and strike back. Because they could. And if it didn't work, they could reassess sacrifices then. What's the plan? Krais asked. First option, Encrid replied. Krais muttered something about how wanting a battle without sacrifices was madness. But what could he do? Words couldn't build trust in situations like these. Only actions could. And Encrid was proving his words right now. His will shone like a guiding light, idealistic, perhaps even delusional to some, but unwavering all the same. Those who followed him, those who had seen him fight, believed in him naturally. And this was the result. Chapter 536, Barnas's Dream. Barnas Hurrier never claimed to be the continent's strongest or its best, but he also never thought he'd be defeated by some nameless knight. Does this even make sense? Lying on the ground, he glanced at his opponent, who stood with a heavy black greatsword embedded in the ground, watching him silently. Half of the greatsword's blade was missing, and one side of its guard was broken. All of this was Barnas's doing, having cut through it with his own technique, the wave blade. Like Jamal, who had learned the precise sword stance by watching Cowan, Barnes's wave blade had its own origin. This technique was his specialty. Despite not crafting a personal engraved weapon for a long time, he had once used his claws as weapons until Cyprus broke them. Only then did he forge a claw weapon, his first engraved tool. Even so, he felt stronger now than before. The principle of the wave was vibration of force, amplified through oscillation. While transmitting his will to the claw weapon was more challenging than with his claws, it allowed him to channel a far greater intensity. Previously, to imbue his claws and flesh with the wave, he had to use iron bodies simultaneously, which wasted will. The new method, without relying on iron body, allowed him to unleash overwhelming power. This meant that the current him was stronger than his former self. In truth, the weapon was just an excuse. After being defeated by Cyprus, he'd been consumed by fury, grinding his teeth and training relentlessly. That was likely why his skills had improved. Regardless, his techniques had reached a higher level. I thought I could hold my own against Cyprus now. Barnes could feel the strength draining from the muscles around his severed left arm. He had also lost a leg, and his left eye was slashed, rendering him half-blind. Is my eye damaged? Living as a one-eyed man wouldn't matter, if he could survive. That was the problem, though. His current circumstances offered no guarantees of survival. What a monster, he muttered, replaying the recent battle in his mind. Your charge, everyone. At his subordinate's command, 50 armored pikemen closed their ranks, forming an impenetrable wall of pressure. Barnes charged alongside them. Crunch! Of course, he activated his beast transformation. While he didn't look exactly like a wolf, his fangs grew sharper, his ears perked higher, and his whiskers and body hair stiffened into steel-like strands. His blood burned with the instinct of the hunt. Even as he tapped into his primal instincts, he never let them control him. He didn't attack recklessly, instead allowing one of the pikemen to take the first strike. A precise thrust, it wasn't ferocious or overly fast, but it was solid and lethal. It was easy to dodge, but evading it would create an opening. Barnes could exploit such an opening, even turning it into a killing blow. Yet, despite the spear being aimed at the opponent, the man with the greatsword never took his eyes off Barnes. Even as Barnes darted left and right, leaving afteridges, his gaze never wavered. Sharp eyes. In an instant, the greatsword moved. The air seemed to collapse under the force of the swing, its speed so absurd it swallowed even the sound with its motion. The black blade didn't simply slash at the spear. It shattered it with a short, decisive stroke. Clang! The greatsword struck the spearhead, splintering it into shards that scattered like raindrops. Ah! The soldier holding the spear grimaced as his reinforced leather gloves tore apart, exposing his bleeding hands. Before the blood even hit the ground, Barnes stopped his evasive maneuvers and lunged straight at the opponent. Pivoting on his left foot, he halted abruptly, then launched a direct charge. His abrupt movement caused an optical illusion, making his figure blur as though spreading out sideways. Only a beastkin's agility could pull off such a move. The opponent, however, didn't hesitate. He kept the momentum from shattering the spearhead, and brought his sword down in a seamless follow-up, as if the spear had been nothing more than a slight interruption in his original motion. A genius with the sword. Many could deflect a spear's thrust while remaining aware of a charging foe, especially knights. But this man went beyond that. Did he use the rebound force from the strike? The power behind the swing seemed to amplify from the spear's impact. The speed of the descending blade confirmed it. Ha! Barnes couldn't help but shout in exhilaration at his opponent's cunningness. Sing! Barnes's claws vibrated as they slashed the black greatsword. Jurdiar! Clink, clink! The sword recoiled, scraping against his claws and bouncing to the side. The wave-induced vibration reverberated through the opponent's grip, affecting his muscles and posture. Most would have stepped back to recover their balance. But the crazed killer didn't retreat. He pressed forward, swinging the blade again despite his disrupted stance. Whoosh! Barnes caught a glimpse of the man's face, lips pursed as he exhaled steadily. Boom! The third clash forced Barnes to pull back, giving the pikemen a chance to close ranks. This was the rotational strategy they had rehearsed. Naturally, Barnes orchestrated every movement of the soldiers. Ordinary men couldn't hope to fight a knight on equal footing. However, Barnes's wave disrupted his opponent's rhythm, reducing their speed and power. A direct hit would rattle your insides. The fairy assisting the enemy seemed to understand this, but made no move to shield the lunatic killer. Instead, she darted behind an armored pikeman, evading confrontation. She knows how to think. Splitting up would have been a disadvantage, but she didn't hesitate. Barnes rushed toward her, confident he could take her down in 3 or 4 strikes. "He's mine," he declared. But the lunatic blonde man charged at Barnes's exposed back, ignoring the spear that grazed his cheek, spilling blood. How reckless. Barnes frowned, certain that the wave would leave the man trembling and unable to move properly. Boom! Their third clash revealed something startling. Instead of the wave disrupting the opponent's internals, it collided with a similar vibration, canceling out its effects. "I see the trick now." "What nonsense is this?" Barnes furrowed his brow. Even Jamal, who excelled at mimicking techniques, had taken months to grasp part of the wave. Now Barnes found himself in an increasingly unpredictable fight. The blond man held his ground, while the fairy knight began dancing amidst the armored pikemen. Tut, tut, tut. Barnes's lieutenant shone in his command, transitioning the formation from a broad front to a compact, defensive posture. Nevertheless, deaths and injuries were inevitable one after another. However, the fairy didn't rush to kill them all. She attacked and defended appropriately, merely toying with them. Even so, casualties continued to pile up. Originally, Barnes was supposed to face 2 enemies while the armored cavalry applied pressure. At first, it seemed to proceed that way. But then the one wielding the greatsword changed the course of events by catching his claws barehanded. Barnes didn't panic. His opponents were knights. It wasn't unthinkable for them to demonstrate such skill. Deflecting the shockwave by the third strike was remarkable, but what could he do? It had already happened. Not every battle went as one predicted, and Barnes was experienced enough not to be shaken by such things. More importantly, he had the means to overcome this situation. A genius who had mastered enduring shockwaves? Then, how about this? Barely 3 clashes in, the fairy's sword tore through the head of the third armored lancer. The battle had only just begun. Barnes decided to reveal his secret technique slightly earlier than usual. Whoom! The vibrations of the claw, which had trembled like a hummingbird's wings, abruptly ceased. The accompanying noise vanished. Ragna tilted his great sword diagonally and focused on the claw's tip. To his eyes it seemed the trembling blade shaped like claws had stilled. This was the essence of the shockwave sword. A vibration too subtle for even a knight's eyes to see, producing unparalleled cutting power. The same vibration now coursed through Barnes's entire body, allowing him to strike with greater speed and ferocity than before. The claw descended towards Ragna's head. Ragna bent his left knee halfway and raised his sword to intercept it. Claw and greatsword met. To the average onlooker, it was an exchange occurring in a fraction of a second. But to them, it was a deliberate encounter. Through their insight, one chose to cut and the other to block. It was practically an agreement. The moment the 2 metal pieces collided, a sound like ripping leather echoed through the air instead of the clash of steel. Ragna watched as the middle of his blade tore. The claw shredded the metal, the tremor in its beast-like blade delivering unprecedented cutting power. It was the mystery created by a perfectly tuned vibration. Barnes felt assured of his victory at that moment. Meanwhile, Ragna saw the extent of his capabilities in a flash. The talent he had relied on to become a knight now reacted more keenly than ever. But this awakening wasn't due to Barnas. Ragna knew he could have defeated this trembling beastskin without taking any risks. This transformation was born from the shock delivered by that monstrous entity, Encrid, before the war had even begun. His talent had witnessed the immense will within the man, so solid it seemed unbreakable, even if chipped away. How could I possibly overcome that? It was the first time Ragna had truly pondered over such a question. A great will that didn't tire. If such a presence were equipped with skill and battle dragged into attrition, I'd lose. Ragna's talent had already determined the outcome. Even with 10 or 20 years of training, the result would remain the same. Endlessly defending would still leave Encrid triumphant. Continuing like this wasn't an option. Is that your limit? Is that where you decided to stop? Those words were from long ago, when he had first learned the sword. So you've judged that your potential is as far as it goes. Then it must be as far as it goes. As a child, Ragna had envisioned his path and seen its endpoint. A predetermined road, a fixed destination. But now, jolted awake by the cold splash of Encrid's presence, Ragna called forth his talent anew. It was the stride of one who was forced to forget about limits. Vibrations, trembling. That tremor created destructive power. Claws that could cut through anything. What enabled that? Vibration. And what made the sword tremble? Will. He only needed to grasp it with his senses. Ragna moved his will, creating a vibration. Tremble. When moved by intent, it became will. The broken remains of Ragna's greatsword resonated with a low hum. Womb. Womb. What are you doing? Barnas asked. Moments later he felt a sense of relative deprivation and cursed his own arrogance. I thought I stood at the center of the continent. Barnas had believed he might not end the wars, but could ignite the fire that would engulf the continent. The knight who would lead change, Barnas Hurrier. Oh, so he had thought. But was he wrong? What Barnas envisioned was a newly formed knightly order, one that fostered knights and developed them beyond what existed before. He believed this would change the power dynamics of the continent, to change the map of the continent. His hopes crumbled before he could even face Cyprus. But would he yield so easily? Barnas unleashed everything he had. He fought the lunatic blonde by throwing dirt in his eyes, spitting, and even biting. The insane knight didn't perfectly replicate his shockwaves, but managed to withstand them. And you do this without an inscribed weapon. Even so, Barnas broke one of his opponent's legs, dislocated his shoulder, and left 3 fingers shattered. The half-broken greatsword was now entirely useless. But his opponent survived, and Barnas knew himself would not. "Sir Barnas!" The surviving commander's voice called out to him. Lying on the ground, Barnas stared at the sky. The open canopy of trees framed a high blue expanse. A knightly order of over 10 knights. It wasn't just a dream. It had been a near reality. Knights were few, but Barnas believed he could shatter that perception. A collective of knights operating in perfect unison. It had been a dream, but now it would die within the chest of a beastkin. Well fought, the crazed killer said. Had the goddess of fortune simply chosen to favor the other side? Or had his belief in being at the forefront of change been misplaced? "What's your name?" Barnas asked. "Ragna." "That all?" The mad blonde paused before answering. "Ragnar Jorn family? You know it? Only by name." With that, Barnas closed his eyes, gazing at the sky one last time. Hearing the name of a family near legendary as his final opponent wasn't the worst way to go. He might have had regrets, but thinking back, perhaps his dream hadn't been sincere. If I truly meant it, shouldn't I have passed something on to someone? But he hadn't. He had wanted to achieve it himself, and without that, it would have held no meaning. It wasn't a dream. It was greed. This was the clarity that came moments before death. For this reason, there was no need to die with eyes wide open. Barnes exhaled his final breath with his eyes closed. "We die here." The commander confirmed Barnes's death and hesitated briefly before making a decision. He ordered the 50 armored lancers to charge. Perhaps they could kill the near-dead knight. If they lost Barnes, it was only fair for the enemy to lose a knight as well.
Even if everyone here perished, it would be worth it. You underestimate me far too often,
the fairy said, blocking their advance. The commander's gaze remained fixed beyond the fairy, towards the vulnerable knight. If they could just land one spear. But standing in their way was another knight, much like Ragna. Shinar spoke without a trace of humor, raising her leaf-blade sword, though she preferred not to spill blood unnecessarily. If the enemy refused to retreat, her options were clear. With a swift movement, her blade struck the neck of one of the lancers 3 steps away. Clang! Chains wrapped around the man's neck shredded, leaving a red line in their wake. "Nice! What was that?" one of the soldiers murmured in terror. "A blade forged of lightning," Shinar explained calmly. Chapter 537. Corruption. Shinar glanced at Ragna. Assessing his condition didn't require the keen senses of a fairy. He's not dead. Ragna was leaning on his broken sword as if it were a cane, standing with one foot planted on the ground to support his weight. His eyes were open, but they still appeared somewhat unfocused. If I try to kill him, he might still manage to block a few swings of her sword. Even if projectiles came his way, Ragna could likely block 1 or 2. Of course, if an enemy with nothing left to lose hurled themselves at him, the outcome might be different. But that was a matter to consider only in dire circumstances. Unspoken, they had decided who would handle the enemy commander. The commander had chosen to target Ragna first, effectively dividing their roles. Since he's alive, he should just rest. If Ragna had died, Shinar would have been next to step in. Knights didn't double their strength by fighting side by side. The proper way to fight was to adapt to circumstances. Although Ragna appeared to be on the verge of death, he was still determined to survive. As for the enemies before her, they posed no significant threat. The enemy commander, however, rolled his eyes and made his move. "No surrender. Kill them all. We will carve our names into the Hall of Honor." In Aspen, the Hall of Honor stood as a monumental structure at the heart of the capital. To have one's name engraved, there was a prestigious achievement reserved for the dead who had sacrificed themselves for the nation. Families of the honored received annual compensation, making it both a matter of glory and a means of ensuring their descendants' welfare. Driven by these motives, the enemy soldiers retrieved pouches hidden in their armor and poured the contents into their mouths. Some of the powder spilled onto the ground, but most of it mixed with their saliva and entered their stomachs. Veins bulged on their temples and foreheads beneath their helmets. Though the substance couldn't grant them the ability to use will, it dulled their pain, suppressed fear, and temporarily doubled their strength. This was Fury, a black market drug designed to evoke pure rage and force out latent potential. "For the homeland!" One of the soldiers, brimming with patriotic fervor, shouted. Blood vessels burst in his eyes, and crimson tears flowed down his cheeks. Others began bleeding profusely from their noses. 5 of them collapsed, trembling violently, unable to withstand the drug's effects. The rest, however, charged forward, spitting blood and saliva, their eyes bloodshot with madness. Ordinary people would quail at the sight of such frenzied attackers. Even the bravest might feel a chill. Knights were not devoid of emotions, so feeling at least some discomfort was natural. But Shinar wasn't fazed. She remained calm and analytical. "I can't catch him." Her gaze shifted to the retreating commander behind the charging soldiers. "Hi-ya!" As one of the blood-fueled soldiers charged at her, Shinar swung her leaf blade. The aura emanating from her weapon decapitated the soldier before the blade even touched him. Though Shinar had the skill of a knight, she knew it didn't make her immune to physical forces. If she allowed those brute force charges to close the gap, even she might fall and sustain injuries. But such an outcome was impossible. Not even fighting with her eyes closed would lead to such a mistake. With a leap, Shinar soared like a butterfly. Her blade, resembling a leaf in motion, struck true, slicing necks and splitting skulls. She moved with precision, expending just the necessary effort to eliminate her targets. Meanwhile, the drug soldiers charged at Ragna, only to fall before reaching him. Leaving Ragna behind to pursue the fleeing commander was an option. Should I? Shinar dismissed the thought. She couldn't afford to leave Ragna alone, even if he wasn't one to go down easily. His condition was critical. If the wound above his eye wasn't treated quickly, he might lose the eye entirely. Pragmatism and efficiency dictated her actions. One by one, Shinar slaughtered the frenzied soldiers, while the commander escaped. I'm going to die. Corwin had been gifted with an extraordinary ability for insight since childhood. It was almost a supernatural talent. After a few clashes, his intuition crystallized into one conclusion. He would die. No matter what he did, his death was inevitable. Resisting any longer would only delay the predetermined outcome. Corwin saw his fate, unchanging and fixed. His response, driven by terror, was to flee. It wasn't a calculated decision. Against Rem, strategies based on foresight failed entirely. That failure filled Corwin with dread. His tactics worked against Barnas. Why not against Rem? The reason was simple. Rem didn't think before attacking. He fought on instinct, making split-second decisions to always find the optimal path. That was his way of fighting. As the sling in Rem's hand whirled and the sound of splitting air intensified, it smashed the head of an assassin who had foolishly revealed themselves. Even this move eluded Corwin's perception. How is this possible? It was. Rem didn't calculate trajectories or strategies. He simply threw the sling, aiming as the situation demanded. There were no elaborate plans, only immediate, instinctive judgment. Such an approach should be riddled with errors. Humans couldn't always make the right choices under pressure. Rem was no exception. But when the red mist of a cursed dagger closed in on his back, Rem, without thinking, raised his weapon to split Corwin's skull. Corwin barely managed to deflect the blow, reading Rem's intent in the fleeting moment before impact. At the same time, a red-eyed figure lunged at Rem, thrusting a cursed, curved dagger toward his back. The blade, imbued with a deadly poison, never reached Rem. A spectral wolf, white and legless, intercepted the dagger by biting down on its blade. "I never said I was fighting alone," Rem murmured. It didn't matter if his choices weren't perfect. He had something to fill in the gaps. The red-eyed figure immediately released the dagger, twisting the hilt. The blade glowed crimson, charged with energy, and was about to explode. "Eat it, Cloud." At Rem's command, the wolf swallowed the cursed dagger and darted away. A distant explosion followed. The wolf dissipated briefly, but reformed, slightly smaller than before. It moved like a cloud, floating rather than walking, and its ethereal presence drew the attention of both Corwin and the red-eyed figure. Taking advantage of their distraction, Rem flung his sling, drove his foot into the ground, and swung his axe downward. The sling shattered the skull of another assassin. His stomp broke the clavicle of an underground ambusher, and the axe cleaved toward the red-eyed figure. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next. Though the axe swung last, it reached its target first, slicing through the red-eyed figure's head. Corwin, watching from behind, had the perfect opportunity to strike Rem's exposed back. Yet, instead of attacking, Corwin fled. "I'll handle the front." Even his retreat was accompanied by a pitiful deception, a feint to mask his cowardice. It was a being formed entirely of sorcery, a raw manifestation of it. Confronting it with more sorcery would have been a mistake. Man, that guy is something else. Even as Rem tried not to lose track of the fleeing figure's presence, it was pointless. He hadn't expected such a sudden retreat. All the vigilance and preparation felt like a waste, but there was no helping it. "What's done is done," he thought as he turned back toward the crimson eyes. Even with a favorable matchup, the result would have been the same. Rem had analyzed the source of his opponent's strength and considered the sorcerous dynamics at play before speaking. However, the crimson-eyed knight, who had barely risen to knighthood by awakening and pacifying a sealed ancient spirit, couldn't comprehend the principles I'm referred to. Curse that bastard Corwin. Instead, watching Corwin flee led the knight to a stark conclusion. The situation was as hopeless as a ghoul's reproductive organs. In moments like this, life or death came down to a single decision. "Leave it to me." The voice that had tempted him all this time echoed again, a whisper from the ancient spirit within. Under normal circumstances, he would never heed such words. The ancient spirit was a type of vampire, driven by a singular desire: blood. It was a being consumed by insatiable hunger. But when standing idle would only lead to death, they said never to do this. Though warned against it by Barnes, the crimson-eyed knight believed there was no other choice. He mortgaged a fragment of his soul to the ancient vampire. Still, he didn't intend to go down without a fight. He aimed for a partial contract, sacrificing just enough to survive while preserving the rest. It was an arrogant gamble. He had once dreamt of subjugating the vampire's soul, eventually becoming an unprecedented knight who wielded the power of multiple ancient spirits. This body is mine now. But the vampire's will took over his body in an instant, needing only a brief opening. "So this is the present world." The vampire's voice rang out, speaking in a language Rem had never heard before. Naturally, it made sense. The language of the vampire's era had long since faded into obscurity. Not that it mattered. The vampire's crimson eyes shone brilliantly, radiating an eerie allure. It turned to Rem, commanding with an imperious tone, "Kneel before me, that we may see eye to..." Thwack! Crunch! "What nonsense are you spouting?" The vampire realized too late that its charm spell had failed. And just as it processed this fact, a massive axe cleaved its head in two. The split head began to knit itself back together in grotesque fashion, sinews and blood vessels writhing to restore what was lost. It was a nauseating sight. "You insolent wretch!" The vampire raged even as its head was still reassembling. "How many pieces can I cut you into?" Rem spoke coldly, swinging his axe again. Thwack! The axe struck before the vampire could even raise its arm, a response far too slow. The ancient vampire, even at full power, was only on par with a knight. Having just seized control of a new body, it lacked mastery over its movements. It needed time to adapt, but even if it had fully adapted, the result wouldn't have changed. The gap between them was simply too vast. As Rem's axe danced through the air, the vampire couldn't utter another word. Its sharp tongue and fangs were shattered to pieces. Fragmented into dozens of pieces, the vampire's remains writhed briefly before releasing a puff of gray smoke and dissipating. Rem wiped his axe clean in the empty air and muttered, "Foul thing." Fortunately, his axe seemed unbothered by the ordeal. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the fleeing figure, Rem considered his next move. One had escaped, but the job was done for the most part. It was time to decide: pursue the runaway or regroup with the commander. Chapter 538. The Unseen Defeat. The world was filled with more idiots than expected. While Barnas had pushed Ragna into a half-dead state with great effort, Cowan had fled for his life in order to save his own skin. "Wow, you really are something." The barbarian's voice could be heard from behind, but Cowan ignored it and ran. He didn't look back even once. If he turned around now, it felt like the grey monster would chase after him with an axe in hand. It was like an ostrich burying its head in the ground, or a pheasant hiding its head in the brush when it senses danger. But unlike the ostrich or a pheasant, Cowan had legs home to the peak with the use of will. Of course, the ostrich wasn't just being dumb, as it had keen hearing, and the pheasant wasn't hiding its head aimlessly but using its sharp sight to avoid danger. But still, it would look dumb from the outside, much like Cowan did now. Cowan squeezed every ounce of strength he had and ran like mad. He didn't even notice the saliva dripping down his chin. He activated his legs with the use of will and pushed them to their limits. He didn't care if he reached his limit or not, he used up everything. There was no time to even sweat. His stomach twisted with cramps, and he felt the urge to urinate. But luck was on Cowan's side. What were the chances of encountering an ally who was in the same predicament as himself while fleeing for his life? It wasn't exactly a coincidence, it was more of a certainty. Cowan instinctively retraced his steps and came across a subordinate who had been with Barnas but would now turn to seek refuge with another knight. Among them, 2 knights had gone to a specific place. "If I go to General Frog, it's a dead end." He wouldn't be forgiven for abandoning his subordinates and coming back. So the choice was clear. There was only one path left. Leaving the Penhannel mountain range alone wasn't an option. Thus, the encounter between Cowan and the commander couldn't be dismissed as a mere coincidence. This is all for preparing for the future. The commander tricked himself into thinking that he needed somewhere to psychologically lean on, so he rationalized his actions. He gave himself a vague reason for abandoning his whole unit. He needed to let his people know the enemy's strength. So this wasn't running away. It was a strategic retreat for further advancement. Of course, it wasn't. With a little thought, it became clear. Barnas was the last hope left in Aspen. Could a country without its knights maintain its position against foreign enemies? No. Aspen had staked everything on this fight. Of course, if Barnas was the only one who died, it might have been another issue. But the fact that the most trusted knight in Aspen had been defeated couldn't be changed. It would be wise to assume that the situation on the other fronts was also grim, unless your own life was on the line, unless you hadn't seen the most trusted knight die right before your eyes. Had the commander remained calm, he might have faced the situation more rationally. The commander might have even called out for his country and charged in if he'd had the right mind. But that wasn't the case. What mattered now was the choice he had made. Time had passed, and there was no turning back. Only reality remained. And it was in this moment that Cowan appeared before the commander. Cowan, T. It was strange that Cowan was here, and his expression clearly showed that something had gone wrong. "Why are you here?" the commander asked. Cowan appeared to be in a state of panic, but he too was a knight. He still had an unbroken will within him. Of course, Cowan had become a knight in his own unique way, and his will wasn't anything extraordinary. He'd awakened his will thanks to his innate insight since childhood. But even so, there had been no lack of effort along the way. Everything Cowan had built up was for those he loved. Arrogance and false fame didn't matter. Everything was important because of the people he cared for. Therefore, he could not die. "What about Barnas?" Cowan asked in turn. The commander bit his lip, his expression filled with pain, as if even speaking the words was difficult. "He fell in battle." Cowan blinked twice. Who died? To Cowan, Barnas had been another monster. He had learned from him, so he knew. The waves created by his will couldn't be blocked. If it was your first time facing them, it would be normal to be unable to block them. "Fell in battle?" Cowan asked again, bewildered, unable to hide his shock. His emotions were too clear to conceal. Yes. The commander grit his teeth as he spoke, clearly frustrated. It almost seemed like he was practicing that very expression of frustration. To Cowan, this all seemed like a ridiculous play. What do you mean he fell in battle? He asked, dazed. A monster was on the other side. The commander answered with blank eyes. So, you ran away too? Fleeing recognizes fleeing. With a dazed expression, Cowan nodded. Fleeing? Yes, he had fled. Damn. And you still call yourself a knight? What did you learn from Sir Barnes? If it had been any other time, the commander wouldn't have spoken so harshly to a knight. He, too, was in a state of confusion. After all, he instinctively knew he had made a mistake, and he needed someone to blame. And who better to blame than a knight and a deserter? It was as if someone had appeared to take all the responsibility for him. You need to explain why you've survived on your own. You're also responsible for the defeat. Had the commander been a bit more rational, he wouldn't have said such things in this situation. At the very least, this would have been something to say later, in a military tribunal. Why? Because even though they were both deserters, one of them had the overwhelming power. Cowan's bleary eyes focused. Was it right to go back now? Was he to live with the stigma of being a deserter? There was no need to shine his eyes with the burning determination of someone with nothing left. For now, return to what you saw. Che. Ah. Cowan raised his sword and lightly thrust it forward. Despite being battered both physically and mentally, his sword moved well. If his opponent hadn't been a knight, his sword would still have been impressive. Why? The commander realized how foolish he was as he asked, but knowing that didn't change anything. Thunk, thunk. After 2 thrusts, the one struck tried to grab the blade. But it was a futile gesture. After making 3 holes in his body, Cowan made sure his opponent was dead and spoke. It's not really a defeat yet. No, even if it was a defeat, it shouldn't have happened like this. Blame for the defeat falls on me. That's nonsense. Cowan's feet, which had been fleeing instinctively, now moved with a clear purpose. He pictured the map of the Penhandle Mountains in his mind as he moved. His destination was the main army. It wasn't the rear, nor was it the place where the 2 armies were facing off. He cut straight through the mountains, and though he was delayed by a bear monster midway, whether by luck or misfortune, he managed to find his way and arrived at the main force. Covered in black monster and beast blood as though he had taken a bath in it, Cowan entered the main camp, where 2 soldiers on guard raised their spears. What's this? Where did you come from? Who's this guy? Taking a deep breath, Cowan opened his mouth. I am Cowan Ekins of the Royal Knights. Immediately guide me to the commander's tent. Hey! At the soldier's confused response, Cowan's hand twitched. He wanted to cut his throat right then, but he held himself back. Should I show some kind of emblem? Cowan drew his sword. The knight's sword was a symbol of who he was. He presented his engraved weapon and even showed the gloves bearing the Knight Order's insignia. The soldier, wiping the blood off the steel gloves on the ground, finally saw the insignia. Ah! Please follow me. The soldiers, who had been watching with little interest due to the morale being crushed by those who had challenged the duel, only to be decisively defeated, turned their eyes to Cowan. Of course, there weren't many looking. Everyone was focused on the front, wary of an enemy attempt to exploit the situation. Because of this, Cowan quietly entered the commander's tent. The general, who had been stationed there by Abnayer's orders, stood up when he saw Cowan. Sir Cowan! They were familiar with each other. Cowan's gaze shifted to the general and the 2 adjutants beside him. Abnayer had mentioned these 2 adjutants before. One was hard-working but not particularly bright, while the other was clever but overly self-interested. Another way of saying that is they have ambition. The tent was quite large, but only 3 others were present besides Cowan. There was no immediate need for a strategy meeting since they weren't about to fight, and they had only lost in the duel. These men had been waiting for news of an allied victory. What's going on? The commander faltered when he saw Cowan's disheveled state. Had they lost? Was the flank battle a defeat? He couldn't find the words as many thoughts crossed his mind. Cowan, eyeing the more ambitious one with narrow eyes, spoke. "From now on." Swish, swish. Before he could finish his sentence, Cowan swung his sword, drawing blood from the general and the earnest adjutant's necks. The black blood on the blade made the color of the cuts appear dark red. The heads rolled off with a sickening thud. "You're the supreme commander now." "Ah." The adjutant trembled, his lips quivering in fear. Despite his ambition, he wasn't particularly formidable. He was clever, but his capacity was small. "Will you follow my orders?" If he didn't, he would die. There was no need to read the situation. It was obvious. The adjutant, though clever, understood the gravity of the situation immediately. "Yes, I understand." "Good. Now send the whole army to advance." The adjutant swallowed nervously. "Don't stop until we win. We will capture the enemy city." Normally one would say this sort of thing while claiming to be at the forefront, but Cowan had no such intention. Instead, he gave the adjutant the words he needed right now. "I'll watch from behind." If he didn't obey, he would die. Cowan, the knight, stood behind him with his sword raised. The adjutant knew that even if he gave orders, they wouldn't be carried out without Cowan's approval. What would happen then? The cold red blade would plunge into his heart. What should I do? The decision came after much thought. A letter from Abnaya lay next to the dead general. Even now, the battlefield was under orders from higher-ups. But if there were commands more authoritative than Abnaya's? "Please, give me a dagger. Something that symbolizes the command of Sir Cowan." "Take it." Cowan handed him the dagger, a gift given to members of the order, with jewels embedded in the hilt. This would suffice. The adjutant went out and called the commanders together. In an urgent attempt, they met outside the tent, claiming they had no time to wait inside. After all, 2 bodies awaited them there. Urgent orders came from the main army. "The general has returned. We will advance before nightfall." At least there were some capable commanders among them who raised their eyebrows. "Where to? That way? Won't this put us at a disadvantage? Are we going for a chaotic fight?" The adjutant lacked the charisma to sway them. Instead, there was the sword given by the knight. "Sir Cowan of the Royal Knights has commanded. The order has won. We will capture the enemy city." It was too late to turn back now. You can't unscramble an egg after it's been broken. I don't know either. If they advanced, there would be casualties on both sides. They would kill and they would die. Could they break through like this? I don't think so. It was clear just from looking at the duelists and the assembled enemy forces. The knights were... Does that mean there was another battle at the flank? I don't know. That's all I heard. Since it was a lie, there was no point in elaborating. It would only reveal a weakness. So, the knights are attacking from behind the enemy. I noticed some of their forces weren't visible. The perceptive commanders understood. With the knight's sword lending authority, the others followed suit. Aspen prepared to advance. While that was happening, Cowan washed up in a nearby lake, pondering his next move. I'll use the full-scale battle as bait. Caring about who dies was beyond his concern. But I will take the Lord's head. Even now, his mind wasn't focused on facing the knights. It was on finding a vulnerable target. His eyes were set on Lord Graham of Borderguard. There was no logical reasoning behind it. Aspen's forces began to move. And watching this, Krais couldn't help but feel disbelief. Why are they doing this? The morale had been shattered, and the outcome of the flank battle was still uncertain. Yet, they were now starting a full-scale battle? What strategic movement were they planning? The enemy didn't even send a flanking unit to disrupt their formation. Even if cavalry were sent, it wouldn't change much. border guard's defenses were already impenetrable. So this move made no sense at all. "We must fight, brother." From the enemy's momentum, it was clear whether it was genuine or not. Auden spoke. Krais understood. The line he had drawn was now crossed, and enemy forces surged forward without hesitation. "Ooh-ah!" Aspen's shock troops screamed. It didn't feel like a battle cry. It was more like a desperate flailing. However, to stop them, countless lives would be lost. The enemy commander's intentions were unclear, but this was the worst possible choice. Krais had a feeling, but now it was certain. There were indeed many fools in the world. He had seen enough of them. What if one of the higher-ups made a rash decision and just went ahead with it? This was the kind of stupidity that could lead to a pointless battle. Crazy bastards. Krais knew the war would descend into chaos. It would be a slaughter. To stop it? There was no way at the moment. Fighting back was the only choice. Chapter 539. The knight who stops 1,000 pathetic bastard. Oh, go die. Crawl here if you must. In a gathering that seemed almost arranged, Ram used his tongue instead of an axe to push Ragna into a corner. Cough. Ragna, who was about to say something, coughed, raised his hand and showed his middle finger, returning the insult with an ancient curse that had been passed down through generations on the continent. Ram nodded, as if he had made up his mind. "Boss, now's the time." Slash his throat. At this point we could take him down with little effort. He mimicked the motion of striking his neck with the edge of his hand as he spoke. From the sound of it, it seemed like Encrid and Rem had made a pact to kill Ragna. As soon as Rem arrived, he began insulting Ragna without even listening to the situation. Jackson chuckled upon hearing this. He even made a deflating sound, clearly intending to mock Ragna. "Let's kill that bastard." Rem urged Encrid to kill them all. But naturally, there was no way Encrid would listen to him. "Finn, go ahead and assess the situation. We'll join up with you after we see what's going on." "Yes, sir." Finn half listened to what they were saying and forgot all about the fear or confusion regarding the current situation. Why? Because the people before her were in the process of writing history. It might even be the moment of a legendary birth. Barnas Hurrier was a knight whose name Finn had heard before, and he had slain enemies alone. Cyprus of Norilia. Digger Parspions. Barnas of Aspen. Just 20 years ago, mentioning their names alone was enough to convey the military power of both countries. Finn, on a reconnaissance mission, knew that Barnas, the knight, might appear on the battlefield where they were. But that didn't mean she sensed defeat. If luck is on our side and at least 2 mad knights join forces, maybe we have a chance. It was impossible for Finn to gauge the strength of knight-level forces, but she had entertained such thoughts. Ragna, however, had already slain him. He was wounded, but had won. The body that lay before Finn was enough evidence of the brutal, fierce battle that had occurred. Even without the Aspen Royal Knight Order's emblem etched into the various equipment on the body, the ground was cracked and blood splattered everywhere, revealing how savage the fight had been. A monster. That was what Ragna was. The same went for Jackson and others like him. We can still fight. These lunatics, look at what they're saying. Barbarian runaway, come at me. Come. His innards were damaged, and blood spilled from his mouth. But the words he spat were those, "You bastard, I'll spare you this once." It was a good thing that Rem wasn't swinging his axe in his madness. Was it because Encrid was subtly between the two? While killing Barnas alone was impressive, it wasn't the only achievement. It was also the man who single-handedly wiped out a whole fairy warrior squad. And Ram had taken on 2 knights. And leading them all was Encrid, who had slain a knight as well. These were people who didn't speak empty words, even if they do say insane things. Every casual remark they made was truth. Finn, hearing Encrid's order, moved out first. They had tried everything to stop an all-out battle, but to truly end the fighting, they needed to be present. So, Finn put thoughts of fatigue aside and quickly moved her feet. After Finn left with his subordinates, Encrid pointed with his finger along the rugged path crossing the mountain range and said, "We will join the main forces." Encrid suggested taking a slightly rougher path to join the main force, and the reason was simple. If someone asked, he would have no other explanation but to say it was his intuition. It was good to return quickly, but crossing the mountain range on the shortest route? That one needs treatment, Shinar said. It was obvious who she was referring to. Rem and Jackson turned their gaze to one side. "Is it me?" Ragna murmured. "Maybe we should leave him here and come back to look for him tomorrow," Rem responded. At times like this, their teamwork seemed to match well. If the two of them joined forces in actual combat, how would things play out? If Rem fought mercilessly following his instincts, Jackson could patch up the gaps with his sense of timing. It might actually be a good pairing. Ragna started glaring at them with his good eye. That eye has an ominous aura. Unpleasant glare. The two of them responded simultaneously, and when Encrid's gaze landed on Ragna, he spoke. "Apply saliva, and it will heal." His knees, shoulders, and even his internal organs were damaged, and one of his eyes was hurt. If applying saliva could heal such injuries, there would be no need for divine intervention. Therapists might as well quit their research and studies and just spit on wounds and walk around instead. "Help him up." Encrid squatted before Ragna and said, "Do I have to?" Shinar asked, thinking it wasn't an urgent situation. "There's no harm in going quickly." Encrid responded lazily. "Do we have to? Really?" Riem and Jackson both added a remark, clicking their tongues at the wounded Ragna. "I now understand that killing these two and burying my sword here is the right path for the peace of the continent." Ragna spat these words, brimming with rage, but he knew that it wasn't the right time to physically fight back. Get him up. What else could be done? Encrid was the kind of man who would push if it was his will. Shinar picked Ragna up and placed him on Encrid's back, and Encrid, carrying him, descended the mountain. The Penhanil mountain range was dangerous, but it was nothing to them. "Where's the one that escaped you?" Encrid asked as they descended. "Ha!" Jackson let out a sigh, and Rem shot a sharp look at him before answering. "Well, he probably shriveled up and run away, didn't he?" Encrid didn't ask about what had shriveled, but Shinar muttered something from behind. "His balls, huh?" It was a modified fairy-style joke, spoken by Jackson in a manner meant to be barely audible, testing Encrid's reaction. It was meant to fluster him, but Encrid remained unmoved. He only heard the noise that irritated his ears, and the reason he heard it before the fairy did was simple. It was his intuition, and he activated his will to listen more carefully. "Jackson, I'm going ahead." The ground rumbled, the air trembled, and faint shouts were heard from a distance. Jackson, upon hearing this, dashed ahead. His figure quickly disappeared among the trees. Encrid, breathing out through his nose, said, "Clear the way." The air around them carried the scent of beasts and monsters. Rem stepped aside for a moment, beginning to swing his axe. Thud, thump, crack! The noise of bones and muscles cracking, splitting and breaking echoed in Encrid's ears. Shinar stopped mid-run, narrowing her eyes. The sun was dipping low in the west. It wasn't quite the time for the sunset yet, but the setting sun was casting long shadows. As they descended the mountain range, the situation became clear. Ooh-ah! The enemy was charging forward. Shinar could already foresee what would happen. Blood would pool and flow, forming rivers that would turn into a flood. Thousands would die, and in the center of the battlefield, blood would run like a river, sweeping everything away. The battlefield would require madness to keep going. Aspen filled the void left by a fallen morale with madness. Yahoo! As part of the interspecies integration policy, the Beastmen assault unit from beyond northern Aspen began their charge. On the other hand, the Allied forces didn't rush forward to meet them. However, the clash of both sides was inevitable, like the passage of time, unchangeable. As certain as the transition from today to tomorrow, it was a constant. Encrid put Ragna down. We're at the base of the mountain. There are no monsters, so hold on. My sword will be needed. No, stay still. I'll come for you. Encrid spoke and looked ahead. Why was the enemy charging head-on? He didn't know, nor did he need to know. It wasn't ordered by anyone, nor was there a clear answer. But Encrid knew what he had to do. Shinar! He called, and as he began to run, his pace rapidly increased. Boom! Boom! His feet didn't hold back. The ground cracked, and the earth and rocks flew up like fountains. His charge was wild and reckless, an unmistakable sign that an unnatural force was coming. Behind him, Shinar followed with quick, graceful movements. Shortly after, Rem, having split the heads of beasts and monsters, joined the charge. Jackson, you're late. Encrid's shout was met with Jackson's response. Though his name was all Encrid said, Jackson understood the implied question. Could they stop the enemy? Encrid ran, pondering for a split second as his left foot left the ground. In that brief moment, blood flowed to his brain, accelerating his thoughts. Could they stop the charging army? If the forces were evenly matched, they could be stopped. Even with fewer troops, with the right training, it might be possible. But many would die. Any other options? What if it was overwhelming violence? A knight is a monster who faces thousands alone. If there were not just one, but 3 such monsters, that might be enough to deter them. This action wasn't the result of some grand calculation. All Encrid saw were the countless deaths of those who had no reason to die. No honor, no glory, no fame, just slaughter. Only the Song of Steel would welcome them. And at the end, they'd flounder in a black river. If there were those who welcomed death and killing, they'd cheer for such slaughter. But Encrid wasn't one of them. Death and killing were meant to decide the outcome of a battle. But this was just meaningless death. The war was already over. Then, regardless of where it began, he would stop it. His will became a belief, and that belief became strength. Surging within him as Encrid felt the flood of will. Audin! He shouted, but his voice wouldn't carry through the chaos. Audin, caught in the confusion, couldn't hear him. Encrid inhaled deeply again. Then, with the overflowing will, he shouted once more. Let it echo, loudly, reaching everyone's ears. Iudin! Lacking finesse, Encrid filled the gap with raw willpower, his voice a storm of energy. As he uttered those 3 letters, their owner appeared from one side. Yes, brother, Audin is here. Stop them. Encrid saw glowing dots scattered across the battlefield. They weren't literally glowing, but it was his intuition responding to the surge of will. What were they? The points where the enemy had to be stopped. It was at the far right of the battlefield, between 2 spots where the 2 armies would soon clash. Teresa, help! At his command, Audin and Teresa took their positions at that point. How would they stop the charge? The answer was overwhelming violence. Audin, suppressing his desire to awaken his divine power, clenched his fist and struck. Boom! No one could ignore this at point-blank range. 2 people were sent flying into the air by the sheer force. If Audin had wanted to kill them, he would have crushed them. But he deliberately sent them flying to draw attention. Audin followed Encrid's intentions, and Teresa did the same, swinging her shield with force. The shield struck the enemy, sending them flying, their bodies landing like pebbles tossed aside. Had they done nothing, the 2 armies would have met, and chaos would have broken out in no time. Ram, did you lose your hearing? Over there. Encrid pointed to another glowing point, a line leading from Odin's position. By showing overwhelming destructive force, they needed to stop the enemy's advance. "I see what you're trying to do." Shinar, always quick-witted, was one step ahead, rushing to where she needed to be. She was positioned opposite Odin, beyond the battlefield. After Shinar took her spot, she spoke. "You may only come this far. Otherwise, I'll make them shrink." It seemed like a joke, but it was Shinar's way of expressing her confidence. This wasn't a moment where her body would disintegrate into dust. She still had energy, after having faced Barnes and his forces before. "Jackson, Ropard, fell! Over there!" Jackson wasn't someone who could stop a large army on his own, so he needed backup. 2 more were added to hold the line. Still, a huge gap remained in the front, one only Encrid could see. If they didn't stop it, blood would pour through the gap. Encrid ran and shouted, taking a deep breath to steady his pulse, then stopped. Behind him was his army, in front the enemy. Some, with puzzled looks, were halting their charge, while others were running straight ahead, heedless. Normally this was the moment where a knight would show what it meant to be one. Encrid had planned to cut through the enemy, showing them what it meant to stand alone against 1,000. But now, his thoughts had changed. What stops the feet of men? His thoughts flowed rapidly, and in that instant he knew what he had to do. He could distinguish clearly between what he could and couldn't do. What he once thought was impossible now felt within his grasp. The overflowing will granted him the power of omnipotence. What stopped their feet wasn't violence, but fear. If fear was needed, he would give it. Encrid poured his will out, like breaking a dam, flooding everything. A wall appeared behind him, and he drew his sword, slashing it against the ground. Crack! A long line appeared where his blade had struck the earth. Cross this line and die. With that he infused the line with his will. The line became a manifestation of his will. The overwhelming pressure behind him turned into a wall. It wasn't a deep chasm, but it was wide. A wall formed by overflowing will and pressure. Encrid had faced similar walls many times, and now he was showing the enemy the same pressure. Anyone who saw the wall wouldn't dare cross it. Madness faded, and in the face of fear their feet slowed, their hands dropped. A wall. There's a wall. If they charged forward, they'd die. Don't cross that line. Encrid's invisible wall spread across the battlefield, overwhelming the enemy with fear. Some, trying to push forward despite the pressure, were overwhelmed by Encrid's madmen unit. That's enough. Encrid spoke, and the scene unfolded like a painting. The advancing enemy froze. Whether they saw the fear or something else, the soldiers at the front dropped to their knees, one by one, as did dozens, then hundreds, until the battlefield was littered with kneeling bodies. The sun, dipping to the west, gathered its last rays and illuminated Encrid. The light poured from his body as he stood, sword in hand. Though it was simply the sun setting behind him, to the soldiers watching, it was a mysterious, almost divine halo. A knight could cut down 1,000, but no knight had ever stopped 1,000. Enough. Encrid finished speaking. The war was over. Chapter 540. The end of war. Clement, a member of the Border Guard's light infantry unit, saw the back of a figure. The figure's back gradually grew wider, filling her vision until it became a wall that blocked her way. The wall between the enemy and the allies appeared like an illusion before her eyes. Clement knew it was an optical illusion, but she couldn't help but perceive the wall. It was a barrier against the enemy, becoming the stronghold for her own side. Beyond the illusory wall, she could see enemies kneeling one by one in front of the allies. Had they seen the same thing as her? She didn't know, nor did it matter. The events around her, and even her location, seemed irrelevant. As the illusion began to fade, the only thing left was the man who stood motionless in front of her. Clement suddenly recognized the nickname of the person who had appeared and blocked the space between her side and the enemy. The Demon Slayer. She also learned his name, Encrid. She knew his rank as well. He was the Lord and General of the area known as the Border Guard Domain. He spoke, saying it was over. To stop. And with that, the battle ended. The day was still bright, the sunlight casting its rays on the land. The light made everything around her so vividly clear. It was as if the end of the battle had been etched into everyone's mind, like the clarity of the surrounding light. End of the war. Clement muttered to herself. Why? The old song often sung by minstrels about the knight who ended wars without drawing his sword came to her mind. She, too, knew the song of the knight who brought an end to war without a weapon. In the lyrics, there were those who ended battles without drawing a sword. What had just unfolded in front of her seemed like something straight out of a minstrel's ballad. A chill suddenly ran down Clement's spine, causing her whole body to shudder. The hairs on her skin stood on end, and she found herself unable to tear her eyes away from the figure before her. Night of the end? Her muttering didn't form into words. In fact, no one around her made a sound. Even the wind seemed to gently encircle him, and the sunlight seemed to support his presence as it bathed him. Without realizing it, Clement stepped forward, leaving her position in the ranks, and tripped, injuring her ankle in the fall. Blood stained her knee. The pain was sharp, yet she didn't feel it. The shiver of her spine was still coursing through her body. Her heart burned, and she could feel something bubbling up from deep inside her. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, she raised her head, wondering what she was feeling. She didn't know. It didn't matter. Encrid! She simply uttered the name of her hero. It wasn't just her. The entire army shouted the name of the man who had stood in front of them. Encrid. His name had halted everything. Death, steel, and blood in this land. It wasn't just Clement. Many of the enemy soldiers also had similar moments of revelation. Among the few commanders who had realized something was wrong in the middle of the battle, one muttered to himself, "Crazy bastards." He cursed the higher-ups who had let things unfold this way, but the battle had already begun. Even if they rebelled now, there was no turning back. Seeing the disciplined forces of the border guard right in front of him, realization hit him hard. We're going to lose. Not just lose, but suffer a crushing defeat. The bodies would pile up, and most of them would be soldiers from Aspen, his own men. But the arrow had already been fired. The water had already spilled, and the leaves had already fallen. Most of the commanders and soldiers who had charged into the enemy ranks, driven by some kind of madness, had regained their senses. In reality, it was fear that slapped them awake, forcing them to recognize the gravity of the situation. If you charge, you'll die. So calm down. If this moment were to be expressed in crude terms, it would likely be this. Ram might have said something like this. At first, the commanders had believed that the Allies would arrive and win when the battle began. But now, in this unavoidable moment of combat, even the enemies of Aspen couldn't help but respect the man who had stood in their way. They didn't know it yet, but later, when they reflected on this moment, they would inevitably respect him. That man had stood in the way, preventing useless bloodshed. Had the battle continued, it would have been a loss for Aspen. If a slaughter had occurred, whose blood would fill the field? The answer to that question was clear. Wow. One of the shock troops in the front lines muttered in awe. Hey, it's over. The observant leader of the shock troops spoke openly. The momentum had been broken, and charging forward now would only result in annihilation with no harm done. No matter how foolish the commander was, no one would dare charge in this situation. And so both Aspen's commanders and soldiers all stared at one person, the one who had stood alone and blocked the army. A knight is said to be someone who can cut down 1,000 men. What should a man who stands against an army of over 1,000 be called? The birth of a hero. A commander muttered instinctively, and without resistance laid down his weapon. This marked the end of the war, though what came after the surrender remained to be seen. Behind the scenes, a man who had been watching the battle, and had witnessed his superior's death, now found himself as the new supreme commander. He had seen one man appear and stand alone against an army, and in that moment he felt something inside him collapse. Not killing, but stopping. It was like stopping a horse in full gallop with nothing but the reins. It was astonishing enough to stop a horse with sheer force, yet in such cases the horse should fall, breaking its legs or its neck, right? Shit, is this even possible? But the horse was fine, and the man was unharmed. From a distance, it looked as if one man was holding off the entire army. As he stood in the middle of the battlefield, bathed in sunlight, the man's chest was filled with fear. What was collapsing? It was his future, and everything he had built until now. Perhaps it would have been better to fight and lose. If they had fought until the end, even if it meant building a mountain of corpses, he could have said he did his best. Even if he faced disadvantages, it wouldn't be a mortal sin. But what would happen if they stopped here? If the battle ended like this, who would take responsibility for it? Even if everything was revealed, it would cause problems. The knight was one issue, but the one who obediently followed his command was sure to face consequences as well. Fear gripped him, and his mind froze. He quickly attempted to flee. Forget about making amends. Escaping seemed like the only sensible option. The most important thing in the world was his own life, wasn't it? I need to survive first. There are always those who choose duty and responsibility, and those who choose to save themselves. And so, he turned to flee, only to meet a cavalry unit coming from the other side. Unable to avoid them, he stopped, and right then, Abnaya appeared confronting him. What happened? The fleeing man blinked, out of breath, unable to answer, only staring at Abnaya. Why was Abnaya here? Abnaya hadn't received the regular report from his previous general, and his intuition, constantly nagging at the back of his mind, led him to the battlefield. He trusted Barnas, yet a lingering anxiety drove him to come. He hoped nothing was amiss, but the situation had turned in an unpredictable direction. Well? The man began to make excuses, though they were weak and unconvincing. Abnaya, seeing his shifty eyes, sensed he was hiding something and spoke coldly. From now on, if you lie, I'll cut off your wrist. His voice was calm, devoid of aggression, yet his words had weight. The man knew well that Abnaya would keep his word. Where's your commanding officer? Abnaya asked. He's dead. The man caught his breath as he spoke, his back drenched in cold sweat. As the truth came out, Abnaya closed his eyes. We've lost. He may not have understood every detail of the situation, but one thing was clear: they had lost. If they hadn't, why would an enemy knight appear in the midst of a battle? Not even the Red Cloak Knights, but to be stopped by the border guard's standing army. What does this imply? It's proof that the border guard's military power surpasses that of the entire Aspen Duchy. If you were to break it down by the number of soldiers or other factors, it might not seem so, but the truth remains clear. Night, the force known as the disaster. Abnaya briefly looked up at the sky, the clear blue, the white clouds drifting between the rays of light shining through the gaps. The wind blew, ruffling his hair. Removing his helmet, Abnaya nodded. Kill him. Ein siege. Ein storm. Why? The commander tried to flee. It was a foolish act. Fleeing now? Where could he go at this point? Defeat? That could be forgiven. Losing the commander due to some insane knight going rogue? That could also be forgiven. But abandoning the remaining army and fleeing alone was unforgivable. The absence of the highest-ranking officer could lead to a massacre. Crack! One of the guards threw a spear. The man trying to escape hurriedly turned, only for the spear to pierce his back. Crack! Crack! The one hit by the spear collapsed face first into the ground. Without so much as a glance at the dead man, Abnaya and the guards moved forward. Have we lost? In response to the guard captain's question, Abnaya recited what needed to be done. "We will return, saving as many as possible." Would the enemy let the retreating army go unchallenged? Who could possibly halt the battle like this? It was time to see and do what needed to be done with their own eyes. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Abnaya observed the entire situation. He saw a man standing alone, blocking the enemy. Abnaya recognized his face and name. He was someone he once targeted for death, no doubt about it. A man with black hair and blue eyes, standing alone as if carrying sunlight. He was a knight now, no doubt about it. Even if Abnaya didn't fully grasp his abilities, the situation made it clear just how powerful he was. The Demon Slayer. Abnaya spoke the man's most famous title. So, what should be done now? Abnaya was determined to save his army, even at the cost of his own life. "Everyone, return. We began together and we will end together." The captain of the guards did not heed the command. Abnaya had no time to convince him. If the border guard's standing army started a fight now, the entire army would be wiped out. Moreover, there was a knight on the enemy side. Just as Abnaya was about to step forward, the enemy spoke first. "Fall back. Just leave." The words were barely audible. Abnaya muttered to himself. It was unbelievable, but it was true. The man stopped the battle, plunging the battlefield into silence, then turned Aspen's army around. There was no need for promises not to chase. His words themselves were proof of trust. Even more so, he turned his back first. As Abnaya watched Encrid's back, he reflected on everything he had observed. He understood why Encrid had turned away. Unnecessary bloodshed. The battle could continue. The outcome could be determined. People could die and others could be killed. That's what war was. And taking up a sword or spear meant an agreement had already been made. But if it was deemed unnecessary, it would be stopped. It seemed as if he had heard Encrid's words. Even Abnaya felt a shiver down his spine. It was a greater thrill than those who had witnessed the wall of will and pressure. Could someone like that truly exist? Abnaya had seen many people. While he hadn't seen any true legends, he had seen kings, imperial knights and knights from southern kingdoms. The king from the east, who was called a hero, was no less than these. But how did he compare to the man before him? At least in Abnaya's realm of judgment, it didn't even come close. He felt unqualified to judge him. His ideals were lofty, their convictions firm and their wills stronger than ever. Let's go back. It was time to return and stand before those who would ask for accountability for the war. General Frog had saved his men and returned alive after intending to die. The commander who had abandoned his men in the mountains and fled had been killed by a knight. The new commander, who had ordered a full charge in panic, had only tried to save his own life before dying. Abnaya, having failed again, was prepared to either face a lifetime in prison or meet his death. That was the end of this battle, and the peace Aspen had achieved, or would achieve. Chapter 541, The Unyielding Knight, You're the Lord, I assume? Graham turned his gaze to the figure suddenly standing before him. A lunatic? The man looked like he might start drooling at any moment. His appearance was utterly disheveled, a gambeson torn in multiple places, an old, battered scabbard, and a dented helmet. On the surface, he seemed nothing more than a deranged vagrant, but Graham instinctively raised his sword and shield, readying himself. The madman's bloodshot eyes blinked a few times as he exhaled a wheezy breath escaping him. I'm busy. Let's end this quickly. His tone was calm, but the murderous intent laced within was undeniable. Before Graham could even fully process his words, a roar erupted in the distance. Waha! It came from the battlefield. Amidst the clamor, he thought he could make out someone shouting a name, but it was too far away to discern clearly. Graham was in the process of regrouping his forces, including the rear units, to mount a full defense. Regardless of their chances of victory, Every soldier counted when it came to minimizing their losses. But then, this man had appeared from the brush beside their camp, blocking the path. There were hardly any soldiers around. Their focus was on the front lines, leaving supply units and support personnel scattered. Around. Go, huh? The bloodshot lunatic drew his sword, twisting his neck to either side as the blade wobbled slightly in his unsteady grip. Whatever he had endured, his body and mind were far from sound. His balance was skewed, his stance disorganized. Still, the words he muttered sent a chill down Graham's spine. The Lord's head will earn me the greatest glory, won't it? What nonsense. Yes, Graham was the Lord of Border Guard, but everyone down to the youngest child knew who truly represented this land. Demon Slayer, the King's Friend, Encrid. Graham's title was largely a formality, and he knew it. But Graham, an aging warrior, viewed serving beside Encrid as an opportunity, a blessing. He had honed his skills while watching Encrid closely, refusing to grow complacent. And this man, as unhinged as he appeared, was not ordinary. Graham could tell by the way he carried himself. A simple madman wouldn't have made it this far. Even his frog companion, Luagarn, an observer with keener instincts than most humans, muttered a warning. Night. That single word was enough. One of the guards nearby furrowed his brow and started to step forward, but Graham stopped him. Stand down, sir, I said. Fall back. Graham was not a calculating man, but neither did he turn a blind eye to the obvious. If his guards engaged this opponent, they would die. Graham had no intention of sending someone he'd fought beside, shared meals and trained with to their death, just to test the enemy's strength. Am I destined to die today? He didn't know how or why an enemy knight had ended up here in such a state. But if this opponent was truly as deadly as they seemed, even surviving a single strike would be a monumental challenge. Despite the odds, Graham gripped his sword firmly. If you fight, you fulfill your duty. But kneeling to die quietly isn't your role. Straightening his posture, he declared, I am the Lord of Border Guard. Before Graham could finish speaking, his opponent's sword disappeared in a blur. He didn't even have time to shout. What saved him was the relentless training he'd undertaken after witnessing Encrid's strength. Out of habit, he angled his sword diagonally, bracing his legs to absorb the force and attempting to deflect the strike. Clang! Screech! He couldn't entirely redirect the blow. At best, he managed to partially deflect it. Still, it was enough. The edge of his Valerian steel sword, the pride of his arsenal, was serrated like a saw, nearly ruined. His hands throbbed as though they might burst open, and he suspected some skin had already torn. I held on. Even if it was partially luck, he'd survived. Against a knight, no less. Of course, his opponent, Corwin, was far from normal. Exhausted from the battlefield, bloodied and consumed by rage, the knight was running on little more than sheer willpower. His goal was simple: kill the Lord and leave. Logic or survival had no place in his mind. Had it not been for Luagarn's whip snaking around Corwin's ankle, Graham might not have survived. The frog's presence was a precaution, courtesy of Krais, who feared a flanking attack. No one could have anticipated an enemy knight's assault. Frog scum, Corwin hissed, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with malice. Luagarn tightened her grip on the whip, but Corwin's brute strength was undeniable. With a sharp yank, he pulled her off balance, forcing her to adjust her stance. Luagarn gritted her teeth, her thoughts racing. He's incomplete. There was no doubt Corwin was a knight. But compared to figures like Encrid, Rem, or Ragna, his skills were embarrassingly unpolished. We can hold out. Perhaps only that. Defeating him was a far cry from reality. Luagarn's resolve solidified. She puffed out her cheeks, steeling herself for action. This wasn't the time for despair. It was time to act. Meanwhile, Corwin advanced, his murderous intent sharpening the air. His blade descended with terrifying speed, but Luagarn managed to parry, predicting his movement. By her side, Graham countered with a desperate strike of his own, his battle cry echoing through the camp. Reinforcements were arriving, drawn by the commotion, but Corwin remained undeterred, eyes wild and bloodshot like those of a beast. The knight swung again, relentless and savage as Graham endured, even as his armor shattered and his arms bled. He wasn't the same man he once was. His time training with Encrid had pushed him to the brink, transforming him into something more, a warrior capable of surviving even the deadliest onslaughts. Of course, it shouldn't have been possible for him to block the previous strike. That was reasonable. But it was blocked. If one were to analyze the reasons, first, it was due to Corwin's disrupted will while fleeing, without regard for the damage to it. Second, Luagarn's whip had wrapped around his ankle, repeatedly hindering him. Lastly, it was also because Corwin had chosen to confront his weakness instead of leveraging his specialty. Rather than a precise, insightful strike, he had opted for a brute force attack. Ooh-ah! Corwin's scream, devoid of any composure, carried only his negative emotions. It was a sound that made everyone uncomfortable just hearing it. Most of the surrounding soldiers frowned. Still, there wasn't anyone who could step forward. Whoosh! Corwin's sword once again sliced through empty air. Despite his earlier blunder weakening his will, he was still a knight. Even if this blow decapitated Graham, no one could blame him. Besides, Graham had just ordered his escorting troops to withdraw to avoid their deaths. Thud! Yet again, Corwin failed to achieve his goal. His sword had indeed cut through something, but it wasn't the Lord's neck. Flop, flop. One of the frog's arms, severed and bleeding, flapped on the ground like a fish out of water. How many times do you think you can stop me? Corwin growled, exhaling a sinister bloodlust. At this point, Corwin seemed to regain a shred of calmness, something close to self-control. Though this was more of a fleeting hope on his part, given enough time even this sinister aura might have been sublimated into will, opening new doors for him, even if it meant a life defined by slaughter, like that of a mad knight. But that was only if he survived. Corwin had already broken Graham's shield, shattered his fingers and severed Luagarn's leg, but he had failed to kill them. The crucial point was that enough time had passed, and the unhinged Corwin failed to grasp this fact. Wow, this bastard made it all the way here? What brings you here? A voice brought the battle to a halt. Light and refreshing, yet it carried authority. Even so, Corwin still tried to cut down the Lord in his last act, but his movements no longer followed his intentions. Something flew through the air with a whoosh and passed between Graham and Corwin. Instinctively, Corwin retreated. Graham, slower to react, flinched in surprise. Whatever it was several times faster than Corwin's sword had been. Boom! With a deafening noise, the flying object struck the ground, kicking up dust before settling. It was a hand axe. Its flight had been so swift that Graham himself had failed to see it properly, and to the soldiers it seemed as if lightning had struck. The small throwing axe had embedded itself into the ground, its blade entirely buried. It was a demonstration of overwhelming might. Corwin's head snapped around. His eyes widened to the point of tearing, and blood-red veins burst, leaking tears of blood. Why are you here? Death had returned. The monster with gray hair stood before him. Behind him was a man with black hair and blue eyes, and next to them a red-haired figure wearing a stoic expression. Nearby, a female soldier gasped for air. Her name was Finn. Finn had returned during her report, and, seeing the unfolding situation, had swiftly brought Encrid. For this, Graham would later owe her his gratitude. As Corwin reflexively attempted to flee, something flew toward the path he intended to take. He twisted his body to dodge it. It was a leaf-shaped sword. The sword's wielder, a golden-haired fairy with an unforgettable appearance, spoke. "I will not let you escape, shriveled one. What nonsense was this? Corwin thought as he scanned the people surrounding him. Brother, it is time for you to meet the Lord. The speaker was a bear-like giant who stood silently to one side. And those words were fulfilled. Oof! Corwin let out a scream mixed with a battle cry, and desperately used every strategy he had to escape. His extraordinary insight allowed him to glimpse into the future. But the future he saw showed an unavoidable strike severing his neck. No! Those were his final words. Thwack! The night Corwin's head flew through the air. Riem, who had swung the axe, almost struck the fallen head again, but decided against it. What was the point of cutting up a dead man's head? Crazy bastard! Rem spat on the ground. Corwin was unpleasant in every way. Only then did Graham and the armless Luagarn let out deep breaths. Encrid supported them both. Limbs can grow back, Luagarn said as soldiers rushed to reattach her severed parts and bandage her wounds. What's the situation up ahead? Graham asked. We drove them back, Encrid replied. Encrid, who always showed Graham respect, had chosen his words carefully. It was thanks to this that there were no casualties in this battle. Encrid's calm demeanor was evident, and some soldiers in the vicinity stared at the so-called madmen unit that had just eliminated the Night of Calamity. There weren't many onlookers. Even as Aspen retreated, allied troops had to hold their position. Someone muttered the words, and they seemed to replace Encrid's most famous nickname. The moniker Unyielding Knight was born. You're right, said Krais, the big-eyed man, as he emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Beside him was Esther in her panther form, her blue eyes fixed on Encrid. If Aspen's war marked its downfall and despair, then Aurelia's victory heralded the birth of a hero. There were many witnesses on the battlefield, ensuring the story would spread quickly. Thus, after Graham was saved and Luaganan's severed limbs were attended to, evening came. There would be no celebratory toasts or indulgences for the next few days. The first priority was to recover the battlefield. After all, Aspen might attempt another reckless act, so vigilance was essential. As the soldiers washed, ate, and chatted through the night, Encrid finally felt a sense of emptiness, that he was forgetting something. That emptiness revealed itself late at night. We found him by chance. He was heading toward Aspen, using a greatsword as a staff. The scouts and soldiers patrolling the area had brought Ragna back. Ah, you see what should be had. Encrid sighed softly. He had completely forgotten about him. Well, thanks for finding me. Ragna, muttering nonsense, entered the tent and fainted on the spot. Naturally, he was sent to the medical tent. Chapter 542. Now, speak, Esk. What a pity. Should have just left him behind. Survived, huh? The Lord has yet to welcome you, brother. I almost forgot. Your arms and legs seem intact. If they're not cut off, you're fine. A frog and a human are not the same. Are you really okay, Sir Ragna? These were the words Ragna overheard just before losing consciousness. As he mulled over who the last two speakers might have been, he concluded they were Luagarn and Ropud. The one who said he forgot must have been Encrid. As for the first two, the barbarian and the stray cat, perhaps? Skipping over his thoughts, Ragna opened his eyes and muttered, "One hand is enough." If the omitted context were to be filled in, it meant that even if all of them came at him together, he could handle them with one hand. It was also an invitation, disregarding his injuries. There's really no need to cut off an arm. He thought he had only blinked, but that wasn't the case. The unfamiliar ceiling and a woman staring intently at him confirmed that. The woman, Anne, who claimed to be a healer, was calmly grinding herbs in a wooden bowl as she spoke. Rest. For the next few days, eat well, rest, and take your medicine diligently. Her firm tone was met with a nod from Ragna. Looking down at his limbs, he noticed they were tightly bandaged. The pain lingered, but he felt much better than before he had collapsed. Where am I? This is the infirmary, though it's a bit lacking. The medics here in the camp know little about medicine, and the alchemists making treatments are either self-taught charlatans or cling to a handful of crude recipes passed down as family secrets. Still, the good thing is, if I ask for anything, it magically. Anne's words flowed effortlessly as she prepared the medicine. Before the war, Anne had been assigned to the infirmary, a decision Encrid had delegated to Shinar. Shinar, of course, couldn't look after her directly, leaving Anne as the lone commoner amidst gatherings of noble offspring. It reminded her of an old fairy tale, something about a commoner with magical powers attending a party and fighting back with a shoe after being humiliated. The details were hazy, but that thought crossed her mind. At least, among the people staring at her, there was no one looking at her with malicious intent or lustful eyes. Even her brief status as a commoner among nobles lasted only a couple of days. Who did you say you were, Anne? A man with large eyes, likely Krais, had come by asking about the girl the commander had brought, and had made arrangements for her. When he asked if she needed anything, Anne had confidently replied, "A room to myself. Tools and equipment for research, books on alchemy, and if there's an alchemist in the city, I'd like to meet them." Krais had asked, somewhat incredulously, what she was. Anne had replied boldly, "A healer." From that point, Krais began to take care of her needs. Krais, being no fool, was well aware that most of the so-called alchemists, either in town or among their guests, were half-baked at best. But rather than dismiss them outright, he supported them, hoping their research would eventually attract genuine talent. Investing in Anne felt like another gamble, but he decided it was worth a try. Her confidence and background as the disciple of the renowned alchemist Rabban made her stand out. Not long after, Anne received her own private laboratory and a treatment facility. Her skills were recognized quickly. While she was proficient in surgeries, bone setting, and healing, her main focus remained alchemy. Anne understood her good fortune, but also recognized her burning desire to advance her research and study. It was this ambition that prompted her to speak so openly to Ragna. Ragna, though the most gravely injured, was the only soldier in the infirmary. Others were either lightly injured or celebrating the victory in town. As Anne casually chatted with him, Ragna opened his eyes halfway, his response indifferent. "Got it." It was a reply that screamed disinterest. Yes, I see," Anne stammered, slightly flustered. She had expected some reaction, maybe even a spark of interest. But Ragna merely closed his eyes again. Anne watched him, feeling a strange sense of curiosity and irritation. Who was this man who seemed utterly unimpressed? "Now speak." The flickering lantern light cast deep shadows across Shinar's face, making her expression unreadable. "Is it Will?" Encrid glanced at the figure sitting in the shadows beside her. The sly stray cat Jackson. Only his glowing eyes were visible, giving him an almost ghostly presence. "You sneaky bastard. Would it kill you to light a fire on your back? I'm also curious about how you called my name, brother." Following, even Odin posed a question. Beside them were Teresa, Ropard, Fell, and Luagar. Not far from their lodging, Krais stood with his mismatched eyes, while Encrid sat stroking Esther's back. Naturally, she was still in her panther form. Esther let out a low growl. Lately, she hardly reverted to human form, as if she had decided to fully embrace her identity as a panther. So, was this considered downtime? The war was over, and their days were spent drinking, feasting, and indulging. Rumors of the nickname the Unyielding Knight had been making the rounds. It sounded slightly better than Demon Slayer, didn't it? As stray thoughts filled Encrid's mind, he responded curtly to their questions. "What about it? Playing dumb now, huh? You're quite the sly one, aren't you? They mean the time you earned that nickname." Didn't you use some kind of special trick when you called out to me, Brother Duckfoot? Audin had a peculiar habit of playfully changing the title he used before calling Encrid brother. Encrid pieced together their questions. While some, like Rem and a few night-level individuals, seemed merely curious, others, like Ropert and Fell, had a sharper intensity in their gazes. Luagarn, despite missing one leg, had taken a seat with a determination that suggested she would have crawled over if necessary. Her eyes gleamed, not with the usual frog stare, but with the wild glint of a giant. They shone as if too much oil filled her sockets, spilling over into her gaze. Encrid recalled the events in question and replied, "I raised a barrier and infused it with intimidation." It was all he could explain about the surge of will, the heightened emotions, and the overwhelming omnipotence that erupted in that moment. All he did was pour out his will until it reached its peak. "Damn it! Is that even an explanation?" Rem grumbled, clearly frustrated by the vague response. It wasn't exactly easy to understand. Is that all?" Jackson chimed in. Even Encrid, whose composure surpassed that of most knights, felt a flicker of irritation bubbling up instead of will, criticizing him for being unable to explain it, especially from Rem and Jackson of all people. The nerve on these guys. "How did you call me, brother?" Audin pressed further. Not only had he erected the barrier, but he had also summoned Audin using a similar outburst of will. What could he even say about that? "I infused will into my call," Encrid replied in a more measured tone. "I see," Audin said with a stiff smile, his expression forced and his eyes strained in an unnatural curve. The reaction, whether it was Rem's mockery or Audin's forced understanding, was all the same to Encrid. "That's all I can explain," Encrid added. For a moment he unintentionally felt how Ermi, Jackson, Ragna, and Audin must have felt when explaining their techniques, something that came naturally to them, but explaining it, that was a different matter entirely. Understanding this, he also recognized their attitudes as reasonable. So Encrid did as they often did. "So, what do you want me to do about it?" Ha ha. Surprisingly, Shinar burst into laughter at that. Ropert and Fell appeared deep in thought, while Luagarn began muttering to herself in a dazed tone. With will as plentiful as usks, one could block a road even if they couldn't build a wall alone. Her words, in their way, captured the essence of what had happened. It was, quite literally, the overwhelming scale of Encrid's will that had forced the situation into submission. Is it like casting fear over an enemy, like spreading the shadow of Grime's wings? Or like raising dozens of blades to threaten your opponent? There is no need for multiple shields, sister. You only need one to block the way. But that shield must be large, thick, and sturdy. Of course, the wall the commander built was a bit softer than expected. As Jackson, Audin, and Rem shared their interpretations, Rem added, "Well, that's true. A bit dull, though," Jackson chimed in. Each of them interpreted Encrid's words in their own unique way. In short, it was the domain of geniuses. Audin even took the time to explain it to Teresa amidst the discussion. Encrid smiled as he regarded them, offering a blessing with his words. "You're like offspring of four-legged beasts with human faces." In simpler terms, he had just called them the spawn of human-faced dogs, a creative insult. With that, Encrid rose to his feet, brushing himself off. Despite gathering here, he had other matters to attend to this evening. He had come to see Shinar, but the meeting had taken this unexpected turn. "It's time to go. Jackson?" "Yes." He wasn't leaving alone. Jackson rose silently as well. "Shinar?" "My fiancé who never ceases to amuse me with his laughter." "Yes, let's go." The nickname Demon Slayer might have been preferable to the titles they threw around now. As the three stood to leave, Rem declared he was heading to bed, and Audin left for his prayer time. The others soon dispersed as well. Once outside, the trio donned black cloaks, their appearance blending seamlessly into the shadows. "Fits you well. 3 stray cats, huh?" Rem sneered as he left. Heading out at night in such attire wasn't planned, but it wasn't as though they could stride out in flashy, gem-studded armor. That would only attract attention, not to mention beasts or monsters that were drawn to shiny objects. This was, after all, a classified mission. Encrid, Jackson, and Shinar made their way to the outskirts of the city, specifically in the direction of Green Pearl. There, a black-painted carriage awaited them. Inside sat someone who waved through the window as they approached. The three climbed aboard, and the masked man inside asked, "How is it?" "It suits you," Encrid replied indifferently. The carriage began moving, its destination the border near Aspen. Chapter 543. A night stroll and a meeting. Encrid was aware of his tendency to take bold actions, and the masked man standing before him was no less daring. "What do you think?" the masked man, whose name was Cryonaut Angius Norilius, asked. He was the king of the nation to which Encrid pledged allegiance. "Is it really necessary to cover your face while traveling in a black carriage under the cover of night? It's a matter of mood, purely mood." Krang the king replied as he lowered his mask. His arrival here had been preceded by a series of events, but the most decisive factor was Krang's own will. Chronologically, the first notable event was the report reaching the capital about the progress and victory in the war, accompanied by the astonishing news of 0 casualties. Does that even make sense? Some, especially those who envied Encrid, scoffed at the notion. Even before rumors of his title, the Unyielding Knight, had spread, the idea was baffling to most. Wouldn't it make more sense to claim that 4 soldiers from the border guard became knights, formed a new order, and launched the attack? One commentator unintentionally struck close to the truth, though the gossip remained within their circles. Meanwhile, the royal palace dispatched an envoy, a modest delegation of about 10 members, which included Andrew Gardner. When the full-scale battle broke out, I was supposed to join as reinforcements. So why was it already over when I arrived? Andrew's expression betrayed a complex mix of joy, curiosity, and disbelief. Along the way, he had heard of Encrid's growing renown, particularly the nickname, the Unyielding Knight, which now echoed across the region. Encrid's fame had long been celebrated within the border guard, where every noblewoman vied for his attention. Traders sought his favor, and even some wandering swordsmen pledged allegiance to him. However, the current rumors far exceeded those prior accolades. It was said that if Encrid declared himself king tomorrow, people would flock to his banner in droves. Among the tales, the most sensational was this: he single-handedly stopped an entire army, not by slaughtering them, but merely by glaring at them until they froze. Some claimed a wall emerged behind him, halting the enemy, while others said he drew a line with his sword, unleashing a radiant light that created a barrier to stop the advancing forces. As with most stories, exaggeration crept in, leading to absurd embellishments, like an angelic army descending with flaming swords to defend the land. But hidden among the tall tales was one undeniable truth. Encrid had indeed single-handedly stopped an army. Is it true? Andrew had wanted to abandon his unit and rush to the front himself, but had to first ensure the logistical stability of his forces. Supporting an army was no small expense, and leaving the costs to the border guard, who had already spent lavishly in preparation for war, would have been unreasonable. Instead, he restructured his unit and sent them back while receiving an official request to join the royal delegation. Overjoyed by the opportunity, Andrew eagerly complied. "It's true." "I do, son," Encrid replied simply, nodding. Andrew's eyes widened, his pupils trembling as he struggled to process the confirmation. How? By creating a forest of energy. Shinar, who had accompanied Encrid, offered the explanation. Of course, it was incomprehensible to Andrew. "For your valor, the message is that you should depart from the border guard in a month and make your way to the capital," one of the royal envoys cautiously conveyed. Encrid nodded in acknowledgement, marking the end of the delegation's official duties. However, one member sought him out later that night, accompanied by Andrew, of course. "Are you insane?" Encrid asked his unexpected guest bluntly. A brief exchange followed, but the core of the matter was clear. "I'm not insane. No one will know I was here. Besides, with the famous unyielding knight by my side, what danger could there be? Aspen is too busy opening diplomatic channels and addressing internal turmoil to pose a threat. I'd bet 5 silver coins on it. For a king, that's quite a paltry wager. The treasury's tight." "Asking for more funds is partly why I came here." Beside him, Andrew rolled his eyes, fully convinced of the absurdity of the situation. What kind of king faked illness to visit a former battlefield? This, however, was not the end of Krang's eccentric plans. Upon hearing the details, Andrew realized they might even surpass the legend of Encrid's impenetrable defense in audacity. This is not normal. Finding himself among the 5 individuals privy to this secret, Andrew decided to forgo rational thought and simply comply. Others aware of the king's actions, including the Duke of Octo, who had fainted upon learning of them, the Royal Guard captain, and Marquis Marcus Beza, had been left with little choice but to relent. "My absence from the palace would raise suspicion. Instead, I hope you'll guard me in secret." Krang had persuaded his Royal Guard captain, who reluctantly agreed. The king's visit served 2 purposes: negotiating peace with Aspen and lobbying for increased taxes to replenish the royal treasury. "I can't publicly demand money from the border guard for their efforts, so I'm asking for tax increases instead. Even so, Your Majesty, this is no task for a king." Krais interjected from behind Encrid, ever the voice of reason. "If I come personally, they might be so moved they'd weep with gratitude." Krang joked. "I've long since dried up emotionally," Krais retorted. "Are you the sand type, then?" The sand metaphor referred to a popular trend on the continent comparing personalities. A moist soil type was emotionally attuned and empathetic, while a sand type was cold and logical. "Yes, I'm pure sand," Krais said flatly. In the end, Krais agreed to send the requested taxes, reasoning that maintaining good relations with Narilia capital outweighed any grievances. Additionally, Narilia's internal instability following its civil war made financial support a prudent move. Still, Krais sought to secure his own interests in the process. "Do you know about salons?" Krais asked, referring to a growing social trend. He suggested that Krang visit his future establishment as a gesture of goodwill. "Of course," Krang replied with a smile. If filling the treasury required personal sacrifices, he was willing to do anything, even dancing naked if necessary. "So, you're going to Aspen? Planning to reignite the war?" Jackson, who had joined the conversation, asked bluntly. "No. Then what?" I told him to come out. "Who?" "The King of Aspen. And if he doesn't?" Krang smiled. "We'll see." While his actions seemed impulsive, Krang had calculated the potential outcomes, focusing on the results rather than the process. Though provoking Aspen might seem reckless, he believed the ultimate benefits outweighed the risks. "Even if I could destroy them, I won't. To bring Aspen under control, the border guard would need to take the initiative and attack. However, such actions could ignite a war across the continent like wildfire. Even without that, annihilating an entire nation was no easy feat. So, what about taking hostages and turning Aspen into a vassal state? The pride of the Aspen people was unlikely to crumble so easily. Won't the sparks of rebellion ignite in various places? Some nobles might align themselves with this side, but others certainly wouldn't. Stable governance would become an unattainable dream. The real problem was that Narilia lacked the capacity for such endeavors at the moment. Suppressing them by force might be possible. Normally, that would have been out of the question. But with Encrid and the presence of the Madmen unit, it became feasible. However, perfectly subjugating Aspen was an entirely different matter. If preparations were complete, it might even be worth considering taking over a neighboring nation, but Krang believed that was not a wise idea nor the right time for it. The best outcome would be if Aspen's king handled things on his own, and preferably in a way that aligned perfectly with their goals. To achieve that, a meeting would be necessary, whether it ended in threats or negotiations. By personally taking action, Krang intended to align matters with Aspen behind the scenes. In politics, what could be better than feigning ignorance outwardly while scheming in secret? There was nothing better. Thus, Aspen was secretly approached with a proposal to meet. What if Aspen set a trap? Then it would be a disaster, not for Krang but for Aspen. If Krang even slightly changed his mind, Aspen might be wiped off the map. While personally taking such risks was dangerous, Krang had determined it was worth it. If things go south, I'll just kill the king and leave. He had no intention of taking unnecessary lives. However, the king bore responsibilities simply by sitting on the throne. The crown carried duties and the throne bore accountability. It was a common notion regarding kingship. Thus, Aspen's king had no right to complain, even if he died simply for holding that position. The blame for a defeat, the deaths of knights. If one followed the chain of command, all responsibility ultimately rested with the king. This was Krang's worldview, and in essence people lived according to their beliefs. Krang was no different. If Aspen's king were to die, the nation would inevitably descend into civil war. Even if the Hurrier and Ekin's families joined forces to install a puppet king, chaos would still ensue. Such times of turmoil were inevitable. If genuine dialogue were possible, such outcomes could be avoided. Although the meeting was covert, it was being held in Krang's name, and the weight of that promise could not be disregarded. Krang's plan aimed for all of this: bold action, ambition, and a conversation with Aspen's king. The potential gains were far from trivial. It would be best if we could communicate properly. If civil war broke out in Aspen and some fool decided to attack recklessly, war would immediately follow, resulting in unavoidable casualties for their side as well. Of course, if necessary, they would fight. If necessary, blood would be spilled. But now was not the time, nor was there any need to suffer from the desperate last stand of a defeated nation. Krang didn't share all these thoughts. Encrid likely wouldn't care much about them anyway. Thus, Krang expressed his intentions succinctly. I just want to see his face. I'm curious about the bastard who keeps coming at us. It might sound crude as a reason for negotiating peace, but Encrid agreed. He knew Krang never acted without careful thought. Thus, a team was formed, 3 wildcards, Shinar, Jackson, and Encrid. To prevent assassination attempts or trickery, Jackson and Shinar would accompany them. And of course, Encrid, the hero of the recent battle, would also attend. This was also at the request of Aspen's king. If the one who stopped the army at the end of the battle comes with you, I'll meet with you. That was the message they had received. For the coachman, Andrew Gardner joined the party. There was no need for him or anyone else to accompany them. Aspen also agreed to send only 5 individuals, including their king. The key to this operation was simple: meet secretly, remain unnoticed. Then, after traveling some distance by carriage, the group left Border Guard to the west and pressed on. They passed signs of where an army had been stationed, killing a few monsters and beasts along the way under the cover of night. Finally, they saw a distant light, the meeting place. Even Encrid found himself curious about Aspen's king. What kind of man loved war so much as to keep pursuing conflict like this? Chapter 544. The fervor crackling. Next to the large bonfire stood 2 chairs, crafted with meticulous skill. A middle-aged man sat in one of them, while behind him stood a young man in light leather armor, a middle-aged woman, another man who appeared slightly younger than her, and a frog, the very same frog Encrid had spared in the war. When Encrid casually acknowledged him with a glance, the frog gave a slight nod. The light of the fire illuminated the face of the man sitting in the chair, the king of Aspen. As Encrid approached, his eyes scanned the king from head to toe. Despite some visible bulk, his physique showed clear signs of training. Veins stood out prominently on the back of his hands, and through his thin shirt, the well-developed muscles of his chest were evident. His face didn't carry the harshness or sharpness one might expect. Instead, it was lean, with slightly hollow cheeks. To Encrid, he seemed similar to how he had felt upon first meeting Count Mulsanne, though unlike the Count, this man didn't seem prone to madness. In summary, there wasn't a hint of him being a war madman. Perhaps he seemed slightly stern, but then again there was no set look for someone obsessed with war. The king lifted a leather flask and spoke. "Would you care for a drink?" His tone wasn't gentle, but neither did it harbor malice or hostility. It was more like the unyielding surface of a stone. "Gladly," Krais replied without hesitation. He neither rushed forward eagerly nor approached timidly, but walked naturally to the chair and accepted the drink. Holding out one hand while supporting his wrist with the other, he performed the gesture with a sense of ease. Then he took a sip. Watching this, Encrid wondered if it was safe to drink. But he couldn't intervene. His thoughts wandered to the conversation they had shared during their journey here. "Do you not wonder why I'm doing all this?" Krais had asked. Encrid had blinked slowly in response before answering. "Would you stop me if I tried to take on an army?" "No." "Why not?" "Because you'd figure it out yourself." That was trust. "You're the same, aren't you?" Encrid replied, expressing his belief in the king and friend before him. And that had been the end of it. Jackson didn't seem curious, and Shinar didn't care. If Andrew had been in the carriage, he might have muttered something like, "Everyone here seems insane." But he'd been too preoccupied gazing at the moonlit scenery and listening to the rhythmic clatter of hooves and wheels. When Krais had appeared and stopped the army before, Andrew's face had gone from shock and disbelief to a near-vacant stare, like that of a ghoul. "I plan to win over the King of Aspen," Krais had said, to which Encrid had simply given a look that said, "Do what you want." "Am I bothering you?" Krais had asked, sensing Encrid's apathy. "Not at all," Encrid had replied, using a standard evasion tactic. "Good. Let's leave it at that." From there, their conversation had shifted to mundane topics. Dunbakel's trip east, recent battlefield events, the knights they had fought and killed, and even stories about reshaping the royal training grounds. Jackson had mentioned killing some moonlit fairies during a battle, but Shinar had remained unfazed. If humans drew lines and fought amongst themselves, why wouldn't fairies do the same? It was just the way of things. Everyone lives by their will. If rest is what awaits them at the end, it's not necessarily a bad thing, Shinar had remarked. Krais had seemed ready to respond, but thought better of it, falling silent. Now, as the conversation turned to more serious matters, Krais mused aloud. The Southern Empire stirred up trouble. The Holy Kingdom made their moves. And yet in the end, everyone seems to be siding with Aspen. "So, I thought, what should I do? Argue about fairness? Doesn't seem to be working." Encrid had merely nodded along, knowing full well that politics was not his realm. Even before he became a knight, and especially after, his focus had always been singular. Swordsmanship. What to pursue, and for what purpose to wield his blade. Politics to him was an unwelcome distraction. When they reached their destination, the King of Aspen looked at Krais with an unyielding expression, as if to say, "What's so bold about drinking a little?" Amidst all this, Encrid felt a sharp gaze on him. A young man was staring at him intently, his eyes clear and direct. While it wasn't a glare with bad intentions, Jackson seemed displeased regardless. In a low, calm voice, Jackson said, "Our unit has a panther that plucks out the eyes of those who stare rudely. I wholeheartedly support and endorse its actions." The quiet yet threatening words were far more effective than any blunt intimidation. In situations like a secret meeting after a victorious battle, such restraint carried weight. "I mean no offense," the young man replied, his voice clear and unwavering despite Jackson's warning. Was it sheer determination or youthful naivety? Either way, he was undeterred. The middle-aged woman frowned, disapproving of the young man's forwardness, while the frog remained emotionless. The last man, with a suave demeanor, offered only a slight smile, and said, "Best not to provoke him. I only wish to speak." The young man continued, his gaze still fixed on Encrid. "Are you the unyielding knight?" Before anyone could react, the young man had posed the question. Encrid studied him but didn't recognize the face. Still, he seemed neither familiar nor entirely unfamiliar. The young man continued, "My cousin was the first to teach me the sword. His name was Mitch Hurrier." The name struck a chord in Encrid's memory. Mitch Hurrier, the opponent he had clashed with twice. "I quickly surpassed him. And soon I gained a godfather, Barnas Hurrier," the young man said. "I am Elode Hurrier, his godson." Barnas had died at Ragna's hands, and Mitch by Encrid's. Elode stood before the man responsible for his cousin and godfather's deaths. Yet his gaze carried no hatred. Bowing his head, Elode spoke. "First, I wish to thank you." Though he had reasons for vengeance, Elode also understood the greater good. Encrid's intervention had saved countless lives, and Elode had come to know this through both Abneyer's words and his own investigations. Encrid, who had stopped an army, was worthy of respect, even if Elode's gratitude would complicate matters upon his return. Despite everything, Elode felt compelled to acknowledge the knight who had saved thousands of soldiers, even if that same man had slain his kin. "One day, if I am strong enough, I will challenge you to a duel," Elode concluded. He was a man driven by justice, uncompromising in his principles. "Do as you wish," Encrid replied. Encrid nodded. While he couldn't fully grasp the other party's intentions, he could tell that Elode's words weren't spoken out of malice. More than anything, there was sincerity in what he said. And perhaps even more importantly, Elode was a person he liked. To act according to one's convictions, wasn't that quite similar to the way Encrid lived? Although, admittedly, Elode wasn't as perceptive as he was. "Are you insane?" The middle-aged woman glared at Elode and interjected, making it clear that his actions weren't prearranged. As she spoke, she glanced at Encrid, as if wary of what might happen if things went south and swords started clashing. Her caution was understandable. She had no confidence in stopping him if things escalated. Elode, however, remained unfazed, which seemed to irritate the woman even more. The deepening wrinkles on her forehead were evidence of her rising frustration. Regardless, the conversation ended there. Elode straightened his gaze, while Jackson subtly released his grip on the dagger he had been toying with. Meanwhile, of the two kings present, Krang listened to their exchange with curiosity, while the King of Aspen remained impassive. "What an interesting fellow," remarked Krang. "One who doesn't know how to hide his intentions," came the reply. The two exchanged these brief comments, then took turns sipping from a leather flask. For a meeting between kings, the setting was rather modest. There were no fine crystal glasses or exquisite dishes, hardly the scene one would associate with royalty. In fact, the very idea of a king traveling this far for such a meeting was sheer madness. On this continent, the notion of kings from different nations meeting was nearly unheard of. Without cities or fortifications, the dangers of magical beasts and monsters were ever present, and maintaining farmland often required substantial military support. For a king to cross borders and meet with another sovereign was an unprecedented gamble. And yet, Krang had gone to extraordinary lengths to make this happen. Encrid stood by as a silent escort. He sensed nothing unusual, no ominous aura or threatening presence in the vicinity. While Krais had questioned the necessity of the king making this journey himself, He had also assured Encrid that there was little to fear. Of course, true to fault, Krais had grumbled about the risk. Why take such unnecessary chances, he had asked, exasperated. But Krang had merely laughed softly and dismissed the concerns with a casual, because it's fun. Even if the King of Aspen had attempted some sort of scheme, it wouldn't have been an issue. That was why Jackson and Shinar were present. As Encrid idly observed, the conversation between the two kings began. Their exchange turned out to be far more unexpected than anyone could have anticipated. The King of Aspen waited for Krang to speak first, perhaps to demand retribution for the breach of the non-aggression pact, or maybe to insist on unconditional surrender. Or is he here to make us a vassal state? All such outcomes were things he had resigned himself to face. In truth, the very act of agreeing to this meeting was strange in itself. Is he planning to kill me? Could all of this have been a ploy just to take his life? If so, surely a more sophisticated method would have been employed. That didn't seem likely. No, what Krang desired must be submission, humiliation. He wanted to force Aspen to acknowledge its inferiority. Stand before me. That's what this was about. Establishing dominance so that Aspen would recognize its place. The King of Aspen was not so proud as to sacrifice his soldiers or his people out of stubbornness. He understood what needed to be preserved, but that didn't mean he would simply roll over. So he spoke first. What if I were to summon hidden forces and strike you down here? How could you be so confident as to meet me? It was a declaration of defiance, a statement that he would not bow easily even in the face of pressure. Krang, in turn, responded with a calm smile. Do you have such hidden forces? Was he mocking the king, knowing full well that Aspen's knights had been decimated? The King of Aspen looked at Krang, seeing in his face the devil himself. How much had this man laughed at him before arranging this meeting? Beneath that smiling mask was their sense of triumph. Fine. If he wished to bask in his shell of victory, so be it. He might even kneel and lower his head. But it wouldn't last forever. 10, 20, 30 years from now, Aspen would rise again. If he couldn't, then his son would. His son, leading a revived order of knights, would ensure Aspen stood once more. The king clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Now was a time for patience and composure. While it appeared that Aspen had initiated this conflict, the real cause was their competition over green pearl. Aspen sought to stockpile food there, while Narilia feared the military buildup that would follow. Aspen's ambitions of surplus food, whether to feed its people or sell for military funds, clashed with Narilia's need to maintain the balance of power. Green Pearl was land of immense potential, and Aspen's dreams of utilizing it were now at risk of being reduced to vassalhood. Despite his resolve, the king couldn't fully prepare himself for Krang's unexpected words. If that is my fate, then I must accept it. The response caught the king off guard. It was an answer to the hypothetical threat of hidden forces, a willingness to accept death if that was destiny. As the king pondered its meaning, Krang continued, his voice clear and cheerful. Clinging to life in the face of death is only natural. But simply surviving isn't always enough. If the heavens or the gods decided that I, as I am now, am no longer interesting and thus must die, then so be it. Without power, I would have no choice but to accept my end. With that, Krang raised a single finger toward the sky. Under the dark expanse of the heavens, dotted with stars and 2 moons, his gesture seemed to touch the celestial canvas above. The King of Aspen recognized that Krang's words were calculated, but still, he found himself captivated. Do you have a dream? I have one, a small but fulfilling one. Krang stood, his movements as slow and deliberate as when he had sat down. Of the 4 guards stationed behind the Aspen King, 3 flinched while those on Narilia's side remained steady, their eyes fixed on Krang. In the faint glow of moonlight and the campfire, Krang seemed to radiate a light of his own. "My dream," he said, "is to rid the world of demonic realms and cultists, hang those who commit outrageous acts on gallows, and then in a gathering of all people, declare an end to all fighting. What nonsense! Demonic realms couldn't be eradicated, and an end to conflict? Utterly absurd." Yet Krang's words and gestures carried a strange magnetic power. All races, humans included, have never truly reunited, have we? Isn't that the case? The same goes for Narilia and Aspen. In the stillness of the night, Krang's impassioned speech drew every gaze. "Utter nonsense!" The king of Aspen shouted, his face flushed. Yet Encrid observed his reaction and thought, he's halfway convinced. After all, such a response wouldn't come from someone who wasn't listening seriously. Chapter 545. Not all kings are the same. Not all kings are the same. Aspen, since its earliest days, has been deeply influenced by religion. This relationship afforded Aspen recognition as a city-state by the holy city-state and their support when needed. However, it also meant constantly treading carefully to appease the temples, making autonomous decisions nearly impossible. But the holy city-state wasn't Aspen's only challenge. Had it been, the king might have managed to maneuver around them while still asserting his will. No, religion wasn't the sole obstacle. Looking back through history, the Duchy of Aspen began as a territory granted by the Empire, a nation established under the Empire's approval. Digging deeper, one might see it as the Empire's ploy to bind an extraordinary hero to the land, a plan that worked brilliantly. However, to those living in that era, Duke Aspen the founder would have been nothing short of a hero among heroes. After all, the hero who founded a nation couldn't have been an ordinary figure. Given these beginnings, Aspen's ties to the Empire were tenuous at best. It was essentially a separate kingdom disguised as a duchy established with the unspoken agreement. Here's the land, just don't cause trouble. Over time, Aspen evolved into a kingdom in all but name. Yet asserting that status outright was not feasible, especially now. Do you mean to say you wish to reject the Empire's assistance? Every year, envoys from the Empire would arrive in Aspen bringing grains to the mountainous nation, where arable land was scarce. The Empire's support was not exploitative. Aspen was treated fairly, paying reasonable costs for the supplies. However, even at fair prices, Aspen's limited resources left little room for stockpiling or stability. Aspen's challenges didn't end with the Empire. Another major power loomed large, Liechtenstein, the southern nation. Unlike the Empire, which provided Aspen with food, Liechtenstein acted as a buyer purchasing metals and other resources produced in Aspen. In this delicate balance, Aspen became trapped between two giants, one a supplier, the other a consumer. This left Aspen hesitant to engage in trade with the southeastern coastal trade cities for fear of upsetting either party. What an utterly wretched situation. Argus Bona Aspen, known as the chosen of the gods, sat upon the throne, deeply dissatisfied with the state of his nation. Must we truly remain a nation that survives only by extending hands in all directions? And not just to one, but to three? The Temple of Abundance had established itself within the royal palace, constructing a temple within its walls. They preached that the teachings of their god were necessary for the people's stability. Naturally, in a land where food scarcity was the norm, many in Aspen turned to the god of abundance for solace. While some priests genuinely prayed for the people, others were corrupt to the point of stench. Yet, they couldn't simply be cast out. Killing even a single low-ranking priest would provoke an outcry across the land. The king himself lacked the power to act freely against them. This inability to separate church and state was one reason Argus longed for secular governance. Why did the people of Aspen so devoutly believe in the god of abundance? Their poverty left them no choice but to seek refuge in faith. Is relying on belief as an escape truly the answer? The king understood that escapism provided only fleeting comfort. Still, he knew his people were not all like him. He wanted to lead Aspen out of this predicament, and he saw an opportunity on the horizon. Green pearl. Just beyond the border to the southeast lay fertile lands, potential granaries that could solve Aspen's problems. Expanding the border slightly southward to claim these lands could provide the answers Aspen needed. If they secured these fertile lands, they wouldn't need the Empire's aid or to rely so heavily on selling their metals to the south. With full bellies, even the devout might turn away from the temple, allowing the removal of corrupt priests. All Argius needed was to show the people that their king had accomplished this transformation, reducing their reliance on religion. Argius had long dreamed of this, a dream of Aspen, not as a duchy, but as a fully independent kingdom. A kingdom that stood on its own without aid, a limping nation walking steadily forward on its own legs. Many dismissed him as a dreamer, but some had followed him believing in his vision. They had failed. Now, a young king over a decade his junior stood before him, spouting grandiose claims that bordered on madness. Why is it impossible? You think removing the demonic domains is possible? Peace on the continent? Ending war? Uniting the races to fight together? You think all that makes sense? Argius felt his frustration boil over. His voice rose and his emotions seeped into his words. He wanted to shout, "Do you understand what you're saying? Why are you uttering such absurdities? Have you tried?" "What?" I asked if you've tried. If no one had walked the path, did that make it impossible to tread? Once, Argius had thought the same. His dream was to walk a path unfettered by the influence of others. While many had dismissed it as impossible, Argius had simply seen it as a path no one had yet taken. If no one has stepped on the land, does that mean it's uninhabitable? The young king gave voice to Argius's innermost thoughts. But their capacities were different. Just as not all knights are equal, not all kings are the same. Will you abandon the attempt without even trying? Is that the dream you chase? Then why did you cross Norilia's border? Encrid, strike down the king of Aspen and rally the troops to slaughter everyone in this land. Krang's voice was calm but carried an edge that made his words land like blows. His tone shifted only slightly, but its weight was palpable. Even Jackson glanced at Encrid to gauge his reaction. Encrid, knowing Krang's words weren't serious, remained silent, watching the situation. Others in the room reacted instinctively. Aspen's representatives unconsciously stepped back while Elode, the young man who had introduced himself earlier, placed a hand on his sword's hilt. Yet no one dared make a move. Krang's aura had convinced them all his words were genuine. "Is that what you truly want?" Krang asked. Argius looked at the young king. Behind him was the night sky, and further back, a knight stood firm, ready to act at his command. Argius knew his life could end with a single gesture from the man before him. Yet, in that moment, all Argius could see were Krang's eyes, eyes brighter than the moon, capable of outshining the stars. The eyes of one who carried a dream, burned brighter than anything else in the world. Your racial integration policy succeeded because of fairness, didn't it? Care to share your secret? Krang's words were devoid of malice, spoken with a sincerity that felt disarming. Yet Argius found himself drained by the exchange as if each word sapped his strength. The difference in our capacities. Argius felt the weight of this truth. The man before him was larger than life, broader in vision and depth. "Why have you come here?" This time, Argius asked without anger, seeking only understanding. "Does it matter?" Krang smiled and Argius let out a hollow laugh. Not all kings are the same. Argius finally understood. The man before him carried a vision too vast for him to fathom. A vision of erasing the demonic domains and ending the continent's wars. "And how will you achieve all that?" Argios asked again. Though his words lacked a subject, their meaning was clear. "How will you bring peace to the continent? How will you confront the demonic zones? How will you eradicate the cults?" Each question alone seemed like folly. Krais smiled once more, his expression radiant as if his words carried magic. "Let's figure it out together." Argios laughed. Starting with a hollow chuckle, he soon threw his head back in genuine mirth. Argios recalled the vassals who had opposed his decision to stand alone. A dreamer. Compared to him, the man before him was a madman who dreamt with his eyes wide open. Yet, I've lost. Not a single expected word had been spoken. The king of Narilia hadn't mentioned any of the concerns Argios had feared. He had only shown the difference in their capacities. "You will need a granary district. You will want to free yourself from the empire and the southern powers. And there's also the religious issue." At least his mind seemed sharp. Argios remained silent, simply listening to what Krais was saying. "I can't give you the entire land, but here's what we can do. If we add this, you'll secure the farmland." Krais pressed his palms together as he spoke. "Even if this is just a delusion, so be it." Argios thought to himself. Krais was offering to merge the borders, to divide the agricultural land between them without conflict, proposing peace instead of war. Though the idea sounded simple, in reality it was far from it. The two nations, once divided by the entire Green Pearl territory, had fought countless times. How could old grudges be ignored? Would the Empire and the Southern powers simply stand by? It was as if Krais had been waiting for this very question. If anyone objects, well, just say you were forced into this by this friend of mine. There's a knightly order capable of wiping out a capital city like Aspen, and we'd threaten them with swords so they wouldn't dare oppose. Krais gestured casually with his thumb toward the back, clearly indicating Encrid. Encrid, uninterested, nodded briefly. "Is he your vassal?" "He is my friend." Encrid remained impassive as he heard Krais refer to him as a friend in front of another king. Argios couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between them, though it wasn't important at the moment. Is that really possible? You're at war with the South and they won't just let it slide. I'm not the one fighting, but yes. My people, those who share my dreams, will defend it alongside me. I see. Argios's tone fell flat. Yet, his eyes began to sparkle. They weren't the defensive, resigned eyes Krais had seen when they first met. They weren't eyes that spoke of despair or surrender. They held something different now, something that sharpened his focus. Krais' next words continued to ignite the spark of realization in Argios. "You'll receive the farmland out of goodwill, but you can't let the remaining land go to waste. Isn't that just what the god of prosperity would want?" Such childish thoughts, Argios thought. What kind of foolish talk was this? The rabbit living in the cave couldn't understand why others lived outside. Why go out where it's dangerous? You can survive by eating the grass inside the cave. Argios had never seen beyond his own cave. The man before him wasn't simply asking for help or inviting him to share his dream. He was clever. Krais understood the situation clearly and articulated it with precision, forcing even those who would argue against him into silence. Everyone has their turning point in life. For Encrid, it came with the words of a second-rate mercenary swordsman. "You're a genius." It also echoed a line from a ballad sung by a wandering minstrel. "The knight who ends the war, the knight who ends the battle." Now the king of Aspen had experienced a similar revelation. Krais smiled and continued speaking. "What are you afraid of? Death? Failure? If not, then why not dream with us? No answers. No alternatives. But a dream." Krais was a dreamer, and Argios wanted to reach out to that dream. What must be done first to make that happen? Drunk on the young king's words, Argius realized that the person who had made this moment possible was Encrid. As everyone else became intoxicated with the conversation, Encrid remained calm and steady. His name was Encrid, the unyielding knight. It was he who had made this meeting possible. Argius smiled, realizing that he was indebted to the one who had spared his people from shedding blood. The king of Aspen stood up and laughed. "What should I call you?" "Krang. I am Argius. Before it's too late, I intend to do what I want. Will you allow it?" Not what must be done, but what he wanted. A king who understood the weight of words had spoken it correctly. "Do as you wish," Krang responded, and Argius looked at Encrid. "I am remiss in my manners. Sir Encrid, the unyielding knight. Thanks to your efforts, my wife will no longer cry herself to sleep. The children who nearly lost both parents now can smile, and the elderly parents who sent their child off to war can breathe a sigh of relief. For all this, I thank you." The king bowed his head. He hadn't forgotten that it was the legendary hero who had held back the army and made this meeting possible. Chapter 546. It will be fun. What the king of Aspen said now also implied that he would accept Krang's proposal. The small details were tasks for the officials, and although the relationship might change in the future, the beginning was promising. This was something no one expected, but Krang had aimed for this very situation from the start. What if the Empire, the South, and the Holy City-State all sided with Aspen? Then I can just have Aspen on my side, can't I? It was a much faster method than breaking down each of those three factions one by one. Of course, it might not work. If the king of Aspen turned out to be the biggest fool in the world, there was nothing to be done. That's impossible. Looking at the attitude Aspen had taken so far, Krang could see that they had tried to assert their will, despite various pressures. And the king's current behavior showed his worth. The king of Aspen expressed his gratitude, and Encrid nodded before speaking. Doesn't that sound just like the words of a charlatan? It was a joke directed at Krang, and anyone from Narilia, including Andrew, knew that Encrid enjoyed making jokes. Of course, no one expected it in this situation. Didn't you say you two were friends? One a king, and the other an ally? The king of Aspen, Argus, seemed briefly flustered, but quickly responded with calm. I feel deceived as well. Why do you say that? Because this friend of mine says he'll do something, but there's no plan. Just saying I will do it without any responsibility. What kind of reckless statement is that? Encrid's words made Krang, Jackson, Shina, and Andrew all stare at him intently. Is that something you should be saying? Krang couldn't hold himself back and interrupted. It wasn't surprising. There was a man born with little talent who, despite that, had declared he would become a knight. What did anyone expect? There was no need to ask what would happen. He had shown with his actions that he had chosen a path. Every single day, not a moment was wasted without swinging his sword, even cutting down sleep and eating time. He lived like a madman. A plan? For someone like that? Still, it will be fun. Instead of answering Krang's remark, Encrid turned to the king of Aspen. Fun? It seemed a distant idea to Argus, the king of Aspen. But hearing those words now made his heart pound. It would be fun, he thought. Yes, it would be fun. He had been born into the royal bloodline, given the title of the Chosen One. But had he ever truly acted like a chosen one? He had dreams, but fulfilling them was a duty. He never felt joy from it. He simply thought it was something he had to do. But now, hearing the ambition of the king of Narilia stirred something in him. It felt like going back to the time when he first fell in love, feeling the passion again. Talking to Encrid made that happen. His energy surged wildly, something he hadn't felt before. When I go back, I'll boldly declare that I've rejected the vassalage proposal and secured part of Green Pearl. Will this affect your reputation? Argus asked as he looked at Krang. Krang, looking at Encrid with a dumbfounded expression, quickly returned to his usual demeanor and smiled before answering. "Do I look easy to deal with?" "I don't think so." The two kings, without hesitation, reached out their hands and shook them. "If I die, all of this will be meaningless." The King of Aspen said, "Don't die. Eat well and live long. If you think you're going to die from a sword, at least ask to be saved," Krang retorted. While the two kings exchanged blessings or curses, Encrid silently called for the frog. The middle-aged woman and man from Aspen were whispering to each other, overwhelmed by the atmosphere and Krang's charisma, unable to say anything, feeling awkward. "Abnaya, what happened to him?" Encrid asked. "Why do you ask about him? Will he die for the defeat?" Krang had said something before they arrived. "That's not for you to concern yourself with." "Ah," Frog responded, maintaining a formal tone, as Abnaya was someone deserving of respect. Honestly, no one in Aspen who was capable of thinking would dare speak carelessly about the knight who had blocked the army, especially Frog, who remembered how Encrid had sent him back. In fact, some of the hero stories of Norillia that had spread to Aspen had been spread by Frog himself. It was a somewhat funny story, but even some Norillian nobles, who only heard the rumors from afar, still believed that the incident had been exaggerated. Encrid's reputation was even higher in Aspen than in Norillia. He had personally faced his enemies, so they understood his value. That was something Encrid also applied to Abnaya, the man he had faced. "Is there something I can request in exchange for victory?" Encrid asked while looking at Krang. Krang nodded. This was a request granted with the king's permission. Everyone turned their attention back to Encrid. They wondered what nonsense he would say next. "Go ahead," Argus said. "I know that Abnaya is the main culprit who started this war. Once the two nations reach an agreement, such an unruly man can't just be left alone. Therefore, I suggest that we immediately escort him to border guard. He must be held accountable." Krang listened to Encrid's words with a stiff tone, feeling something unfamiliar. Why did it feel so? He realized that Encrid had clearly memorized these words. The middle-aged woman and the priest from the temple behind Argus frowned. Abnaya had been imprisoned for his defeat, and would probably not survive. He was someone they did not want to keep alive, having always been a schemer in support of the king. Previously, they couldn't kill him due to Barnas, but this time they intended to finish him off. He was always the one proposing that the kingdom stand alone. Encrid's words, though blunt, were also in stark contrast to the previous conversation, making his intent clear. "You want him dead, don't you? If you send him, we'll deal with him." No one here misunderstood Encrid's meaning. "What's this?" The priest tried to intervene, but Argus raised his hand to stop him. "Let it be. That man was a hawk who pushed for the war relentlessly." It was not true. Abnaya was moderate. But what did that matter now? This was the magic of Krais. If Aspen does not make any sudden moves and maintains decorum, we might request the strategist's capture. Why? Because, if left alone, he will surely die. If your majesty is set on making Aspen your ally, it would be wise to take that man with you. If there is chaos in Aspen due to internal struggles, he will definitely die. If we want to save him and protect him, it will only worsen your position. It would be better for us to take him. They say, a wise man recognizes another. Krais may not have been a sage, but he was aware that Aspen's commander was no ordinary person. He had predicted this situation, and perhaps even if it wasn't like that, he knew that the King of Aspen would reject this request on his own. More importantly, bringing Abnaya with them had two benefits. Encrid could see that much too. First, without him, Aspen's best strategist would be absent, making it harder for the war to reignite. Second, if Abnaya were brought to border guard and treated well, It might ease the antagonism between the two kingdoms over time. They could just bring him to border guard, feed him, give him drink, and let him sleep. What a strange man! Encrid was amazed by Krais, who had anticipated several moves ahead. Krais, though, had once been in awe of Encrid when the knight had blocked an army, exclaiming, "Can a knight really do such a thing?" But to Krais, Encrid was the more impressive one. Well then. With that, the meeting ended, and they returned the way they came. The moonlight still shone on the ground, and the stars proudly displayed their beauty. It was as though the moon and stars were dancing in the night sky. As Encrid briefly glanced out the window, he saw a shooting star streak across the sky. "Shinar Kirahais, do you still hold to your duty?" Inside the returning carriage, Crime casually started a topic Shinar did not want to address. Encrid gazed at them both. Shinar, still expressionless, answered, "I have never forgotten my duty." Encrid didn't know, but Shinar had been a great help to Krang even before he became king. And there was an oath between them. Krang didn't ask because he wanted to avoid his own words. Seeing Shinar stay so close, it seemed unnecessary, which is why I spoke up. "Is that so?" "Yes, it is." Encrid, watching, then spoke. "What is that?" "The task. It's not something my fiancée needs to know. Every woman needs at least one secret to maintain her mystique. If we're talking about mystique, wasn't Esther second only to Sinar in Bodergard? Her beauty, otherworldly and unparalleled even among fairies, was a subject of awe in the city, especially since she always appeared with an expressionless face, adding to the mystery that spread far and wide. It's something like a fairy's duty." Krang answered instead. It wasn't really an answer, but there was no need to press further if they didn't want to speak about it. Encrid let it slide as he always did. The black carriage continued on, returning to Bodergard, and only then did Andrew finally relax a bit. "Phew, I'm alive." Andrew, the head of the Gardner family and a key figure among the royalists, couldn't help his tension when dealing with a madman. And there was one more madman here. "Your body seems stiff. How about a spar?" It was early in the morning before the sun had risen. Instead of resting after the long journey, Encrid suggested a spar. "Is this normal?" Andrew asked, and Encrid responded in a serious tone. "If not when everyone else is sleeping, when will you swing your sword?" "I'll swing it after waking up." Though Andrew was a training enthusiast in his own family, even he wasn't keen on this idea. Encrid didn't press him any further. He just said it to get Andrew moving, seeing his body stiffened from the journey. The next morning, Krang called for reinforcements from one of the Duke of Octo's estates in the city of Zaltenbach, located beneath the capital. Bodergard's own guards went out to meet the Zaltenbach escort on the way, easing Andrew's burden. "See you at the palace." Encrid nodded in response to Krang's farewell. In about a month, when Bodergard's repairs were completed, they would head to the palace to receive recognition for their battlefield contributions. After Krang left, the busy work fell to Encrid's subordinate, Krais. "We can't afford to fight over the border, so we need to set up at least something resembling a wall." Krais spoke, and immediately set to work. A wall was built between Bodergard and Aspen, but it was barely higher than a grown man's waist. "Is this really a wall?" the commander from Aspen's border defense remarked, looking at the makeshift structure. He was positioned just far enough away that he couldn't touch it, but could reach it with his feet if he stretched. The commander from Norillia raised his shoulders and replied, "Yes, that's what they say." It was the situation where everyone pretended not to know the reality. They'd say they drew the border and that they'd live on their own lands, farming peacefully. But if irrigation and a new village were built right beside it, what would happen? Young men and women, eyes meeting, would inevitably arise, and during tough times, mutual aid would occur. Of course, this would take time, but for now both Norelia and Aspen had bought time in this negotiation. A few days later, the transport carriage carrying Abnire crossed the border. Since it was a prisoner transport, he was locked in a cage, but there were blankets and food to show he wasn't being mistreated. When he arrived at Bodergard, his situation hadn't changed much. Well, a little bit. He was no longer in a filthy prison, but locked in a proper room. Was it a relief to be alive, even if he had to give up his life for the peace agreement?
What kind of man is he?
Abnire couldn't help but admire the actions of Norelia's king while wondering about the face of the person who had orchestrated his escape. He could already tell from the situation how clever the person who had taken him was. 2 days after arriving at Bodergard, Abnire overheard 2 stoic soldiers greeting someone at his door. "Did you come? He's inside." The lock on the door, designed to be locked from the outside, clicked open. The guards and the visitor exchanged a few more words. Why was it locked? Isn't he a general from the enemy country? We were told to lock him up. Let him be. Anyone who can escape from here isn't going to be stopped by a lock. A young voice spoke, and the door squeaked open with the sound of ungreased hinges. Abnire barely raised his head, sitting comfortably on a soft sofa. The young man, who looked no older than a younger sibling, entered the room, followed by a woman with a strikingly attractive appearance. "I'm fine, thank you." It was the first meeting with the man who had repeatedly given him trouble. The man, who Abnire didn't yet realize was Bodergard's strategist, continued speaking. "You're the strategist? Ah, it's nothing special. I just did what I could because I was worried." The conversation was short, but Krais' tone remained friendly. After revealing he was the strategist, Krais simply said he came to see Abnire's face, and before leaving, placed his hand on the door handle and looked back. "Are you planning to escape?" "I have nowhere to go." Abnire realized that Krais was probing his emotions with the sudden question. He could tell Krais wasn't just anyone. The two exchanged a brief laugh. Abnire thought some small trust or sympathy had formed between them. He had no other choice. Returning home meant death, so where else could he go? After Krais left, the guard outside increased. "Didn't you say he wouldn't escape?" Nurat asked. "Yeah, I said that, but you never know." Krais, with his paranoid nature, was always anxious. He didn't see a reason to trust anyone, so he kept Abnire locked up for his own peace of mind. Though Abnire noticed that after their conversation, the guards around him increased, he knew there was nothing he could do. Krais was just being Krais. Even if the situation had turned in favor of peace, it didn't mean Krais would trust anyone right away. Abnire was helpless. As for Krais, he would continue to keep a close watch on him to alleviate his unease. Chapter 547. Fallen Clemen in distant lands, such as Norelia. There were nobles who didn't believe in Encrid's legendary reputation. Or rather, they thought his feats were exaggerated, sprinkled with a bit of bluster. When minstrels sang about the ballad of the impregnable wall, or the song of the knight who stood against 1,000, it all seemed implausible. Stories of him drawing a line in the dirt with a burning sword and raising a wall of fire seemed too fantastical to be true. Though some minstrels had tried to detail Encrid's exploits more accurately, exaggerated tales were the ones that spread the fastest. Such stories needed a touch of the extraordinary to capture people's imagination. In an era where public executions were considered entertainment, these tales served as welcome diversions. Some distant listeners believed only half of the tales, or even less. The gullible believed he truly wielded a flaming sword. But within the ranks of the border guard, Encrid's reputation soared to unthinkable heights. These were soldiers who had fought by his side, and their families spread his name far and wide. To them, it was as if they had witnessed the birth of a legend. While slaying 1,000 foes alone would be monstrous, standing against them to bring peace without shedding a single drop of blood was something else entirely. Those who had been present during his feats could not stop chanting his name. I'm going to become a knight like the trustworthy, unyielding knight someday. The streets were filled with children shouting such aspirations. Given this atmosphere, how did the soldiers view Encrid? Fighting alongside him was an honor in itself. So when the hero declared his intention to join their training, the soldiers were both tense and exhilarated. A knight, a renowned knight at that joining in the soldiers' routine drills? And not just any knight, but the unyielding knight, the general of a border guard territory? To top it off, he was accompanied by the infamous madmen unit. Even those who had trained with Encrid in the past momentarily forgot his history. And no one, not even those who ground their teeth at Auden's name, expected Encrid to push them with such relentless determination. Reputations often cast a haze over people's perceptions, and this was no exception. But what no one could have anticipated was how it all began, with Clemen, a soldier who had joined the army only after Encrid had departed for the west. Despite there being no large-scale battles, she had twisted her ankle in excitement. She didn't feel embarrassed about it, though. At the time, her focus was entirely on Encrid. His back, the wall he formed, and the halted enemy. Everything else was a blur. Until the day that very hero approached her and said, "I heard you were the soldier who fell alone." Clemen's heart raced as she snapped to attention. "Ah, yes, sir. Infantry Corps," Clemen reporting. "Oh, is this the one?" The soldier who scraped her knee in a battle that ended with no casualties. "I heard it was a twisted ankle," said Rem, chiming in. Auden joined in, his tone almost amused. "So you injured yourself by falling. Sister, is there something wrong with your ankle?" Jackson, following close behind, added with a smirk. "Is that even possible?" Then Fell piped up. "I can't take her side on this one. Twisting your ankle alone during combat, really?" Clemen's head swirled as Robert, looking incredulous, remarked, "I'm afraid I can't defend this either." It was as if her world tilted. Was she being ridiculed for falling alone? No one had ever said anything before now. Encrid took it in stride and spoke decisively. "She lacks endurance. From today on we'll begin mountain running drills." The expressions of the surrounding soldiers, especially the veterans, shifted dramatically. They remembered. Encrid had always been a training fanatic, not just for himself, but for everyone around him. From that day forward, the standard running course, which would have taken them across the training grounds or the fields near the city, was replaced with a path through the Penhanel mountain range. Although they didn't march through the heart of the mountains, the idea of running into a forest teeming with magical beasts and monsters seemed reckless. Recently, rumors had spread that the monsters in the mountains had formed colonies to defend themselves against the relentless border guard forces. "Not running yet? Are all of you suffering from ankle issues like Clement?" Encrid's sharp words sent the soldiers sprinting. It marked the beginning of a grueling run, without rest, breaks across rugged terrain. Don't stop. Stopping means death. Encrid barked as magical beasts and monsters occasionally emerged from the underbrush, only to be swiftly dealt with by the knights. Auden, a former drill instructor, showcased his destructive power that discouraged any attempts to escape the grueling training. Some soldiers found it educational to watch knights fight up close, but their fascination was fleeting. After running from dawn to dusk, they wondered if this was even sane. Clement in particular was mentally exhausted. "Do you all want to fall like Clement?" Encrid's voice thundered. "Or perhaps you'd like me to separate your ankles temporarily, brothers?" Auden's booming voice echoed behind him. Every time they thought they could catch a breath, another shout would come. "Don't get injured from lack of endurance. Clement, keep running." Robert, the former drill instructor, chimed in without missing a beat. "Do you know why Clement fell? It's because she lacks talent." And finally Fell, the most irritating of all, declared, "She doesn't even have the talent to stand properly. If you lack talent, then work harder. Effort, people, effort." Clement held back her frustration and persevered. She understood that this wasn't about singling her out, but using her as a catalyst to push the entire unit harder. Though she was humiliated in front of her comrades, many officers treated her well in private. Robert in particular made sure to look after her, understanding that the training's purpose wasn't just to punish, but to elevate the entire unit. Encrid's vision extended beyond individual improvement. It was about bolstering the army's overall strength. As Krais once explained, the quickest way to strengthen an army is through specialization. Separating units by their skills takes effort, but it pays off when you create balanced, cohesive groups. This grueling regimen wasn't just about physical endurance, it was about refining their abilities, forging unity, and preparing them for the challenges ahead. Fell felt awkward during group training. He was a shepherd, not a soldier. That's why he declined to join any direct unit, and Encrid never insisted. Why force someone to do something they didn't want to? This perspective hadn't changed since the time Encrid first became the Madman unit commander. Nor had it changed now. Perhaps this was why people naturally admired Encrid. Didn't Ragna and Saxen and Odin know how incompetent Encrid had been when he first struggled to get by? Had Encrid really changed since then? Of course, there were some changes, but the fundamentals had stayed the same. Even now, when he had become a knight and his skills had more or less reached their level after the war with Aspen, this fact remained true. Saxen, overwhelmed with managing those under his command, opted out. Shinar, whose original role was to lead the reconnaissance team, turned them into her direct unit. But the most peculiar case wasn't present here. Esther already had her own direct unit. She had selected and trained soldiers with talent in magic, and Krais had even gone so far as to name them the Magic Infantry Unit. For some reason, Esther taught them diligently, and now their numbers had grown to nearly 20. Run! Ah! As Encrid gave this command, he scanned a few individuals. They clenched their teeth, unwilling to even show signs of exhaustion. He didn't care about skills or talent. He only judged their attitude. Everyone had their own standards after all. 1 day, 2 days, 3, 4 days passed. Some members of the Border Guard's standing army gave up on continuing. It couldn't be helped. This is madness. Why endure such grueling training? Surprisingly, none of the people handpicked by the Madman unit members for their direct units quit. Maybe they had a good eye for people. Though in the case of those picked by IM, it was likely that they couldn't quit even if they wanted to. From today, you're the axe unit. Everyone use axes. Rem had started with this declaration. Why are we using axes? Damn it, I've used a spear my whole life. Talking back when you can't even fight properly? Rem was forceful but led by example. Axes were short-range weapons, shorter than swords and far shorter than spears. But within the range Rem favored, their destructive power was exceptional. The people Rem recruited were all temperamental, the kind who charged headlong, regardless of what weapon they held. If they were going to use spears but charge recklessly like that, what was the point of wielding spears at all? Rem wasn't the type to explain patiently. Instead, he beat them senseless. Just do as you're told. Anyone who tried to run, there was no way Rem would let that slide. Run, and I'll kill you. When he said this and even showed killing intent, everyone kept their mouths shut. There was no one to complain to about the oppressive training. In truth, most of them secretly agreed with Rem's methods. When they held axes and followed orders, they want to learn some curses too. Hey, want to learn some curses too. Rem even got a bit ambitious, thinking it might be good to teach them a few spells. But this led to a problem. Not everyone could learn like Encrid. It wasn't common to find people willing to keep at something with blind determination. All you have to do is this. Why can't you get it? On top of that, Rem wasn't particularly skilled at teaching. Krais, observing the overall situation, wished for more competent talent. Ropert's good at this. Compared to others, Ropert was ideal. Though from an outsider's perspective even he seemed to push his troops too hard. Some soldiers grumbled, questioning why they needed such rigorous training when there was no immediate battle. But Krais, as if anticipating this, drove them into the Penhanel Mountains. Why not use the perfect training ground right behind us? There was no reason not to. Although they were busy negotiating the treaty with Aspen, Krais understood better than anyone that nothing would go smoothly without proper preparation. This was especially true for building up the military. Even if the soldiers were equipped with the finest gear, it would mean nothing if their mental fortitude or leg strength faltered, leaving them to collapse like Clement. Drills and basic training were one thing, but in actual combat, the outcome would hinge on the unit's training and the soldiers' capability. By this point, Clement had become something of a household term. Fall behind and you'll be the next Clement. This kind of remark became common, and Clement, clenching her teeth, kept training until she was selected for Encrid's personal guard. Once I get promoted, I'm going to beat them all to a pulp. Clement had developed grit and determination. A month flew by. In truth, it had been spent solely on training. After the war ended, there had been a brief festival-like period, but that was fleeting. Well, I'll leave them to you while I'm gone. Before departing, Encrid entrusted his personal guard to Fel. Fel had acted like his deputy throughout the training, so this felt natural. It was finally time to head to the palace. Safe travels. Encrid, Rem and Odin set off together with Graham and Krais seeing them off. Ragna couldn't join due to injuries and Jackson shook his head, unwilling to come along. Shinar seemed engrossed in training her unit, while Esther's intentions remained a mystery. Thus, the three of them began their journey to the palace. The atmosphere on this trip was vastly different from their last journey to the capital. This was thanks to the safe roads established by Krang and Krais in the meantime. Chapter 548. Uncle Krais was practically living under a mountain of work. He knew this hectic period would persist for some time, and had a rough idea of what lay ahead. For instance, could I get by with just 6 more months of putting up with Aspen? If left unchecked, their relationship would likely stagnate indefinitely like an uneasy truce between strangers. But Krais had already put measures in place to ease that tension. Things might not go as planned. So what? If nobody ends up dead, he figured it was worth trying. The only real variables were the potential invasion of another country, or a breach at the boundary of the demonic realm. But those are beyond my control. The border near the demonic realm was something he couldn't address, even if he worried about it. As for foreign invasion, Krang had already made his move. How effective Krang's plan would be remained uncertain, but other nations would likely bide their time and observe for now. Narrelia and Aspen had chosen to join forces instead of setting the continent ablaze. War? What war? We've reconciled. That's essentially the message they sent to the entire continent. Handing over half of Green Pearl territory symbolized this union. Furthermore, Border Guard had already proven its strength. While only a select few understood the full implications of Aspen losing all its knights, those who did grasped what it signified. It's evidence that Border Guard wields considerable power. This meant no one would attack recklessly without thoroughly assessing their military strength. In effect, it was like Aspen had doubled Narrelia's Red Cloak Knights. Even those who anticipated some increase in Border Guard's forces would have been taken aback. Despite the songs celebrating the unyielding knight in the Madmen unit, pragmatic minds would have calculated Border Guard's capabilities with cool precision. The information was likely already out. The union between Aspen and Narrelia may have been hasty, but it meant that Border Guard's knightly force combined with Aspen's resources was now a significant asset. In other words, the southern nations and empires were unlikely to attack just because they didn't like the current arrangement. They would spend time analyzing Border Guard more thoroughly before making any moves. What else could there be? Factoring out wild cards like cultist uprisings, a tentative period of peace seemed plausible. And with that peace, There's no reason for mercenaries, bandits, or rogue swordsmen to stir up trouble. When a nation was weak, even a renowned mercenary company could destabilize it. In the past, a small country in the southeast was overtaken by a mercenary group. Similarly, a trading city-state in the southern region, once defenseless, endured repeated extortions from mercenaries. Eventually, that city pitted rival mercenary bands against one another and used its own trained force to annihilate the survivors. A well-known incident referred to as the Merchant's Blade Massacre. The trading city controlled mercenary groups unimaginatively named gold, silver, and bronze companies. Though lacking creativity, the names stuck. It was also said that the city had connections to the continent's foremost assassination guild, and their mercenary bands occasionally stirred up trouble in other towns. Would that trading city have any reason to antagonize us? As far as Krais was concerned, the trading city was a stubborn and tenacious entity. They didn't care whether they dealt with empires, the South, or Nerelia. Their only focus was commerce. Leona Rockfried, the head of her merchant guild, had once mentioned receiving a marriage proposal during a chaotic period of transition. At least it wasn't some slimy toad of a pervert. But still, why should I give away my guild as a dowry? The trading city had made its intentions clear. They wanted to absorb Rockfried's operations through marriage. The experience Leona gained by traversing the continent was invaluable, and her guild had established trading ties, even with groups like the Black Leather Guild and Glacier Rangers. While merging with the trading city might have simplified expansion for Rockfried, it would have also diminished Leona's control over her guild. When you start a business with someone else's money, you inevitably face strings attached. Initial smiles can turn into demands for repayment, followed by claims on your assets. But Leona was sharp and knew exactly what she wanted: full ownership of her guild. So much work, Krais muttered, taking a sip of tea. The tea, a gift from the royal palace, came with a letter from Marcus expressing gratitude. If we're not at odds with the royal family, we might as well get along. Drinking the tea, carefully chosen by Marcus, seemed to clear Krais' foggy mind. Maybe this was why people paid for premium tea leaves. Perhaps I should stock some of this in the salon I've been imagining, he mused. Not just as a place for idle chatter, but as a venue for meaningful discussions and networking. Currently, noble gatherings served that purpose. But with coffee houses gaining traction in cities, salons might easily take their place. While salons were currently stereotyped as places for young wives of old nobles or debauchery-driven nobles, Krais believed their nature depended on how they were managed. Nothing much happening at the palace, I hope. Don't worry. I'll be there, Rem had said, causing Krais' stomach to churn. Would the nobles at the palace obediently recognize their general? Surely some would grumble about empowering border guard. Well, that was the captain's problem to handle. Rem might be a concern, but only Encrid could effectively rein him in. I'd love to retire to a salon. Krais briefly entertained the thought of becoming a reclusive sage. Overwork and burnout made escaping to the mountains for a life of forest bathing seem oddly appealing, though there was always the risk of becoming a monster's meal. But the reality was clear. Krais disliked responsibility, not the pleasures of city life. His thoughts turned to Abnaya. Having someone with that level of intellect would make work far easier. Yet the idea of working with him left a sour taste. Perhaps he would consult Encrid on the matter later. With that, Krais finished his tea in one gulp. It was time to return to work. Allocating the trained forces, organizing their equipment, and screening questionable individuals entering the city, there was no end to the tasks. Though he delegated responsibilities and planted trusted people throughout his operations, there were never enough hands. Still, whether or not he fully belonged in this role was irrelevant. For now, work demanded his attention. When they set out, the sun was shining, but now the sky had turned gloomy. The gray expanse overhead reminded Krais of Rem's hair. "Looks like it will rain. It'll start pouring soon. Let's find shelter," Rem remarked after glancing skyward. He had always been adept at predicting weather changes. "How do you do that?" Encrid asked. Though tedious, the roads between Nerillia and Border Guard were mostly well maintained, at least to the major cities. The paved routes included watchtowers at half-day intervals, 3-story structures designed for defense against monsters. Arrows could be loosed through the slits, though they were less effective against flying beasts like griffins or wyverns. For such threats, large ballistae were mounted atop the towers. These ballistae had been constructed using materials like beast hides and hair. Women had even sold their hair to fund the project. Rumor had it that some made a small fortune during this period. Thanks to these measures, the roads were safe and devoid of monsters or bandits. It was a peaceful journey, allowing for steady travel without interruption. Esther, who had returned to her human form after a long while, tended to soldiers who seemed to be either her disciples or subordinates. She appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. "Lower your gaze. If you dare wander with your eyes, I'll pluck them out." She greeted the unit with such harsh words, but even before she spoke, every soldier had already cast their eyes downward. Whatever had occurred before must have made them remarkably obedient. Each soldier carried a fist-sized crystal orb, polishing it constantly while murmuring something. To an outsider, they might have seemed like a mad group themselves. "Why don't we spar for a bit after a short rest, brother?" Audin interrupted Encrid's thoughts with a suggestion. "Let's do it," Encrid nodded. "Count me in," Rem added eagerly. While the sparring sessions weren't overly serious, intended more as a way to loosen up, an outsider would still be wide-eyed at the ferocity. Their journey followed a repetitive pattern. If rain seemed imminent, they sought refuge in nearby cities or caves. If a beast or monster emerged from the cave, the three of them, without hesitation, would spring into action. Audin would pummel it with his fists, or Rem would split its skull with his axe. Any beast or monster capable of surviving such attacks would have already turned this land into a demon's domain. As they journeyed, they passed merchant caravans and groups, sparred again, rode on horseback, and shared jokes. Before long, they were on the outskirts of the capital. Typically, when a lord of a major domain traveled to the capital, they brought along a retinue of attendants. Count Mulsan and other nobles had done so in the past. But Encrid had arrived with just 2 people. He saw no need for a large entourage. And though they were merely 3, 2 of them were knights. Who would dare challenge them? Not that anyone was likely to recognize Encrid. It was normal not to know his face, despite his fame. After all, one had to have seen it to recognize him. But the captain of the guards at the city gates had no excuse for ignorance. He had seen Encrid during the capital's civil war. At the crowded gate, Encrid calmly waited his turn in line. When the captain noticed him, his reaction was immediate. "What? Why?" Pointing at Encrid, the captain stammered before finally managing to shout, "The Demon Slayer!" It seemed that nicknames still carried weight in the capital. Audin's massive frame had already drawn attention, and now all eyes turned to Encrid. "Is it him? It's him, you fool." "Oh, that's him. The one, Lord of Border Guard, the king's friend, the Demon Slayer. Why is he so handsome? Why is he so handsome?" A flurry of murmurs rippled through the crowd, but Encrid remained unfazed. Such scenes weren't new to him. He had experienced similar attention in noble gatherings before gaining renown. "I am Encrid of the Border Guard, summoned by the royal palace. May I enter?" There was no need to present any badge of identification. "Of course." The captain personally grabbed the reins and escorted them inside. Encrid had visited before, even rolling around in fights here, so the terrain was vaguely familiar. The only changes he noticed were the increased number of children playing and the slight reduction in the size of the slums near the city walls. Krang must have been busy since becoming king. As Encrid was about to dismiss the captain, the man stopped and said with a bearded, earnest face, "I respect you." The captain, who had learned Encrid's legend in song, had been born and raised in the capital and deeply loved his homeland. For someone like him, a hero who had protected his city, country and family was nothing short of divine. To him, Encrid was a living faith. There were many in the border guard who felt similarly. When Encrid acknowledged the captain's reverence with a nod, the man's expression brightened. The capital greeted them with a clear autumn sun, its air cool and refreshing. The smells of manure from the stables and urine from the alleys filled the air, but it wasn't unpleasant to Encrid. The road ahead grew noisy. "Don't pick a fight. We're just passing through." "Humph. I only offered a fair price." To Encrid's surprise, the voices were familiar. Ein? Rem, who also recognized them, called out first. "Twins? What brings you here?" One of them was Encrid, a former hunter turned merchant. His short-cropped hair and clean-shaven face made him look sharp. Although Rem didn't know the other person, Encrid did. It was a merchant. What was his name again? Malton. This was the man who had once mocked Encrid in the border guard, claiming that if he were friends with Rockfried, then he himself must be Encrid's uncle. "Uncle?" Encrid called out to him cheerfully. Malton squinted at him, tilting his head as if trying to recall. He clearly didn't recognize him right away. How unreliable, Encrid thought, amused. How could someone forget their own nephew's face? Chapter 549. A night is a calamity, and Rai set off in a wagon, loaded with obsidian and talismans, specialties of the western region, along with a few other practical and sellable items. He had anticipated the journey would be challenging, but the reality surpassed his expectations, testing his resolve at every step. He never thought of giving up, but the gnawing anxiety remained, drying his mouth and tightening his chest. Still, he pressed forward, knowing better than anyone that this was a rare opportunity. "Captain," gripping the bow given to him by Encrid, Encrid resolved not to let this chance slip away. For the journey he needed transport for goods and himself. Since the bolstered, suited for the west, were useless outside the region, horses were a necessity. But Encrid's funds were insufficient. He ended up buying donkeys and carts instead of horses, managing to cobble together 10 wagons. Though the load wasn't insignificant, the humble appearance of the donkeys and those accompanying him painted a bleak picture. "Don't worry, we'll be by your side." Fortunately, the twin warriors from the western tribe had agreed to act as escorts. With their strength, the group wasn't lacking in combat capability. Additionally, Encrid recruited a few hands from a nearby oasis village to assist. "When we reach the destination, will the reward be generous? You're covering meals and shelter along the way, right?" The questions were all too familiar. "To be precise, if this trade expedition succeeds, I'll ensure you're compensated well enough to settle down wherever you choose. But success isn't guaranteed," Encrid replied. The participants in his venture included individuals fleeing persecution, some unjustly accused of crimes. Among them was a man traveling with his family. While he didn't appear skilled in combat, he exuded trustworthiness. Encrid handpicked such people. His experience of heartbreak and hardship had sharpened his ability to judge character. And if his judgment failed, it will be fine, he told himself. Even if a few turned their blades against him, the Western twins' presence would deter any treachery. The expedition was as much an adventure for the participants as it was for Encrid. They wouldn't be paid up front and had to wait for profits at the end of the journey. This arrangement drew individuals with more responsibility, or simpler motives, rather than the cunning or greedy. Though grueling and arduous, the work seemed cleaner than life in the oasis villages. Hunting gem-studded beasts sounded worse than this venture, at least. Thus, the trade expedition began. Troubles weren't limited to monsters and beasts. Rain alone made their progress arduous. With no funds left after buying the donkeys and wagons, the group camped under the stars for the entirety of the journey. Henry's experience as a hunter guided them, helping to find decent routes and safe camping spots. The twins handled combat when necessary. Even on this route, brigands occasionally appeared. Surviving as a bandit in this land required the strength to fend off monsters and beasts, so they often came in groups and included skilled fighters. Yet, none were a match for the twins. Among the group was a child who had come along with his father and displayed a knack for slinging stones. By the time they caught sight of Nerilia, everyone was thoroughly exhausted, Henri included. "We'll need to sell some goods here before moving on," he announced. However, the first merchant Henri encountered in the capital tried to haggle aggressively. "Western goods? How do I know they're authentic? Talismans? Who guarantees their efficacy?" Henri recognized the ploy for what it was, an attempt to drive prices down by spreading rumors. The twins bristled at the insult, ready to act, but Henri stopped them, knowing that drawing weapons would bring the city guard down on them. Their shabby appearance as Western outsiders would only work against them in such a situation. Henri had seen this scenario play out too many times to be surprised. "Hold back. We need to endure this," he urged. Frustrated but unwilling to risk trouble, Henri decided to forgo selling in the capital altogether. The constant provocations from pig-like, toad-faced merchants made it impossible to get a fair deal. If they could just reach border guard, Encrid's guarantee would smooth everything out. Still, Henri had tried to sell here in Nerilia for good reason. The journey ahead would perilous. But how could they survive in the capital with no silver? Sleeping near the slums risked attracting countless thieves. Could he fend them all off? The Thieves' Guild would retaliate if its members were harmed, and inside the city, they couldn't fight without spilling blood and causing trouble. Huh. Henri sighed deeply, resigning himself to leave. But just as he was about to depart, a fat, toad-like merchant picked a fight one last time. Henri's hand instinctively moved toward the bow Encrid had given him. "If we meet outside the city, you'll have an arrow in your head," he thought grimly. Then, as if on cue, Encrid appeared, smiling brightly as he called the toad-like merchant uncle. The merchant, caught off guard, tilted his head in confusion. Not everyone in this world lived righteously. Among the wicked, there were all kinds. Encrid didn't see them all as villains. But this situation was something else entirely. Understanding the scene at a glance, Encrid dismounted with a casual leap, the dry dirt puffing under his boots. The cobblestone road, recently repaired, contrasted starkly with Henri's gaunt, weary face. Opposite to him, the merchant, Malton, stood plump and glistening with sweat. "Uncle, why pretend not to recognize me?" Encrid teased, walking toward them. The city guard captain hesitated, stepping closer to Encrid. "Uncle? You have an uncle here?" "One I gained recently." "What?" Rem chuckled softly, realizing this was one of Encrid's peculiar pranks. "Why act like you don't know me?" Encrid lifted his arm, showing off the leather bracer made from the hide of a giant. Oh, you're that guy," Malton stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Encrid. "That guy?" the guard captain echoed, his sharp gaze turning toward Malton. The merchant's bulging eyes darted nervously. Why was the guard captain suddenly favorable towards this man? Why did this random swordsman exude such authority? "Uncle." Encrid addressed him again, and Malton's earlier words echoed painfully in his mind. "You're friends with the Rockfried Merchant Guild leader?" "Ha! Then I'm Encrid, the general's uncle." "Friend. Uncle. Rockfried. Encrid." The words jumbled together. A face emerged from memory, and Malton reached a chilling realization. The unyielding knight. The infamous moniker spilled from his lips. He hoped, prayed it was a lie, a misunderstanding. "Impressive, uncle. You even know my nickname." Encrid said with a sharp grin. Malton's world crumbled. This can't be real. Why is he the unyielding knight? As Encrid took the lead to exchange a few words, a moment of conversation began. Seems like you've had a tough time, huh? More than that bastard. From behind, Rem was already listening to the twins' story. Hey, did you really call the Western amulets fake? Said their magic was a scam. Malton had indeed said those things. But wasn't it all because of the greed of the nobles standing behind him? Malton glanced at the Viscount. Please, save me. The plea in his eyes was clear, but Rem wasn't the type to hold back in such situations. With a casual flick, he grabbed his axe and strode forward with determined steps. Apologize or die. If you're wrong, just say those words and nothing terrible will happen. Rem's tone was calm yet charged. Whether it was his nature, his character, or the memory of first stepping onto the continent and witnessing a noble bastard delighting in harassing women and abusing his own people, it didn't matter. Rem detested these kinds of people. Sensing the sharp menace radiating from him, the three guards behind the noble furrowed their brows, preparing to intervene. But then the captain of the guard opened his mouth. Know when to step in and when to back off. Don't you recognize him? Black hair, blue eyes, an axe, gray hair, a bear-like build. You really don't know? Rumors about the people who defended Border Guard had started spreading, even without including Encrid, the noble slayer. A madman who, after losing his parents to nobles in his childhood, supposedly split the skulls of every noble he encountered with an axe. It was untrue, of course. Just another rumor. A bare beastkin who splits people in two for fun. One of the guards muttered under his breath. Is that supposed to be me? Auden, unable to hold back, asked with a wry laugh. He was neither a beastkin nor someone with such hobbies. Ah. The three guards promptly closed their mouths. Rem had stepped back slightly, considering Encrid's presence. Otherwise, he would have beaten the man to a pulp before even bothering to talk. I'll apologize. I was wrong. Overwhelmed by the aura before him, the Viscount caved. There was no need to even employ will. The guards refrained from stepping in, and the rumor of the noble slayer rang loud in his ears. He felt an urgent need to relieve himself. The Viscount fled the scene, leaving behind a merchant who looked as though he was about to cry. Encrid turned to his uncle and spoke. Give me one sound. What? Not going to. As Encrid pressed him, the captain of the guard also shot a menacing glare from behind. Judging from the situation, it was clear that merchant had done something wrong, and it had been his decision to let that man in. Worse, the merchant had dared to try and deceive a person he respected. I'll kill him. Definitely kill him. You're dead. Even without mastering will, the captain's sheer determination made his murderous intent almost tangible. His eyes alone seemed capable of taking a life. I'll give it, of course. The merchant hastily loosened his pouch. Not much, Encrid remarked after a glance. Though the pouch held more than 20 silver coins and even a gold coin, if Encrid said it wasn't much, then it was. Malton immediately sent a servant to the bank. Major cities always had at least one large bank, typically run by citizens of trading hubs who traveled for business. During the previous civil war, they had fled, but recently they'd returned, reopening their banks. Clink, clank. Go. A satisfying exchange of pouches followed, a lovely sight to behold. Encrid took it all and handed it to Henri. Sell the donkey. Get a horse. Replace the cart. Take care of yourselves. Rest well and start fresh. The road ahead should be smoother from here. Thank you. Tears threatened to fall as Henri bowed his head. Remembering their hardships, the captain of the guard, watching from behind, spoke up. I will personally escort you to Jeltenberg. Please don't refuse. I want to do this. I was about to thank you for the offer. Encrid replied, nodding. Then please wait a moment, the captain said, exhaling deeply. He placed a hand on Malton's shoulder and dragged him aside. Encrid waved his uncle off with a goodbye. Among the people accompanying Enri was a young boy, about 13 or 14, following his father. In the boy's eyes, Encrid and his companions were towering figures, far greater than any king. Such thinking among children were not uncommon. To them, the name Encrid was not just that of a heroic swordsman, but a true protector, someone who had saved them in person, unlike the distant kings. It was a small, incidental event, one of many. See you at Border Guard. Encrid bid farewell to Henri, and in the meantime, had Rem assign tasks to the twin. Then they rode toward the outer roads leading to the royal palace. It was the same path he had once raced along on his one-eyed horse. At the palace, they stayed for a night. With no pressing duties in the evening, Encrid rented a training hall to spar. Soon, people arrived asking to learn from him. Anytime. Any cheese, Encrid said. Among the crowd were familiar faces, including Riovan, who had recently joined the Royal Guard, and even Matthew, who was supposed to be by Krang's side. The captain of the Royal Guard, donning a dark grey helmet, briefly stopped by as well. Without saying much, he acknowledged Encrid with a nod before leaving, a man of few words. To Encrid, this camaraderie was familiar and endearing. Watching people eagerly discuss techniques with him brought immense joy. Even Ram seemed to enjoy it. After 2 days of rest, attendants and maids took Encrid's measurements and swiftly tailored a formal suit for him. Not a tight shirt to constrain his muscles, but a well-fitted, elegant outfit. Neither Rem nor Odin was brought along. Not interested. Neither am I, Odin agreed. They wouldn't have come even if invited, and Krang knew that. The previous night, Encrid had suddenly asked Odin why he had come along. After all, Odin usually disliked leaving Border Guard. I thought I'd try breaking free from the prison of lingering regrets, Odin had replied. It was a cryptic response, one Encrid didn't fully grasp, but Odin didn't seem inclined to elaborate. Respecting his comrade's boundaries, Encrid let it slide. Odin, for his part, seemed to appreciate the respect, smiling in his usual quiet way. Hero of the nation, friend of the king, demon slayer, the unyielding knight, General Encrid of Border Guard. As the attendant's formal introduction rang through the hall, Encrid stepped into the audience chamber, his gaze falling on Krang, seated on the throne. They exchanged the usual pleasantries. Welcome. I came as summoned. No sooner had the greetings ended than Marcus began speaking about the honor of knighthood. Among the noble assembly, dissenting voices rose. While it's only natural to bestow such an honor upon Sir Encrid, we must consider whether the same should apply to others, one eloquent noble remarked. Behind him stood the toad-like figure Encrid had seen the day before. Your Majesty, have you heard the term noble slayer? The noble stroked his mustache as he spoke. What did the royalty and nobility fear most? Knights or calamities, beings who could overturn a kingdom with a single sword if they so wished. To guard against such threats, royal houses implemented measures. For example, Nerilia's order of restriction had served a similar purpose. Knights swore loyalty to the crown during their initiation, a vow taken even before becoming knights. But Encrid and his madmen unit had made no such oaths. Could Norilia stop them if it came to it? Perhaps not. Thus, the noble questioned whether it was wise to elevate individuals of questionable integrity to the status of knights. Encrid found himself agreeing with much of what was said. After all, it was hard to imagine Rem pledging loyalty to the royal family. But soon, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. That pastry I had yesterday was delicious. The bread had been excellent, too. The noble continued his impassioned speech, boiling down to the point. How could they trust someone nicknamed Noble Slayer? This matter required reconsideration. Had there been a rustic commoner present, they might have applauded the noble's rhetoric. But, naturally, that didn't happen. Are you finished? Krang, wearing an incongruously gentle smile, addressed the noble. Chapter 550. The Madmen Knight Order, some nobles, had never seen Encrid in person, and to them everything happening at the border guard felt like a distant tale. Green Pearl. They've captured that land now. He stopped an army by himself. Not killed them, just stopped them. Does an army just stop because someone told them to? Does that even make sense? Some rumors sounded utterly ridiculous, while others seemed plausible but irrelevant to their own concerns. He had ended a civil war and earned the title of Demon Slayer, but many couldn't truly grasp what that meant. Among them were those who genuinely worried about the royal family, those who wanted to keep Encrid in check, and those who were simply there out of obligation, without much thought. Yet all of them fell silent at Krang's words. Just because he was smiling didn't mean he was favorably disposed toward them. Krang rose from his seat, silencing the room with just a single statement. Krang could have lashed out at everyone watching. The hero who ended the civil war and protected our borders. How dare you speak of him like this? I'm so ashamed I want to drown my face in the water I used to wash. Or he could have tried persuading them one by one. Encrid is not that kind of man. He is my friend and the sword that protects the royal family. I vouch for him. Alternatively, he might have sought to ease their anxieties. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, my vision remains clear, and I won't let personal matters distract me. If Krang had been a shrewd merchant, he might have promised the nobles rewards in exchange for their silence. But Krang did none of these things. He neither soothed anyone's concerns, nor did he lash out or attempt to persuade them of the legitimacy of the matter. He simply enjoyed the moment. He recalled a time from the past, back before he sought the throne, when they had met in a barracks. That moment was where it all began for Krang. What do you want to become? He repeated the same question now, word for word. Encrid blinked once and then smiled. The memory felt like an old tale, yet seeing Krang brought it vividly back to life. The throne stood 7 steps above the ground. Looking down from the stairs, Krang naturally gazed down at Encrid. Encrid, who had just finished paying his respects in public by kneeling on one knee, had risen. Their eyes met. One looked down from above, and the other looked up from below. Yet both of them, for a moment, forgot their current positions and drifted into the past. When Encrid had spoken with Krang back then, he had wondered aloud whether dreams were nothing more than faint remnants left in the heart. But he had quickly dismissed the thought, answering himself that he was still moving forward. And now Encrid gave the same response as back then. A knight. Back then he was a mere third-rate soldier, with only the rank of squad leader, yet he had dared to dream of standing atop the hierarchy of those who wielded weapons. It was an absurdly ambitious fragment of a dream for someone of such a lowly status and mediocre skill. Yet Encrid had said it. A knight, huh? Ha. Krang's words overlapped with what he had said back then. Much time had passed since that day, but Krang remained the same. He had not scoffed at the notion, but had instead given weight to his words, showing that he had taken them seriously. He had listened earnestly and wholeheartedly. And now, have you figured out how to live your life? Encrid reversed the question Krang had asked him back then, causing Krang's lips to tremble before he broke into loud laughter. Bah-ha-ha! Yeah, this is how far I've come. But have you achieved your dream, my friend? Royal decorum? Maintaining dignity in front of everyone? He didn't care. This moment, right here and now, was one Krang had longed for. The man standing before him reminded him of a dream he had forgotten and tried to bury. How could he not cheer for him? How could he not wish for this man to fulfill his dream, to rise above and truly become a knight? Back then, vengeance had mocked them from the sidelines, but now no one could. The one who had once spoken of knighthood stood here with a patched-up dream, and the man who hadn't mocked him had found his path to the throne. Partially, Encrid, still ambitious, admitted his dream wasn't fully realized. Krang nodded, for he felt the same. Everyone, leave. Still looking at Encrid, Krang gave the command. Pardon? A half-bald noble with sunburned skin asked in astonishment. I will receive the knight's oath. Krang intended to officially appoint Encrid as a knight of Narilia right then and there. The commander of the Crimson Cloak Knights is not present, Marquis Barna said, barely hiding his dismay. He had mentioned earlier that the king could not arbitrarily induct someone into the Crimson Cloak Knights without the commander's approval. Barna was correct, and Krang knew Encrid wouldn't join even if he told him to. I know. Then what do you mean to do? The Duke of Octo chimed in. Marcus, having grasped what was happening, remained silent. The king had yet to explain, but by now the picture was clear. The two high nobles weren't stupid. It was simply difficult to imagine such an unprecedented move. How bold! It was audacious, but for someone with accomplishments like Encrid's, nothing else would have sufficed. And given his strength, it was inevitable. My friend will become the commander of a new knight's order. What did he just say? The Duke of Octo blinked and exchanged glances with Marquis Barna. They both seemed equally bewildered. Leave us? The oath will be taken privately. The proper procedure would have been for the oath to be sworn in front of all the nobles, but none of them could sway Krang now. His loyal guards tapped the floor with the ends of their spear handles. Please, this way. The guards led the nobles out. As Marcus left, he clenched his fist at Encrid in a gesture of support. He too had always cheered for Encrid's dream. Once the room was empty, Encrid felt something burning inside him. It was similar to what he had felt when he first became a knight. If this were light, it was light. If it were a flower, it was a flower. If it were a star, it was a star. If it were a dream, it was a dream. Will surged within him, burning brightly and filling his entire being. Krang stood before him. A knight's oath was a vow bound by will, and breaking it dealt a fatal blow to one's will. It was therefore natural for kings to receive a knight's oath. Every kingdom on the continent followed this tradition. This is your dream. Do as you desire. But Krang disregarded all that. If the man before him ever turned his sword against him, that would simply mark the end for him. A gamble? No, it was trust. As a king, he had to see and believe in people. This was no gamble but faith, a belief he showed to someone he trusted. Shane. Krang drew his sword and placed it on Encrid's shoulder. Encrid did not kneel, nor did he bow his head. I appoint you as a knight of Narilia. Krang spoke as Encrid felt the weight and texture of the sword on his shoulder. He remembered those who had deceived and exploited him, but he also remembered those who had planted the seed of a dream in his heart. Some he sought had cursed and pushed him away, but others had patted his back. What did he wield his sword for? I wanted to protect a farmer who should have never lost his leg. What am I moving forward for? I wanted to save a child whose dream was to become an herbalist. And so, I pieced together that shattered dream and became a knight. Except for a select few, no one expected anything and no one was certain. There was no reason to stop, just because of those who criticized and mocked me, so I didn't. Arrows flew and struck. Blades cut through flesh and struck bone. Even when the wall before me grew larger and waves of despair crashed over me. Waves, walls, despair. No matter what comes, I will overcome them and protect everything behind me. The vow was brief, but it didn't matter. Convictions held in the heart mattered more than words spoken aloud. And Encrid had proven that through his actions until now. Krang lifted the sword from Encrid's shoulder. Normally, knighthood ceremonies involved many formalities, but everything had been condensed into a simple affair. What name do you want for the order? Krang's tone shifted. Once he set aside his seriousness, he sounded like a typical young man from the neighborhood. Well, perhaps not entirely typical given his striking looks. Isn't that something the king usually decides? Ah, the Crimson Cloak Order was named after the fur of the Sun Beast, wasn't it? How about Unyielding Wall, then? The Unyielding Wall Order. Not a bad name, but Encrid thought about the identity of his group. Did it suit those under his command? Though the nickname had stuck, he felt he was someone more suited to moving forward than merely enduring. How about the Blue Cloak Order? And so, he casually blurted it out. No, I'm sure. Why are you so serious while making such ridiculous jokes? Krang laughed as he responded. While he usually tried to maintain an air of refinement, his current tone was as casual as could be. Honestly, did the name of the order even matter that much? Encrid, however, found himself reflecting on something that had crossed his mind earlier. It was, in a way, an unexpected realization. Everything must have contributed to it. The duel with the Aspen Knight, the battle where he pushed himself to the limit, the continued sparring, training, pondering, and reviewing. Moments ago, Encrid had felt his surging will course through him, like waves crashing within. There was a reason the word waves had appeared in his vow. He wondered how it would feel to swing his sword in harmony with those crashing waves. If it worked as he envisioned, should he call it wave blade? It wasn't only prodigies who created swordsmanship by mastering every nuance through innate talent. Though Encrid wasn't a prodigy, everything he had achieved through effort was blending and converging into something tangible. And that was the essence of swordsmanship. At its core was the concept of a flowing blade combined with a righteous strike. He even incorporated the defensive technique shown by Knight Jamal, designed to block any attack, as well as elements from Acker's spiderweb swordsmanship. Lost in thoughts of swordsmanship, Encrid decided to leave the order's name as it had always been. Let's stick with Madmen's Order. Are you serious? That was our unit's original name? Oh, Lord, please fix this guy's head because I think he's serious. That sounded like something Auden would say. My head's fine. Krang repeated the name a few times before nodding. Did a grand name really matter? Likely not. But how would neighboring nations react upon hearing about an order named Madmen? First, they'd ask if it was serious. Then they'd curse, wondering if we're truly insane. That was Krang's thought. Encrid, on the other hand, wasn't too concerned. If he were the type to be swayed by others' opinions, he wouldn't have made it this far. Besides, he believed the name would naturally evolve over time. Hadn't his own nicknames changed similarly, from demonic squad leader Charmer to Demon Slayer to Knight of the Unyielding Wall? Make sure you attend the banquet. It'd be disappointing if the main character didn't show up. The founding of an order. A single kingdom now had two orders. Such a thing hadn't occurred across the continent in nearly a century. A banquet was inevitable. After parting with Krang, Encrid returned to his lodgings, passing by Marcus and the two stunned high-ranking nobles. While receiving salutes from the royal guard, upon entering, Rem jumped to his feet. Did you hear about it? The order's name was already spreading. Encrid pondered as he asked back. Hear what? They're saying one of us is a noble butcher. Another is a bare beastman who tears people apart. That another is a bloodthirsty killer who stares people to death after getting lost in the woods. Esther's a witch and the fairy holds the blood of demons. Yet somehow, someone got no nickname. Rem gestured passionately as he spoke, his seriousness evident. As Encrid removed his coat and touched his shirt, a frightened maid and servant approached to help him undress. While such treatment was customary in the palace, Encrid still found it awkward. As he tossed his clothes aside, Rem, seemingly tireless, continued with a single breath, and then spoke again. Does that even make sense? You're talking about Jackson, right? This is conspiracy. Perhaps Riem was simply bored. Or maybe he had genuinely grown closer to Jackson. After all, excessive familiarity often led to playful insults. Of course, voicing that aloud would likely send Rem rushing back to the border guard to swing his axe at Jackson's neck. That's true. The holy texts say not to accept unfair circumstances as fate. Even Auden chimed in, suggesting that someone conspired. While they didn't seem to care much about nicknames, the fact that someone had been excluded clearly bothered them. There's a banquet tomorrow. Will you be attending? The talk of Jackson was likely just banter. Encrid wondered if he should use the opportunity to clear up the small misunderstandings about them. To let everyone know that Ram wasn't a madman who split noble skulls at first sight, and Auden didn't have a hobby of tearing people apart, nor was he a bare beastman. This would be the Madman Order's first official appearance. He didn't care about public opinion, but since his comrades did giving them a chance to change perceptions, didn't seem like a bad idea. It might be good for us to attend together. And yet, if they refused, there'd be no helping it. But to his surprise, Rem nodded. Sounds good. I'll join as well, brother. Auden didn't decline either. The reasons, well based on Rem's earlier remarks, didn't need much guessing. There should also be a rumor about a mad stray cat who flirts with all the women in the border guard, only to get rejected and skulk around at night. Encrid briefly wondered if taking them along was the right choice, but didn't dwell on it. Right now, he wanted to focus on the waves and sword techniques he had momentarily forgotten.